Everybody, Royal Lions UK, Matthew Turner here alongside Anthony Fitzpatrick, and Ashley Soden is just walking into the building now as well. And how you doing, man? It's day 3, we're finally here.
No, this whole process seems to have gone so quick. You spend all these months prepping for this, and then it's over just like that. That's the whole point. It's just months and months and months of grind is gone in 48 hours. But yeah, it's good. One last hurrah. Let's do it one more time. I always like the Saturday. It's more chilled. It's more relaxed. You can just sort of enjoy it and take into account what's happened.
Ash,
Very
how are you
true.
doing, man?
Exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. But in the best way.
How did you do in your flag?
First game, solitary sack.
Okay.
Third game, no sacks at all. Game 2, 5 sacks and a safety to win the game.
Oh, Jesus Christ, well done, man. That's awesome.
Cheers. Yeah, fucking exhausted. It was against a team that came second in the league as well. So it must have been just like the Detroit Lions, I turn it on for the premium teams.
Alright, so we're finally here for the final day of the 2025 NFL Draft. We've had 102 picks so far. Today we're going to have over 150 to go through, so it's going to come thick and fast, and we've got some terrific guests on for you this afternoon. Starting off with Brie, I can never remember. Brie, isn't it?
I think it's Brie. Yeah, Brie, yeah.
From the Denver Broncos and Let's Talk Broncos podcast, we've got Tom from British Bird Gang, which is the fan group in the UK for the Arizona Cardinals. Then we've got Ewan, returning guest, absolutely fantastic, his knowledge. He's the Turn Up For What podcast, which is at Podcast Texans. Then you've got Matt from the Red, White and Buffalo Blues podcast, which is the UK-based Buffalo Bills podcast. And finally, we've got Ryder McConville, Ryder McConville's film breakdowns, repping Miami. So we've got 5 fantastic guests for you. We're going to be live for the next 7.5 hours as we break down the final picks before having a great show tomorrow morning to finish off everything, recapping the entire draft, days 1 through 3, with 3 fantastic guests. Graham Reed, returning guest for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Ryan from Indianapolis Colts UK, and then a new guest that we've not had before, Mitch, repping for the Seattle Seahawks if he gets over his man flu. Fingers crossed for that. So, still got lots of stuff to get through. Boys, actually, I guess I'll turn to Ash because me and Ant talked about this earlier. Ash, what are you looking for from day 3? Generally, for the Lions, for the Fallers so far, whatever you like.
For the Lions, solid picks. We've taken our swing with obviously the trade up for Mr. Tesla himself. Now I just want reliable backups that we can trust in certain situations. Safety especially, we need a safety free, but just players we can trust because I'm still not fully over the trade up. Probably won't be until where we know the true outcome of it. But that, as terms of the Fallers, I want to see where Cam goes. I was at Flag. I was asked about him, and I said I like the Patriots as a fit. If he screams Dan Campbell guys, so surely he'll be a valuable guy as well. So Cam Scatterboo is someone that I'm keeping my eye on in terms of the Fallers from day 2.
They've already taken a running back as well, haven't they?
Yeah, but they need to round out that room as much as Antonio Gibson and Ramondre Stevenson have been there, done that in the league. They're veterans that you can kind of rely on. If you can improve on them, which Cam still would be for me, I'd do it.
Okay.
The where they are with offense. I know obviously they've took Trayvon Henderson in the second. Imagine having they could have a Gibson Monty style backfield with Henderson being the kind of Gibbs Pat's catcher, outside zone kind of guy, and then Scat being the sort of Monty thumper. That'd be a great sort of help for Drake May.
I really, really, really want whoever drafts him to have the Scat Man then be one of their songs. Please.
Yes.
Yeah, it's such an easy win to just be. And what about you? What are you looking for on day 3, not just for the Lions, but just for the draft in general?
I mean, for the Lions, it's a case now. You've got 5 picks. Are we going to make 5? I highly doubt it. Probably make 2, maybe 3. But I mean, you would like to think that there's still the possibility you can fit an edge rusher into your room because regardless of whether we're not going to start at this point, but we need to get young. We need to get some people in who have potential high upside, who can work their way through into the rotation. We're going to need that regardless. So you would still hope the edge rusher is on the cards. And outside of that, as mentioned, you got to start looking to fill out the roster now. You need another tight end, probably. There's a ton of tight end prospects left today, potentially good ones, development guys. So there's no shortage of who you can go for there. You're looking for another safety as well. Again, you'll be looking in development territory for the safety. And, again, there's quite a few appealing names out there when it comes to the safety territory. And then just outside of that, just whoever the best players are left at this point, just whoever falls, just to see if you can get yourself some bargains later on, like we did with Mahogany last year. You just never know how the boards are going to fall, who's going to come down and what. So yeah, hopefully we get some depth spots, but I'm hoping some of the better players fall and we can still get a little bit of value just yet.
Many thanks to Carlton Wood for the £10 tip. And he says, thanks for the hard work over the last 3 days. Much appreciated, Carlton. Thank you very much. That means a great deal to us. Got Attila Hun in the chat saying, please tell me the Lions get Kennard or Ivy somehow. I mean, Ivy's a weird one because if you told me he went in any round of this draft, I wouldn't be surprised. If it was round 4, fine. If it's round 7, I can definitely see that. There are going to be some people who are really turned off by him, and that's going to tank his stock a little bit. But it only takes one team to draft him. Kennard will probably go shortly, I suspect. Then in round 4, I would be shocked if he didn't. Just going to bring up the piece of news that Ash has just put in our Discord. And if you aren't in our Discord, come and join our Discord channel. I know that we say it at the top of every show, but if you've not tried it before, it's a really fun place. It's like any other kind of chat-based application, like being part of a Facebook group or something. It's simple. Everything renders really nicely with inside it. It's a really nice community of people. So if you're at all interested, links in the live chat right now, where you'll find out that let's read the tweet from Adam Schefter. Each member of the Lions draft room will be wearing General Manager Brad Holmes' North Carolina A&T College jersey today. It is a nod to Holmes' upcoming commencement speech at NCA&T's May 10th graduation. Last year, Detroit's group donned Dan Campbell's 89 jersey for the Lions. So it'll be a nice, shiny, yellow Holmes jersey with number 95. Good spot, Ash. But what a cool nod. Yeah, sorry.
It'd just be funny. Let's see. Well, I'm glad they got it right this time. Because I remember when it came out about Dan Campbell, I was like, oh my god, look at the Lions trolling the 49ers because they brought back Brock Wright. At least I managed to get it right on the first try this time.
Yeah. I just got asked what the ping was on Jared Ivey, and I'm pretty sure it's athleticism, isn't it?
Yes, he is pretty stiff, to put it one way.
2.01 RAS score with elite height and weight, but terrible everything else. He was one of the slowest players all time through the 10-yard dash and the 40-yard dash at his size. I mean, obviously he's a big, heavy guy, but 1.84 10-yard split in a 5-on-5 40-yard dash means he's one of the slowest edge defenders of all time. Now, if he was injured, fine, but I don't think that ever came out that he was injured. He was just not particularly explosive, agile, or fast, which is not ideal. On tape, exactly. He's quite effective.
Yeah, he's the inverse, and I hate to rag on this player because I know it's someone that quite a few Lions fans like. He's the inverse of Landon Jackson.
Yes.
In so much that Jackson tested really well, but you watch him on tape and you're like, Jesus Christ, a doorpost, the lamppost has more athleticism than you. But it's like I when I scouted him, I didn't get to see too much of him, but I could see us liking him. He does so seemingly fit that kind of big end role, and
Yeah, he does.
as a rotational piece, it'll be fine. But obviously, there's higher upside edges still on the board. Cough, cough. Jack Sawyer.
How far does Sawyer fall? Because, it wasn't that long ago that he was seriously being talked about as a late first-round pick. And nothing has changed. Like, for him, nothing really has changed. He is who he was on tape.
Yeah.
Attila the Hun asked, would you guys have taken Jackson or Tesla?
With that trade up, Jackson, as much as I don't like him, that is the reasonable range for him. My big gripe, I like Tesla as a prospect. It's just roughly 100 picks too early for him.
Which Jackson are we talking about here?
Landon Jackson.
Landon Jackson, okay. Has he come off the board?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Sorry, 72. I was completely overlooking that. I would have taken Landon Jackson as well in that spot. I really like Tesla. I don't think it's 100 picks too early. I think it was probably... I could have got on board with taking him early on day 3. If you told me that you were taking him at 120, 115, I would kind of be okay with it. But that still makes it 50 picks too early, which is quite a lot. That's a round and a half.
Yeah. And it's just that, obviously, what we gave away to trade up for him, and the fact that they were better wide receiver prospects on the board.
I will say... Sorry.
Well, go on.
No, you finish.
I was going to, just as athletic, more proven production. Torrey Horton, for instance, tested really well, even coming off that ACL. I know, obviously, I'm just saying that because he's one of the guys I profiled, but that would have been a better pick. It's just that, and then the final nail in the coffin for me, and I know people on our Discord will know this, the fact that Brad Holmes kind of had the balls to come out and say, oh yeah, the shirt I'm wearing is to say we don't just draft people off height, weight, and speed. We look at the tape, we look at their production. And then you go and trade up all that stuff to go and get someone who's basically his main thing is, well, there's all the athletic tools there for a B receiver. He's shown some glimpses, but he's never really put it all together. Just make it just...
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
The thing is, on tape, he has shown what he needs to succeed. It's just making it consistent. And really, to make it work, you have to play him on the outside. He can't just be a slot, so you have to teach him how to do that. But like I was saying in our Discord to someone, it's not like this is a development curve of a tight end, of a tackle, of a linebacker. Yeah. Wide receivers can get this, and they can get this in a year, but they can get a lot of it in training camp with good coaching. And, I mean, we have a new wide receivers coach, so we don't know how that's going to go, but potentially the development could be fast. So I'm not going to rule this out.
It could work. So the guy I'm going to bring up, and I know obviously we actually kind of mentioned him yesterday, but in a different context. Obviously, our wide receivers coach, his name's Scotty Montgomery, of course. Scotty Montgomery has he was the guy who is credited with turning Antonio Brown from that 6th round pick he was in 2010 into arguably a top 4 receiver of the 2010s. You just look at that decade. The fact he was just drafted to be a punt returner, and then Brown finished his rookie season 16 receptions for 167 yards in 9 games, and then in his second season became the first player in NFL history to have more than 1,000 yards receiving and returning in the same year. I'm not saying Tesla's going to do the returning bit though. With his athleticism, maybe.
He really could.
He really could. There is precedent there. It's just, as I keep saying, it's just the fact that all those pieces together, the jigsaw just didn't make sense to me. But, of course, can't judge it in isolation. It could be we do what I keep theorising, that we use all these picks, we trade up into the mid-5th, and we get one more person just to fill out that depth. If it's a safety who falls or an edge rusher, it will look a bit better. It's just the combination, but yeah. Enough on that.
And Carlton's asking about what's the knock on Elike Yomenor. Have you seen anything at all online about his fall? Because I'm shocked he's still on the board.
No, this one's a bit of an odd one for me. He's he's a lot better than a day 3 pick. I mean, yes, he's come out a year early. Potentially, like I was surprised he did come to this draft, but in terms of, the frame. You want the frame. You want the athletic ability. He's got that. He's got great long speed, as has been seen. He can stretch the field really well. Like he's got really the entire package. He's just maybe slightly in the road category, but all these guys are in terms of what you can do with him as well. You can move him across the line quite easily. He can play inside a bit as well as out. Um, and Stanford's been a good school for producing wide receivers for the league. So it's not like he's coming from a system where they don't train them right, they don't do the right technique with them. So I don't know.
I've just seen what it is. Ash, have you seen what it is as well?
I've literally pulled up the Pro Football Network article on it.
Okay, so right. He tore his ACL, MCL, and meniscus as a senior in high school and then had a knee injury at Stanford. So there must just be medical concerns generally with him.
Yeah, there's that. And also, this is according to an article that's put up by Pro Football Network today. So there's all the good stuff in it. So Amin may be more than projects and team want from a player taken early, which is why he wasn't selected in the first 3 rounds. Bleacher Reports NFL scout Dane Parson put it best by saying, Amin is a good but not a great athlete. His explosiveness and burst early in reps limit winning foot races down the sideline. While Aminor's last photos dropped him to day 3, there's no doubt he's a high upside wide receiver who just needs the right coaching support to become a diverse, dominant playmaker. He should find plenty of teams early in the 4th round willing to make a bet on his high ceiling, but the low ceiling of his route running and lack of potentially long speed has hurt him. So there's another quote that says, if you're looking for a polished route running technician, Emil might not be your first choice. He's a bit high coming into his breaks and then doesn't have the explosiveness in his lower half to consistently create separation. So it's a kind of combination of, medical stuff for sure, and then just the fact that he's not the most polished prospect. Like what we saw with Will Johnson, if it's just medicals, you're still probably going to get taken day 2 because there'll be a team thinking you're still the polished project. It's just, can you get healthy?
But he's lacking polish and he's got injury concerns. And also, in the lack of polish, never mind the route running and everything like that, he's got a little bit of a drop problem as well.
Yeah.
So, it all kind of factors into the equation where he's got quite a lot of little things not to like about him, even though he's got height, weight, speed.
Yeah.
I still love him here. Depends how far he falls, but I can't see it being far.
Yeah, so maybe that explains why he wasn't on the board for the trade-up. But again, there's someone who... Which one do you gamble on?
And Brian Shook asked a question. With 5 picks scheduled for the Lions today, setting an over-under of 4.5, how many picks do you actually think the Lions are going to make today?
3.
I think 3 as well. I said I'd set the under on 3.5, never mind 4.5. Ash, what do you think? I think you're in the 2 camp.
2 or 1 camp, yeah. I can just see us packaging some of the picks to just move up because, and obviously with the state of our roster, we don't need like many dart throws, and obviously there is definitely benefits to that approach, but given where the picks are, given the state of the draft in that area, I'd rather package them up, come up for 1 or 2 guys and say safety, edge rusher who's fallen, then I'll be happy. Use UDFA to maybe fill out some of the camp body spots because there'll be running back prospects who will fall to UDFA range. There'll probably be some really good wide receiver prospects that fall to wide receiver range. There always is. Look at Isaiah Williams, we picked up last year, and he's still on the Cincinnati Bengals now. There'll be pieces. It's just getting those 1 or 2 guys left in the draft at those positions of need long term that you can trust to develop to be eventual guys down the road next year, maybe with safety and then with edge rusher obviously figure into the rotation, and then when Davenport's gone next season, when Pascal's probably gone next season, as much as that upsets me, they can then enter the frame maybe as a higher rotational guy.
All right. Irish Impaler says, I've read at a few different places this draft class may go down as the worst as far as overall talent in the era. Maybe that's why everything is wonky with teams reaching. For me, this does not feel dissimilar to any other draft we've covered. I feel like this feels like what happens normally. Teams reach. They just do. Or compared to consensus, teams reach all the time. I mean, I don't think I've seen anyone picked up yet outside of the top 300 on the consensus board, which I actually think is rare at this stage. No one's reached quite that far. I think the biggest reach was Nick, the linebacker, Nick. Thank you, Nick Martin. And that was 150 picks or so because he was taken in the mid 70s and he was in the 220s on the consensus board. But that means that it's actually remarkably quite consistent. I do think the depth in this draft is really good. I think it's going to get into round 7 before I'm thinking I'm not even sure if I want any of these guys, if you know what I mean. Like, in mock drafts sometimes you get to round 7 and you're like, I don't really like any of these options. But in round 6, I think I see lots of talent I still like.
Yeah, though it does get to that point, where, you know, PFF do their day 3 mock and give us 2 running backs. Great work, guys. Great work. I mean, one of them was Ollie Gordon falling to us in the 220s. Like that I could see. Then I'd start considering that. But I can't remember who the other one was. Probably John, maybe if I look at the actual running back board. But it's just for me, as I say, at this point, I want quality over quantity, as I mentioned at the top. Just those guys that, they might not even have the highest ceilings. They might never get past being in the 2 deep, but day 3, that's still pretty damn good. And at least you can trust them for the duration of their rookie contract to be good contributors for you.
We have got Bree joining us in just 10 minutes' time of the Denver Broncos. Ant's going to be up for that one. And then we've got Tom from Arizona 40 minutes later. And then we've got a little bit of a break before Ewan at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Ash, I've given you the Buffalo guys 4th up, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah. I saw that in the car driving home because you posted it. I was like, I can deal with this. Of course, it means I get to talk about my favorite wide receiver from last year's class.
Everybody drink.
Oh, fuck you, Fulham and Brighton.
Jerry Traum says, any thoughts if Seth McLaughlin slips this round 5 or another centre prospect we can draft and stash? Seth has injury issues, doesn't he?
Torn his ACL.
Is he out for the year?
He at least half a part of it. That's why Riz really liked him at 102, because then you can stash him and then over time bed him in as a long-term centre. If it's not him, if he does have those major injury concerns, Gus Hardwick, the Purdue centre, and Boston College's Drew Kendall. Those are the 2 centre prospects that I really like. Again, credit to Ant to putting me on their tracks by mentioning them in his kind of guys podcast on the college.
I really hope we can draft Drew Kendall just so Ant has to drink.
That's a valid. Oh, yes, actually, I haven't even checked to see. I know you're pretty much out of it now, Matt.
No, I looked through you guys, and Ant basically has no chance, and you don't have much of a chance. Whereas I have Chase Lunt, who I think we could draft, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't know. Attila the Hun asks, so based on the pre-draft visits, the Lions schema system and draft picks left, which edges or safety do you think they will get?
Ooh, okay. Give me a sec.
I don't know that we've met with a lot of the edges now. I think there's only 2 left on the board.
There's 2.
Alabama's
and Quadavius Robinson, and then there's 3. There's 3. Tell a lie, because I know it wasn't the top 30, but I know we met someone else. So ones for sure I know we've met with the edges are Quadavius Robinson, the Alabama edge, projects as a Sam. It is Fidel Diggs, the Syracuse edge rusher, who again probably projects as a rush end / Sam. And then there is Colin Oliver from Oklahoma State, who is definitely a Sam prospect, which suggests to me that the long proposed and theorized on this podcast move to a 3-4 could be in play, which means that maybe a Jared Ivey does come into play. He could play the Logan Hall role that Logan Hall played for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defensive line when Casey Rogers was their coach. It also probably puts Elijah Roberts, who I don't think's been taken yet from SMU. He definitely fits that. David Walker potentially is your sort of outside linebacker guy. He's the Central Arkansas edge. He fits that.
Bree's in the weight room, by the way, and so I just want to make sure you're ready for that.
Yeah, no, I'm good, whatever.
Sorry, Ash, you carry on, and then I'll let her in.
Okay. So some of the edges. There's obviously loads more. Tyler Batty probably fits it. Jar Joyner, the Minnesota edge, but he's a 7th round prospect for me. In terms of the safeties, Sebastian Castro hasn't gone yet. He's a guy that definitely fits. Strong safety kind of guy. Jaden Reed. Malachi Moore hasn't gone. RJ Mickens, Clemson, I profiled him for us. Craig Woodson hasn't gone yet. Nope. Maxon Hook, Toledo, and there's one more. It is Malik Verdon. Okay. He is someone's a popular sort of late round pick at the safety position.
Fair enough. Many thanks to Contrapastan for the $5 super chat, which says, for Matt's liver transplant fund. That's fucking brutal. Anyway, thanks, Contrapastan. Appreciate it. We are going to welcome our next guest. I will hand over to Ant for when she comes in.
There we go. You hear us, Bree?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're all good. Excellent. So, everybody, welcome our first guest of the day, returning guest to the show. We've had Bree on before from Let's Talk Broncos. Bree, how are you doing? Thank you very much for being back with us today.
I know it feels like it's been a little bit. The circumstances have changed in Denver some, so I'd say I'm sitting pretty from where I was last time. I think it's been a couple of years. Thanks for having me back on.
No, thank you. I say so much. So, before we talk about the draft this time, like I said, the circumstances are much different in Denver now to the last time we spoke to you. This time last year, they took their new quarterback. There's a lot of skepticism about what he'd do in the league and when he'd do it, but you go into the season and, the Bo Nix train is here to stay. Just walk us kind of through that 2024 season. What was it like for you just to see this team suddenly spring to life again?
Honestly, after the drought that we were having in Denver and nearly a decade of doing so, I think everyone was a little trepidatious when it came to the Bo Nix pick. We were wondering, is this going to work out? Is it going to be? I don't think anyone anticipated just the exponential impact that it would have. I think we were concerned of being let down again, right? You can only maintain your QB carousel and that wild ride as it was. And I think I want to speak as the entirety, right? So when I say Broncos country was maybe a little hesitant, I think it was completely fair to assess the situation of he may work out, and hopefully this is the guy Sean Payton believes in. And wow, I think all expectations were blown out of the water. We obviously have the second year of maybe a little bit of regression, but I think with Bo Nix being a little bit more mature in the process, it was tagged as a downside to the pick, right? And, almost 30 years old, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic there, but the idea is that does he have the ability to continue to grow in the league? And I think we saw, the translatable skills that he was able to really carry the offense on his shoulders. And the Broncos continue to try to find their identity there, but having a quarterback at the helm is just so, so important. And I'm so glad to be in that position right now because it makes everything else just that more enjoyable.
And I imagine seeing, the competitiveness back in the division again. I mean, that first game against the Chiefs, so close, but so far. Obviously, the Chargers, it was 2-1 score games, but they seem to be back at that top level now where they can go after guys like Kansas now. They are getting to that level again.
They are, and when you look at it on paper, right, finishing third in the AFC West isn't necessarily where you want to be, but when you realize kind of how the tides are shifting and Kansas City is now in a beatable position, their vulnerability is going to make them dangerous for a multitude of reasons, right? They're attacking this draft to really bolster that offensive line and to really have an action plan to keep Patrick Mahomes safe. But the great thing is the Broncos are now kind of a step ahead. They have the opportunity to be competitive. They were competitive last year. That last game still matters. I don't care if it was against second and third stringers. The lights out ability to really snuff them out. If you're a good team, you're a good team in all levels. And I think Kansas City is starting to waver a little bit, just as the Broncos are getting hot. I want everybody to clip this and send it to me when we have a rough start again, right? Like I want to be held accountable for this. Optimism's not my strong suit, but I think it's a great position to watch the Broncos really flourish, not having to worry and chase the idea of what's next, who's going to really captain this ship. And I think at all levels, you have George Payton and Sean Payton working so effortlessly together. They seem like they're on the same page. I know we'll get into it, but I think Vance Joseph is having a lot of pull, and what he hopes to see is they continue to bolster this defense. And then you have Bo Nix, who's commanding everything. So I know it's like such a different air of confidence to have with this team moving into 2025.
Yeah, in terms of obviously Bonix is the standout from the last class. The rest of the draft from 2024, obviously we saw a little bit of Audric Estime working his way into the team. Were there any others of the rookies who sort of ingratiated themselves right away to the team?
You know, it's a little bit hard to tell, and we obviously don't love the immediate draft class grades, and so now you've got a little bit of time for that to sit and marinate, and you want to see more out of a Troy Franklin, right? Like the idea is still there. They continuously targeted him in 2024, so it's not like they were shying away from use like they were with Estime. Just remains a huge question mark for what they're trying to do. I also think, they could have had a little more impact on the O-line. Like there's a huge question mark with center that they didn't address, and they have an opportunity to do so this year. And who knows if they will or not, right? There's a couple of positions sitting out there that they could still make a bevy of choices at and kind of help that position. Last year's class remains to be seen. You have Devon Vele, right? Who's going to be taking a majority of the top 3 snaps there for wide receivers. And I think that's the best move that they've made thus far. So continuing to kind of remain open-ended in the idea that they're going to grow, especially as the chemistry builds with Bo Nix. Coming into the season with a Cortland Sutton is a great I don't want to say crutch, because I don't think he's being necessarily leaned only and solely on that, but I think it was nice to have that veteran receiver there. I'm hoping, and I don't know if their solution that they've drafted thus far is really going to climb those ranks as quickly as we want them to. But I think the Broncos did well. I think George Payton has a vision, and Sean Payton has been able to kind of conduct the idea of what the era of the Denver Broncos is for the next 5 years. But this year is really about kind of stacking those chips, and you'll see that in the decisions that have been made. And shouts out to the Lions for helping kind of keeping that going with the pick trades that we saw yesterday. So I'm feeling like there's an opportunity for growth. And to your original point, I think Troy Franklin has the opportunity to be kind of that missing piece there. Whether or not he gets past the scouting concerns that we saw with just the drop passes, it's continuing to be an issue in the NFL. And the only way that you get over that is more snaps. So that's going to be the answer to the question and the problem that we see ourselves in now.
And then, when season's over, it comes to free agency. They seem to have taken, particular pride in getting more vets in the building. Obviously, you've got Evan Ingram now on the offense, a nice safety blanket there for Bo Nix. And then on the defense, obviously, Dre Greenlaw comes in, Talanoa Hufanga comes in, who on his day is great. It seems like they're trying to supplement it just right, get the good vets in there, and then supplement through the draft. Did you like the work they did in free agency?
I really did. It took me a second to figure out where they were going, right? Evan Ingram was quite a late ad in the idea of, are we going to make a splash trade for a receiver? Are we going to wait till one of the free agents becomes a better fit because of pricing concerns? A lot of it is just a strategy game. And there's not a whole lot separating what was available in free agency versus what you're going to snag, much like you're seeing in the meat of the draft today. The value of the ad of Evan Ingram, I think, just lets you know that they anticipated little Jordan Humphrey no longer being available, right? And two different positions, but the ask and the task of the role was very much so similar. And so I think the Ingram move is great. And I want to point out that when you look at Ingram, Hufanga, and Greenlaw, the idea is that their injury concerns maybe kind of added to the value the Broncos were able to see past. And I'm not too concerned with the age of Evan Ingram or the injury concerns. Hufanga is, on track to be ready and to go. And Greenlaw, I mean, the Niners were besides themselves with the loss of that player. So I think it all bodes really well with there's a lot of narratives that are changing throughout the offseason. I think the Broncos did a really smart. I'm on board here, and I think in Broncos country we have this saying where it's in Peyton we trust. Well, in Peyton's we trust, because I think they're doing a really good job of setting up the Broncos for continued success. Because the Bo Nix pick, ideally, I think we were all hoping for about 2 to 3 years where we could see what he could grow into before getting over excited or anticipatory on what could play out here. But now that's almost accelerated, right? The window is now steadfast. You're going to have to make quick decisions. You're going to have to be strategic about it, and you have to guarantee long-term success, because if you're mortgaging out your future, which I've seen the Broncos do before, it's disaster down the line. And I was really worried with that whole mindset of taking those big swings and hoping they play out in big dividends. And that's not often the case. So I think being measured and having this approach of those players that we really like are going to fall as they may, whether it's in the draft or it's in the off season. They've made some really great decisions there. And you mentioned the defense. I want to quickly touch on this, is the idea that the Broncos are continuing to bolster that side of the ball, even though everyone's very hungry to see that offensive spark. And I think what gets lost in that point is that the defense is so integral to making sure the offense can run ideally. And I know that goes without saying, but I think it's really important to point here that you can grab someone like a Gunnar Helm, right, who's still available, and you can add to your offense and continue to see the growth and potential with Bo Nix while making sure that the time of possession is advantageous for the Broncos, that they're creating turnovers, which with the addition of Zadeh Barone, you're seeing that very much so, that's what their vision is. And that tells me that Vance Joseph has a lot more say in the direction they're going, that there's that trust and capability both on the offense and the defense that just lets me know that this is a different air of circumstances. It gives you a lot of confidence as a fan and an analyst to say, maybe that's not where I would have gone, but I think I see the vision for where they want to go. And it seems to be the right position, at least for me as I'm watching. As somebody who, doesn't have a whole lot of skin in the game, I might feel like I do, but necessarily not so much.
Like I say, with the free agency sort of allows you to operate more freely in the draft. Obviously, again, go back to the Evan Ingram one. Everyone was mocking tight ends and everyone to Denver and saying Bo Nix needs more weapons. But obviously, it comes to 20 where they're at. Both the top two tight ends are gone. And it's if they didn't have him in there, then you're panicking. Oh my, what do we do? But instead, then it allows them to take a different player. And like you say, Jahdae Barron is the guy there, and people looking, this Sertan there, but you guys come up against Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert every year. Is coming into this draft, is that something you wanted them to do, sort of target the defense higher, maybe just to show that side up, or were you part of the group who did want to see the explosive playmakers come in for Bo early?
I mean, if you look at the one and only mock draft that I did for this cycle, it was very much so in the vein of double dipping in the draft for running backs. And I went early because I anticipated, and this is where we all get caught up, right? Is we go, what are the needs and how do we fill them? Instead of necessarily thinking, and I don't think anyone anticipated Barron being available at pick 20, which is why the Broncos made an incredible home run hit. They added value and they got really lucky with someone they graded drafted extremely high in the entire process and were able to get him at 20. I loved it. I was shocked. I was excited. And it was reminiscent. Now it's not the same, but it is very reminiscent to, a couple of years ago when they picked up a Patrick Surtain at 9. And I think Broncos country was just besides themselves. You don't pass on whether it's generational talent or S tier talent simply because you need something else. The Broncos are operating almost in the Belichick Patriots way right now. They're trading back. They're allowing just the picks to continue to stack up. And I love every operation so far, even if I can't really see, like with Bryant, I don't necessarily know how that fits in with what they're anticipating to do, but I think they're making such careful choices here because the positions of need, you mentioned them, tight end, running back. Okay, so we're going CB. That strikes a chord with people, but I love defense. I love what it means for the offense. And I think that's where I'm at with it, right? Because versatility is the theme. It always has been with Sean Payton. And I could see Barron being like a turnover machine that really just allows this defense to be lights out. The Broncos secondary was already miles ahead a lot of teams in the AFC and the NFL as a whole, because you have Patrick Surtain, you have Riley Moss, who continues to be healthy and be a playmaker. You have Jaquan McMillan. So I think the idea here is that he's a little bit of a Swiss Army knife, and you're able to play him all over the field. I think they'll try him outside, and dependent on anything, he really has the ability to play anywhere because of his anticipation, and he is a hard hitter. So like, I think the ferocity there just speaks to it. Is if you pass up a player like that, I think you're just setting yourself up for like disappointed expectations, right? You're building through the idea that if you grab good players, your team is going to be better from it. And I think that's where I kind of really love this pick for them. And it's not an offensive weapon, but guess what? The middle rounds are super meaty. They have the opportunity to continue to add running backs. They did with their next pick. And then you'll see maybe a tight end comes through and maybe they don't. It doesn't mean that it's all lost on there, but a tight end with immediate impact is always kind of the unicorn there in the NFL. You're waiting for years for that development to happen. We've gone high with a tight end in the past and been upset that they weren't a day one starter and day one impact player. So I don't think that you necessarily have to push for that position unless you really love a guy, and they maybe just didn't have that opportunity.
And, maybe the other critical part that people don't think about a lot of the times, like they say, they want the quarterbacks to have weapons and everything, and especially coming into year 2 with Bo, taking the pressure off him by having an elite level defense, that means he's not chasing 25, 30, 35 points per game, and he's having to do all the work and to put the game around him. Like say that secondary now is iron cast. That it's just as important for Bo to have these defenders in as well to make sure he's not having to be hero all the time.
Yeah, you're not shouldering the entirety of the game, right? You don't have to make those hero ball passes down the line. Also, a good run game would really help alleviate that last bit of concern. You don't want Bo Nix being your leading rusher. Javonte Williams having not worked out and then moving on, I think it's just a part and parcel of what there's a vision for the ground game being extremely I want to say volatile, but I've commended the Lions in the past for having like that three-headed monster, and the idea that you build through that not by looking, I guess, for that one piece that makes that happen. You have to have the big-bodied back who's going to be able to just run people over. You have to have the one that breaks tackles or never gets tackled, right? Like an Ashton Genty was high on everyone's list, and believe me, generational player who I think is just going to be absolutely lights out in the league, but the cost to try to snag a player like that, I'm gutted that he's going to be a Las Vegas Raider, but it's just part of the game. You see good talent, you don't want them going to a competitor. But when you asked earlier about the competition in the AFC West, I think that's just how you want to be competitive. You want your division to be that hungry, and okay, we know what to expect 2 times a year when we have to face these guys. And I think Bo Nix having to maybe figure that out and have the weapons available, but the defense is where it's really going to come from, because if you can stop Kansas City from really being dominant, which they've done a pretty good job in themselves in kind of falling down the ranks there. Now you just have to worry about maybe a Justin Herbert catching fire with his second year with Jim Harbaugh, which it remains to be seen. I don't think the task is being necessarily prepared for the worst case scenario, but I just love the idea that the pressure seems to be somewhat off, but now the expectations are going to start ramping up, right? You got to turn the dial up. You have to know that these decisions that you're making are now within a window, which adds a sense of urgency. And I think that's the separating factor is you're not talking about this reaching and clawing, and no, you can lock in, you can be hungry. And that's been Sean Payton's motto here with this Denver Broncos team is that they're young, they're hungry, they're motivated, and they're dangerous simply because of that.
Yeah, well, obviously our head coach is a disciple of him, so you'll see the familiarities between them. But you're right, the competitiveness in the conference. We were a 15-win team last year. We could have finished third up till about 3 weeks to go in the season because, three high double-digit win teams in there, but conversely, it does make us better. So I agree with that. And with Kansas, they've just dominated for so long now. It's time someone else wins it, don't they? So need someone to step up. In terms of like the draft, though, they took their playmakers on day 2. They took another edge as well. There's 2 picks left going into day 3. Would you like to see them move around the board a little bit? Maybe get a couple more picks in there, or are you quite happy for them to just take another 2? And is there anywhere else you're still looking? I know you said you'd like to double up on running back, and there's plenty of good ones on here. But what would be your ideal day for them?
Yeah, presently as it stands, unless I've missed something in the last 15 minutes, right? They have round 4, 134, and round 6, 197. I think I'd love it. I was joking around last night that they should just trade entirely out of the second round, right? And just make it super interesting, and continue to really stack the war chest, right? I think George Payton has been known for that. And I think Sean Payton has been known adversely as someone who likes to be a little bit more aggressive. The idea is you need a trade partner. And you need someone who's in the same position of need as you are in the demand of what you have. And I love the idea that they've just been in a perfect position to do that. If they trade back, I'm not going to be mad because I like the direction in which they're going. And because, rounds 4 through 6 are just so packed with talent, I think it wouldn't hurt if they were able to do so. It depends on who they love. Right. And we were talking about tight ends. I know Gunnar Helm is still out there. Broncos country was pretty high on the idea. And it's a value pick later on that could prove pretty interesting. I mentioned very casually offensive line. I think a lot of people are like, but that's not a concern. My biggest thing is being risk adverse. Like, why wait until something is a concern, is a need? Because then that creates this like, ooh, did something happen?
Scatterbo just went off the board to the Giants. Sorry, we've been a big fan of his all the way through the process. Apologies for interrupting.
Matthew, no, I'm glad to know. That's an interesting choice. How are you guys feeling about that?
Be a good fit there for him. Absolutely, would be a good fit there for him.
The Giants are quietly drafting well, apart from the trade up for the quarterback, which I hate. But never mind. It is what it is.
It is what it is, right?
They said, the offensive line for you guys, it's the run game, it's protecting Bo. So it is important. Like you say, you can't react to this, especially, again, in that conference where that Chargers defensive line, the Chiefs defensive line, they've both bolstered them up. You need to keep ahead of the times.
You do. And there's a little bit of like the idea of the cost of our current offensive line. There's some really meaty contracts that exist there. And you have to have a contingency plan because injuries are not going to happen. I wanted to think of the best way to put this without having to knock on a ton of wood right now. But our jack of all trades, 7th or 8th string offensive lineman got injured during training camp and may not be available, again, to be able to fill in that role. And so knowing that the cost of getting a veteran, either guard or center, is almost near impossible without paying in a bajillion dollars. And I obviously being hyperbolic there, but it changes, right? It resets the entire idea of what you think you're paying for a top tier talent there. And protecting Bo Nix is a huge priority for the Broncos moving forward. So we've seen, and I'm going to use Kansas City again to really punch that point home, is if you don't have that, you could be the best quarterback or the most quick on your feet, and you're still going to find those struggles. That's the last thing that we want to see happen with the Broncos. And so drafting like Jackson Slater, right, is a small school player who could be intriguing. You're sitting there for depth. You're sitting there for rotational ability, can play guard and tackle. Center is a huge question mark for the Denver Broncos. They have to answer that. I don't know how they're going to do so, but having Forsyth and Wattenberg continue to kind of not develop as quickly as you want them to. And that's from a Harshen lens of seeing, kind of seeing it not work out the way that you want it to, and not having the necessary time to really develop that piece out. So I don't want the Broncos to get lazy in that avenue and say, well, we have 5 pieces right now, because if a link breaks, your entire system breaks down. So I don't want to see that happen in terms of scheme, but I could also see them going linebacker, right? Like the ability to get a linebacker and a safety in these late rounds, which is why if they have 3 picks, I think I'm in a better position to just say, I don't care who they pick if it's the best player available. So you have the opportunity, like Jalen Reed is still sitting out there. I could see that as the very last pick, and it would be insane, right? Let's bookend a cornerback and a safety in this draft, but why not? You are in a position to do so if it means that player is who gets you to that next level. But I love depth. I think wherever they're going is probably going to be good. I don't like the idea that we can grade out a draft right after it happens. But I'm feeling like we're in an A position. And I'm not minding this right now. The fit, again, is another conversation that comes up, but you've got 3 guys in the room who are designing your scheme and your system for your football team. I think they know what direction they're trying to go into and which player fits into that system.
And again, you're absolutely right with the depth, especially with the offensive line. Like even us, like ours is one of the better lines. We've just invested another second round pick into it, and you've got to keep the contracts down, as you say. There's management to be done. It's a whole chess game that you've got. So, in terms of, someone in our comments mentioned, I think it was Independent Aquaman, talked very briefly about Pat Bryant earlier. He said maybe you sounded a little concerned about, obviously, the 2 playmakers who did come on day 2, RJ Harvey. I loved him, watched him for ages, the speed merchant out of UCF.
Yeah.
Pat Bryant is a big favorite of ours as well on the outside. Is it concern with them, or is it just, like you say, you're wondering where they're going to fit in, what they're going to do with them? I don't know. What did you make of them both?
I think it's weird because the wide receiver room seems a little patchy to me, but the conversation from the Broncos and specifically the messaging from Sean Payton has been they like where the room is at, right? So when you bring a Pat Bryant in, again, this is completely where we're going into the idea against what I've been saying this whole time. If you're grabbing the player who you think fits in your system, then you have to trust in that ability. I'm not seeing it yet simply because we have Cortland Sutton, Devon Vele, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin. We just lost little Jordan Humphrey. And pardon me as I work through all of this in my brain. The idea is that you hope that Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin see more production. You see Bryant is probably in the X role, right? Where does it mean that you can't have duplicatable skill sets for a Cortland Sutton and a Bryant? Like, your brain starts ticking in the, I don't necessarily see the vision, but I do like the idea that he has the ability to pull away from the pack in his route running ability, which we kind of saw the departure of in a Jerry Jeudy, who just simply didn't work out for us. And I think that the aftermath of that leaves everybody kind of a little trepidatious with that. So yards after catch, right? That's been coveted. It's something that the Broncos have failed to have, like a complete deserted island when it comes to yak. So I think Bryant fits that role as well. So I'm not necessarily like against the pick. I just haven't seen the vision for it yet. And that's simply because he wasn't on my board. He wasn't somebody that I was necessarily looking at. So I'm interested to hear, since you just said that you were high on this pick, how do you think it translates into the Broncos specifically?
I mean, for Pat Bryant, it's a case because we've been coveting sort of an X receiver on the outside. For us specifically, we take interest in guys who block, and we need someone who can contest and catch pretty well. Obviously, he's played over in this side of the country in Illinois in the Big Ten. You see a lot of him play there, but it's the contested catch ability. It's the fact it's the bigger frame. It helps with our run game, and I'm sure in Peyton's system as well. Obviously, when he's used camera, they like to run outside the tackles a lot. You need guys on the perimeter who can do that. It would seem like something Dan would do, so maybe Sean would as well. But I guess if they are trying to put emphasis on the run game as well, a guy like Bryant would help from what I've seen.
Yeah, I like that idea. As it continues to play out, we'll see what kind of reps he can contribute to Bo Nix's ability to really grow. And I hope find a connection that's not just really Sutton laden. And I mentioned Vele, and I think there's a role and a need that's being fit here. I want to know how many receivers they're going to end up sticking with through training camp, right? Like, are we isolating a top seven? Is Pat Bryant going to be able to break kind of the top three? I don't know if that's the vision with this pick, right? Because if you're talking about supremely middle of the pack, kind of top of that, you're almost considering, did they hope for a day one impact, or were they really trying to just grab the highest valued player that they had at that position? I think it's both. I think it probably could be both.
So, see, draft's going to be over in a day. What is your expectation moving into next year, and as in the terms of the franchise moving forward? Obviously, it's well known with the quarterbacks. They've had a really good year. They've had a bounce out, and sometimes when you have the big year first, the regression to the means is where you would have been before, but it seems disappointing. What do you want to see, or what do you think you see from them this year? Where would you like them to be at? What would you want to see from the team in general going into year two of Bo Nix?
Yeah, you definitely know to anticipate a little bit of regression there, simply because he's not relying on pure instincts to survive the first season. Because no matter how old or mature you are, college football snaps are not NFL snaps. And so he's shown a remarkable amount of maturity. And Sean Payton was really drawn to Bo Nix for that high football IQ, right? And the ability to carry it all on his back. And so the hopes for 2025 and seasons moving forward is the ability to kind of take some of those responsibilities back and allow him to shine for what he's good at, right? The decision making and not having to worry so much about footwork. But I still find that there's going to be an inevitable slide in his I guess the fire and intensity can't die off, but there will inevitably be a step back as he finds his bearings. He's no longer running off pure adrenaline. He knows how it functions. It's the perfect storm for most teams. I think what I want to see, though, is if it's a slow start through the first quarter of the games, the first 4 games are going to be very indicative of what we're to expect. If he can come back mid-season and come right back to where he started and what we saw from him to end last year, that is a great sign for, there's not a whole lot of rust to shake off. There's not anything he's not anticipating. And the Broncos have done a good job of really setting him up for success here through the offseason, through the draft. I know it remains to be seen as we work through day 3 here, but I'm thinking it's all in a foundation of building up your quarterback because you believe in the player. The competitiveness side of everything too, if he can stay and stand pat with how he was able to handle the in division, I think that speaks a world of who he is and how he's able to handle that pressure. He's not one to bow to pressure, but we saw it with like a CJ Stroud as well. Just a really slow start in his second year, having to figure out, where do I exist in this present season. I had one other point, but it's kind of falling out of my head here of just kind of the idea that you're a professional now. You're no longer a rookie. There's no excuses to be made for what you're having. I don't think we're going to have to worry a whole ton about that and where Bo Nix is headed. I want to see them maintain 10 wins. A 10-win season is something I thought we had lost as an organization. Making it to the wild card round and losing is obviously a heartbreaking endeavor. But when it's against a team like Josh Allen and the Bills, I don't think you're really necessarily too put out by the idea you couldn't keep up in your first year with a franchise quarterback. So improvement season over season, if they can make another run and it's in par with what we saw in 2024, I still deem that as a success. We were touted as a 5-win team in 2024. And I think as long as they continue to elevate the expectations of them nationwide, the local media and national pundits being on the same page is a dangerous game for any team. I hope the expectations aren't super high to where we're a little let down when we are still in a building phase of what's to come. And they could do exactly what they did in 2024, and they could blow us all out of the water and make a little bit of a deep run. And that would honestly be the cherry on top on what is the rebuild for the Denver Broncos.
And it's just not losing sight of the ultimate goal if it doesn't happen right away. But I think certainly from the last time we spoke, a lot more optimistic at the future now. Certainly, in the years coming up with Bo. Anyone else? Any questions they want to ask Bree while we're still here?
Man, you kind of covered everything. I swear you've talked about everything that we could have done up to this point, so it's fantastic. We've just had a couple of comments about how you speak, Bree, and the way that you come across being great, and that they're going to come and check you out on your show. So I think that's really great. So some really lovely positive comments. Contrapassan's asking what the name of the show is. So time for a plug or two, I think.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I totally forgot about maybe possibly talking about what I actually do. You can find me on Let's Talk Broncos on YouTube, anywhere you get your podcasts. I also do Believe in the Broncos with Patrick Chiodo. You can find us simply by searching BLEAV Broncos. And then you can normally catch me on radio here in Colorado. I'll do fill-ins here and there for KOA. And so, yeah, all over the place, but you can find me on Twitter if you're over there, Bree Maestas 303. I think that's all of my social media handles. So you can find me everywhere else. Hard to miss, just look for the red hair, but, Let's Talk Broncos is really kind of where you guys found me and how I've been doing the game for a while here now with Joey Richards and Zach Seegers, who are also great follows. I just appreciate the opportunity to come on and talk ball and I don't know, work through all of the thoughts that are going through my brain right now as we're like right smack dab where we need to be in the draft right now.
No, I mean, we really appreciate having you on. It's what makes these shows, rather than just having us chatting lines for 8 hours, it's nice to have people come in and give us their views on other teams. Obviously, you know better than we do about the Denver Broncos. So it's great to hear all this stuff because we learn a lot as well. And our listeners like to follow all the guests we've got. So there is a link to Bree's channel on our Twitter as well and to her Twitter handle. So if you want to go and follow that. But yeah, thanks ever so much, Bree. We really appreciate you having on with us always. And hopefully this rest of the draft goes the way it does for you. And I know we'll all be eagerly watching the Broncos next year. And, we like to see teams come back and challenge the Chiefs. Just please, somebody beat the Chiefs. We need that for us.
I know it can't be the Eagles, man. Like that can't be the back and forth that we see moving
No.
forward. I have a soft spot in my heart for the Lions, and it's just been ramped up by you guys and your tremendous support. I appreciate the time and the kindness that you always show me. It always makes it really great to look forward to the show. So let's not wait so long the next time that we do this.
Absolutely. You are more than welcome on anytime you like. Just hit us up and, even if we're not playing the Broncos, we'll still do this. Hopefully in a few years we get a Sean Payton, Dan Campbell Super Bowl and we get to do it properly and hopefully then, we can really get things going. But as I say, Bree, thank you ever so much. We really appreciate having you on here. Have a wonderful rest of the draft and hopefully we'll talk to you again very soon.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Bree.
Cheers. Take care. Bye.
Oh, she sets the bar high for the remaining guests. Yeah, thank you to Bree. That was absolutely amazing. The number of people who've gone, great guest. In the comments, it's been amazing. Bradley Mustaine says, love the additional people from other teams. Speaking of which, we're going to have Tom from the British Bird Gang, Arizona Cardinals UK fan group coming on in just 8 minutes' time. Then we'll have Ewan as a Houston Texans fan and host of Turn Up For What podcast it's 2 p.m. Eastern. Then Matt, as the person from the Red, White and Buffalo Blues, will be on at 3:20 p.m. Eastern. And we'll finish off with Ryan McConville from Miami, the Miami Dolphins fan that we have on. And he does film breakdowns on YouTube. He's on with us at 5:20 Eastern. So
I'm starting to really hate the Jacksonville Jaguars.
I thought you'd say that.
They hoover up running backs that I like. Tank Bigsby's there. Beishel's gone there. And I'm starting to have a dislike of the Jacksonville Jaguars and they're picking up running backs that I like. It's disgusting. I've not seen any of the other picks, so I don't know who I missed. Have I missed anyone big?
I can go through them now for you. So the picks today so far: Jameer Dyke, Tennessee, wide receiver, Florida; Jacksonville 104, Bashal Tutum, running back, Virginia Tech. The Giants at 105 took Cam Scatterbo, running back, Arizona State. Arizona State? Yeah. No?
Yeah.
Oh. New England Patriots take safety Craig Woodson from Cal. The Jags are back on the board again and take Jack Kaiser, linebacker, Notre Dame. The Las Vegas Raiders take Dante Thornton Jr., wide receiver, Tennessee. And then Buffalo just took Deone Walker, defensive tackle, Kentucky.
Wow, that's 2 tackles for Buffalo. They're throwing a lot of darts at that room.
Yeah. Yeah, they really are. Oh. Okay. Schedule release coming up 2.5 weeks. Not long to wait. Not long to wait. I am very frustrated at Jacksonville as well. Jack Kaiser, what a pick. And New England are knocking it out the park. I love Craig Woodson. Really annoying me he's gone already.
That's a vast overdraft, though. He'd have been there a lot later. He's not that good.
Oh, I really like him.
He's a day 3 guy, just not an early day 3 guy. Jets on the clock now.
Yeah, picks in.
We're doing what we're doing. Let's take a receiver what they did.
Oh, Bree's in the chat now saying thanks, y'all.
No, thank you. Thank you, Bree. We appreciate it. Put all your links for your stuff in the chat if you want, Bree. People want to follow you, so but yeah, we appreciate having you on very much.
Here comes the Jets pick.
Oh, he's gone receiver.
Ooh. Okay.
I see you, Aaron.
I'm still trying to find him on the consensus board. Arian Smith, 333. It's the lowest player drafted so far.
See, I've learned not to underestimate Georgia receivers when they're not considered to be great. Or not, like the production and everything. Arian Smith's really good.
I'm sorry.
I was about to say, well, we all learned our lesson with that, with presumptive better slot receiver than Amon-Ra St. Brown in last year's class. I will keep bringing this up every single time. I can't believe you had the take that
it's because
receiver.
Because Georgia's not a natural school for receiving. They have good receivers, but they don't allow them to flourish to their full potential. So people don't get to see the best of them until they get to the NFL. Then they're like, oh, well, actually, they're pretty good.
Oh, the British Eagles guy taunting the crowd. I love it.
It's Australian.
Oh, yeah. I couldn't hear him very well.
They're basically British convicts. There he goes.
Sorry, Robinson.
Oh, no. Him on that defensive line. Wow.
Him next to Quinnen, yeah.
Just said on the chat, if someone from Australia married someone from Philadelphia, their kids would be so confused how to speak.
Well,
it's such an unnecessary joke.
I do hear that prisons have good education programs these days.
Oh, Christ alive! What's he? What? Why even make the joke?
Because it's funny.
See, that is a perfect, like a guy like Ty Robinson has a lot of potential, but you put him on a line like that where nothing's going to be expected of him right away. Like that's like Jalix Hunt last year. You might see him come out next year with 4 or 5 sacks and just a really steadily underrated PFF line, and then he'll take a bigger position in the future. Because obviously, I guess they have to be careful with the Jordan Davis deal coming up in a couple of years. So you've got to keep yourself just in case against that.
I'm bringing
right. So the Saints is going to be interesting because they've had 2 really good picks and then 2 absolutely shoddy picks. So this is either going to be a wonderful pick or it's going to be like a guy who's like in the 400s or something like that.
Just bringing in Tom now.
I'm going to hiss the Cardinals.
Hello.
Hi, Tom. How are you? Yes.
Yeah, not too bad.
Good, good. Thank you so much for coming on and donating your time. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it's almost time for the Cardinals to pick, so we might get some live reaction.
That'd be good. I'd enjoy that very much. I'm going to get onto the draft in a little minute, but I just want to take you back, Tom, to last season because it was a really interesting year for you guys. I think people were trepidatious about Murray coming back off his injury and whether he'd be able to hit the ground running. And it was a bit of a slow start for you guys, even though Murray was kind of looking okay. And then you really started to motor just before your bye week. You were 6-4 after 4 straight wins from 2-4, looking like you could be playoff bound before going 2-5 down the stretch, including some really tight losses to the Vikings and the Panthers and the Rams, but you beat San Francisco at the end, so it's not all bad. But how are you feeling overall on your season last year?
I mean, it was another season where we basically collapsed after the bye week. So it's like, again, people are questioning whether Kyler Murray is the guy for us, do we need to change again? But I mean, I'm not one of those sort of people. I'm like, it was like the first year or so with Jonathan Gannon, and got to give it time. So, this is a year I think we should probably improve a bit more, even though we do have a tough schedule coming up.
You have a tough schedule, so you were 3rd place last year, weren't you, in the NFC West after it was all said and done? Or were you 4th? San Francisco were lower than you, right? I think. Yes. Yeah, that is right.
Yeah,
I'm not being mad.
Yeah, they got the easiest schedule, unfortunately, next year. So they get to play the Giants and we don't, which is a shame.
You have had a really interesting off-season because I would say you've lost relatively little. Maybe Roy Lopez to the Lions being one of the bigger guys. But beyond that, you've made a statement re-signing by making Trey McBride one of the highest paid players in the NFL at tight end, 4 years, $76 million. Evan Brown has come back, Baron Browning's come back, and then you've invested in Josh Sweat, the edge from the Eagles, and brought in Calais Campbell as well. It feels like you guys have spent a good amount of money on premium positions where, it should take the Cardinals to the next level, potentially.
I mean, that's the hope, really, because, it's that sort of thing like we really needed some investment in the defense, and obviously that came with Josh Sweat, and it's also happening with the draft at the moment. So, yeah, hopefully the offense could sort their problems out, and Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison can get on the same page. Obviously, Trey McBride continued to be Trey McBride, so hopefully that side of the ball's fine. It's just the defense we need to figure out.
So what happened with the defense last year? Because I think Baron Browning was an unmitigated success after bringing him in, and obviously Buda Baker is who he is. Starling Thomas is kind of a guy who's playing quite a bit for you guys who didn't make it here, and I'm really glad to see how well he's done for you guys. But whilst you have a look through your defense, and I kind of like it as a group of individuals, but it maybe hasn't quite clicked as a team yet.
I think one of the big problems last year was like the defensive line was just not good at all. So teams could just run and run and run on us, and like that's basically what happened for the second half of the season. Like we just couldn't stop the run game. We cut out the time left in the game, so the offense can't do anything. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Like looking at at least on paper, like the defensive line and like pass rushers that we got coming into next season, hopefully that should be a lot better. But it's not played on paper, is it, unfortunately?
No, unfortunately not. But it does kind of pivot quite well into the draft so far this year because, you said you struggled against the run, and the first pick up is a defensive tackle. I'm guessing that was probably no surprise to you then. What do you think about Walter Nolan up top? Because he was Anthony's big draft crush this year, and I think you crushed him a little bit.
Yeah, I think the Bengals wanted him as well, so that's another fan base that's really annoyed with us picking him. So, yeah, I'd say sorry for that, but our needs are greater than yours. I mean, what do I know about it? Not much, because I mean, I saw that we'd brought him in for like a draft visit, and he's met with him at the Senior Bowl. So there was obviously Cardinals' interest there, and he's a position of need. Him, Darius Robinson, hopefully they'll be a good pair going forward with him going into his second year, and bringing in someone like Calais Campbell for them both to learn from. Is there really anyone better than a 19-year veteran?
It's a ridiculous statement to even say that someone's possible to be a 19-year veteran in the league, to be honest. I don't think it should be allowed, but he's such an impressive cat in the way that he carries himself. Okay, who else did we have in this draft for Arizona? So you stopped the fall of Will Johnson at 47, corner out of Michigan, and then you took Jordan Birch out of Oregon. What are you thinking about those two picks? I mean, we know Will Johnson pretty well, and okay, there's medicals there, but there's no doubting the talent that man has.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the medical thing's a big, big red flag, and that's probably why he fell to where he did. But if it's one of those things, like if he has got like a really bad knee problem, then if you think about it, in the NFL, most players are like one really bad injury away from like the whole knee exploding anyway. So if you look at it that way, it's not really that big of a risk, I don't think. And clearly he was really good at college, and people were talking about him like top 10 pick possibly in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And, to get him on the second day where we did, as long as he pans out, I don't mind. I mean, no one will mind, really.
That makes sense. And Jordan Birch as well, do you know much about him? And, I mean, you were talking about defensive line and run stuffing and that sort of thing. Do you think he's going to help with that?
I think he's more for, like, just a pure pass rusher kind of guy, I think, from what I've read, at least. So, that's just another one to add to like the team like that we've got already. We've got Browning, we've got Sweat, we got Xavier Thomas, who was actually there was one of the players who we did draft. He was a high school teammate of. I can't remember which one that was though. So there's links there already.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those groups where like as long as you hit on like them when they're young and cheap, then that bodes well, because otherwise you have to do what we did with like Josh Sweat and pay the massive money, and you can't do that at every position.
No, it's very true. You have to find a way to spread the money out and try and get cheap elsewhere, which is something that we are trying to do and struggling with a little bit in terms of not paying everyone. As you mentioned, you are coming up shortly, and Carolina's pick is in, which means the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. I don't know how into the weeds you get with the draft and the prospects, but are there any positions or any players in particular that you're really looking at for this pick?
I mean, one of the big fan favorites would have been Cam Scatterbo from ASU, but I think he went to the Giants, didn't he?
He did, just 10 picks ago, yeah.
So that's everyone's dreams crushed in Arizona, unfortunately.
But you got James Conner and Trey Benson and DeMarcado. You don't need another running back, do you?
I don't think we do, no, but it's just like our fan base has a weird sort of thing. Like they want anyone from ASU or Arizona to be drafted by the Cardinals, which I mean, I suppose is fair enough, but
Sure.
it's just one of those things. Like, do we need it? I mean, James Conner's not going to last forever, so you could have said that there was a need there, and also Trey Benson wasn't particularly great as a rookie. I mean, he had his moments here and there, and there's another running back that's gone that we could have had instead.
Yeah, I was just about to say Trevor Etienne off the board now as well. Ash Soden is a FSU fan, so he's a massive Trey Benson stan. So you may have wounded him slightly with your comments there.
Oh, it wasn't that that's wounded me. I'm also an Aston Villa fan, and Eze has just scored an absolute banger from outside the box to put Palace one up in the FA Cup semi-final.
Oh dear.
But I do like Trey. I do love Trey. Like I know obviously he had a few injury issues at Oregon before he transferred to us, but the guy who broke Javonte Williams' forced missed tackles in college, in the PFF era. He's got some birds there. It's just, it sometimes takes a bit to bed in. It took him that first show with us to really learn the scheme. And then year two, that's when he broke the record, and he was running for quite a lot for us, and it really helped us to have that undefeated season before, things went off the rails.
So Arizona's pick is now in, so we're waiting that with bated breath. Looking at what happened last year and the way you sort of chucked maybe a couple of games away where you could have really been above 500 and potentially in the mix or in the playoffs, and the way that you've invested and drafted well so far, what are your expectations right now for next season?
I mean, ideally, I think making the playoffs is the aim. After that, you never know what's going to happen in those. But really, I think we should make the playoffs. It will be tough, though, like I say, with the schedule that we've got.
It's definitely going to be a hard ask, especially because I don't think anyone's going to expect the San Francisco 49ers to be as poor as they were last year, never mind the fact that Seattle have obviously pumped a lot of money into their team this year, and the Rams maybe are not doing so much in this off-season, but they were good enough last year to be competitive. It feels like the NFC West is a massive dog-eat-dog kind of division, much different to most of the divisions in the NFL, where there's clearly some teams worse than others.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those divisions where anyone could win it. You just have to put a good run together within the division.
So what happens if you kind of end up being a similar place in 12 months' time to where you are now, let's say 8 and 9, 9 and 8 sort of position? You're saying that there's a few question marks about the fan base and where they stand on Kyler Murray, and obviously you've ended up paying him the next contract. Do you think that other people will start to waver on him in 12 months' time if you haven't made progress, that sort of playoff goal?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, there's always going to be detractors for Kyler Murray, regardless whether he has success or not. I mean, I'm always going to support the guy anyway, because he's really done nothing to make you think he's not worth backing. So yeah, he's always got my support until he shows up that he's actually useless. I mean, he really isn't.
We have an Oregon fan in the chat talking about Birch, by the way. He says, explosive big ends, good against the run, flashes against the pass. So maybe he'll bring a bit more run D juice compared to your expectations. So hopefully that goes better than expected. Talk to me about the British Bird Gang and how you guys are doing as a fan group.
I mean, it has been a bit quiet this off-season, obviously the disappointment to the end of last season and not really much happening in free agency, so just not really done much so far this off-season. And even throughout the draft, usually we're a lot busier with like mock drafts and everything, but not so much this year. Hopefully it'll all pick up, as we get closer to the season.
Boys, Arizona took Cody Simon, the linebacker from Ohio State. Tom, I have to confess, I don't know anything about him. Have you seen much from him at all? Or Ash or Anna, do you know much about Cody Simon?
I can't really brag to say that I do.
So from what I know, he is your traditional kind of thumping middle linebacker kind of player. I know he led Ohio State, the team he's coming from, in tackles this past season. I also do know that he was around 200 on the consensus board. So it's seen as a bit of a reach on the board. But at day 3, is there such a thing really as a really big reach? Because the grades are so close that if that's the person that you think can elevate your linebacker room to the next level, then I'm all for it. I know obviously you've got Mac Wilson who announced the pick himself, so kind of maybe a bit funny that the guy who he's replacing is the guy who announced his pick. But I can see, at least from my understanding of linebacker room, maybe it does need some depth, because I know obviously you've got Mac Wilson, Keem Davis Gator, Michael Walker, and Owen Popo, but behind that, there's not really much there. And I know obviously with you guys playing a 3-4, you probably do want a bit of a rotation there, play situational football. And so on rundowns, sub him on, point and shoot linebacker, maybe that'll fit your scheme quite well.
Yeah, I mean, I can probably see him probably being the replacement for Kaiser White, because he's left in, well, I mean, he hasn't signed anywhere yet. He was a big player last season and we've not really replaced him. So perhaps this guy is the replacement for him.
That makes a lot of sense to me. Boys, any questions for Tom that I haven't covered?
Excuse me. Yeah, sorry. It's because I was just trying to update our boards with
Yeah.
the Pixels thing. I know obviously you took Marvin Harrison last year. Maybe things didn't work out as well there, but I know obviously I think it was the year before, you took in the third round another former Lions draft crush on this podcast, Michael Wilson, the sort of X/C style receiver out of Stanford. How's he going on, and is it receiver getting Marvin Harrison another playmate potentially on the cards for the rest of today, or are you happy with the kind of group that you got with Wilson, Harrison, and then Zay Jones, who you got from Jacksonville?
I mean, obviously, Marvin. I mean, to be fair, he didn't have that bad of a season, Marvin Harrison, last year. I mean, he could have done a lot better than he did, but I mean, I suppose people comparing him to like Malik Neighbors, and obviously in New York, he was the only guy really for their quarterback to throw to. But in Arizona, Kyler Murray had Harrison. He's got Trey McBride, Greg Dortch, James Conner as well. You know, there's a lot more mouths to feed in this offense. So, I mean, obviously, you want to see more from a rookie, but I wasn't disappointed. I was slightly disappointed, I suppose, but maybe that's because my expectations were too high. But it's not like he was a bust or anything like that. And I'm pretty sure he'll do a lot better this year.
Yeah.
You know, with the second year in the team. With regards to Michael Wilt, he's another player who I'm a big fan of as well, but he's had a few injury issues, so that's probably something, you know, we should. I mean, he's a really good wide receiver when he's playing, but the injury issues are just sometimes, you know, if he's not available, then it's not ideal for anyone.
True.
We did have a question, actually. Sorry, Ash, you go.
I was about to say, yeah, you raised a valid point with the injuries. Obviously, we've known that more than any team last season with the amount of injuries we got. So I can see why maybe injuries sort of being the downfall. It's sad, but not a lot you can do about it, is there?
We had a question from the chat which I didn't address, which was about Roy Lopez. I mentioned that we picked him up from you, but they just want a little scouting report on him and what we might expect. How do you like Roy?
I mean, he was just a big guy on the defensive line. You know, sometimes he'd make splash plays. Other times you just wouldn't know he was there. But that's because he was basically being blocked by 2 or 3 offensive linemen, because that's what it takes.
Makes sense? Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, I think we're coming to the end of our time here with you. But if you want to give a shout out to anything, or if you've got any thoughts about the draft so far, or Shadur, or anything like that, then please feel free to just take the floor for whatever you want to chat about.
I mean, the Sanders thing's weird, isn't it? Like, people were saying he was possibly a first-round pick, maybe even the number 1 overall pick, and then now he still hasn't been selected, has he? I don't want to say anything.
No, not yet.
No. Unless the Rams want to take him now.
No, they've gone running back as well. I won't spoil which one, but it's a favourite of a lot of people's.
Yeah, it's one of those things with the draft. You know, there's that many players that people can choose from, and then people get disappointed when a team goes for like someone they wanted them to get, but it's like you don't know what they're scouting them on, do you? Or like what was said in meetings. You know, what the players' characters like. So, I mean, it's fun doing mock drafts, I think, but they're not like the be all and end all. So I tried to cut back on them this year.
They are an addictive thing, though, as we all know very, very well. Tom, it's been fantastic to talk with you again. Thank you so much for donating your time. Hope the rest of the draft goes well for you, and hopefully we'll talk with you again soon.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Cheers, Tom.
Cheers. Bye.
All right. Another fantastic guest, and our Houston Texans guest has been slightly delayed, so hopefully he'll be able to come on at some point, but we've got plenty of free spots on our show today, so he'll come on at some point, I am sure. Let's have a look at the last few picks that have been made. So we have had, since we were talking there, CJ West has come off the board to San Francisco. Danny Stutzman, the linebacker, to the Saints. Saints getting back on board with good picks, boys, potentially there. Trevor Etienne, I'm not sure about going to Carolina. They've just paid big money to running backs. I don't get that at all. Jaquavius Marks, I quite like that for Houston. They kind of needed a change of pace guy there, potentially. And Billy Bowman comes off the board now for Atlanta. Atlanta continuing to draft damn good players.
That's all deep. So they've gone back-to-back edge rushers and then back-to-back safeties, because obviously Jim Walker, James in the first. And then 9-6 last night, this morning, they took Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame. So
yeah,
they've completely revitalized that room, which is a bit interesting because I know obviously I'll have to double check, but I swear that's where Jesse Bates is right now.
So yes, that is where Jesse Bates
went. Maybe he's getting a bit too expensive.
I'm not sure.
So maybe they're planning for him to play at one more
season, maybe. Right, I'm going to take 5, and I'll be back in just a moment. Actually, I might stick around for the Cincinnati pick, because that's just come in. Actually, no, they're going on break. Right, I'll be back in just a minute.
All right.
So the run on running backs. Running backs are tumbling off the board right now. Jaquavius Marks, Jarquez Hunter to the Rams. I love that. Jarquez Hunter is exactly their type of running back. Place him with Blake Corum. Those two are going to do some real damage next year. I think that's a really, really smart pick from the Rams. Carlton goes, guys, have you seen San Francisco's
I'm going to be honest,
picks? Sorry, go on.
I was about to say I haven't done much research on the running back class for obvious reasons. Okay, we didn't really need one early. So, no, obviously the ones that everyone loves, like Scat, obviously you see a bit of him because he's one of the best players to try to watch in his class. But I'm going to be honest, I completely defer to you on Woody Marks and Hunter because there just haven't been people I've looked at.
I don't know Woody Marks very well. I know Jarquez Hunter. He's been buried on a bad Auburn team, but he's a hell of a good running back he's one of those. That is fantastic value for them and what they've got. Barrett Carter goes to the Bengals. That's another linebacker for them. That's 2 now. I believe they've had. Demetrius Knight, did they take?
Yes.
They took Demetrius Knight. So that's 2 there. Colin said, have you seen San Francisco's picks in the draft? So they took Michael Williams first up, then they took Alfred Collins, the D tackle, then they took the linebacker Nick Martin, then they took Upton Stout, the cornerback. It's interesting. They're doing what the Lions did at one point. They're going after underappreciated guys who are very, very productive. Upton Stout, I think his future is at safety. It will be, given his size, unless they want to play him at nickel. I don't know, but there's certainly a good future for him there. He's hella productive. I really like the pick. I really like the fit there from them. And the same with Nick Martin. I like my Oklahoma State linebackers. He is a year 6 guy, so he's a little bit older, but I think he will definitely help the depth in that room, especially with Drake Greenlaw being gone. So it's a very underrated draft class from the 49ers. It doesn't look flashy, but I think it's got some smart picks in there.
Yeah, like the Stout one is the interesting one for me because they do have some depth at safety already with Mustafa, Jay Brown, a certain Atlanta Falcons safety who has moved over there in free agency, Jason Pinnock they got from the Giants as well. But then they also just signed Demondola Moore to a massive contract, making him the highest paid nickel before Jalen Petra came along. So yeah, it's been interesting to see where they slot him in. Like it probably will be at that nickel spot, but yeah, that's the most interesting one to me. Like CJ West is a damn good pick. Like they've really revitalized.
Oh yeah, they've just taken him. That's your run stuff in nose tackle right there. That's the big beefy man you put in there, and then you've got your disruptors next to him. I love him. I love all those Indiana D-line prospects. When the rest of them come to the draft next year, I'll be standing for each and every one of them. Gunnar Helm goes to the Titans. Titans pick themselves up at tight end. Another weapon for Cam there.
Rest in peace, Chico Conqueror then.
Yeah, or depth for him. I don't think Gunner's going to be a star. Gunner's more of a receiving tight end. I don't know.
So is Chick. Chick's like.
Oh, yeah, they are. few questions quickly. Lisa goes, do we have any picks left? We've got 5 left, Lisa. 2 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. The next one isn't until about 180 though, so we're about currently 6 picks away unless Brad does some 60 picks away unless Brad does some trading, so about a couple of hours at this point. Perry goes, anyone taken Quinn Ewers from Texas yet? No,
Not yet.
no quarterbacks have come off the board so far today.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're still at where we were with all them before. There was a question about is Sanders sliding due to skill or character? I don't think there's no denying Shadur's skill. I think it's character. When falls are this deep, it's generally character. You know, a lack of skill. He would not have been put so high in the first place if he had an inherent lack of skill. This is purely a character thing, so I'm intrigued to see what's happening there as the Bucks are on the clock currently. But Shadur's fall could be huge now. It depends because people are going to start taking backup quarterbacks at some point soon. But you know, Ewers, Howard, McCord, Leonard. These will be your backup quarterbacks, not ones who are pushing for the front there. Oh, God damn it, Tampa. Tampa have just drafted David Walker. Oh, there you go, Grandizer. Well done, Grandizer. That's your fault. Oh, that's a wonderful pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. That's the Central Arkansas Bear, David Walker, the edge, outside linebacker, hybridy guy. A little on the short side, but he's tenacious, he's tough. He's going to fit really well in that system. And that's an NFC rival as well, so I don't like that one in the slightest. I love it for him. That is great. David Walker deserves to go that high. That is not a reach.
Ooh, him learning great. Behind Shaq for a year. Yeah.
So
that's actually no, not Shaq. Actually, not Shaq. Because he went to Dolphins and retired. I mean, Hassan Reddick. Him learning behind Hassan Reddick. They already got those kind of undersized guys with Yaya Diaby and Chris Braswell, who obviously was a kind of semi on the Lions radar last year as a Sam.
I'm blaming
a damn good pick.
I'm blaming the chat here. Grandizer mentioned his name, and Attila the Hun goes, weird. I clicked on his profile the second he got announced. Yeah, that's the chat's fault. That is. I'm blaming all you old guys. Right, we're in Tyler. It's Tyler territory now. Who's taking Tyler, and who's going to really, really, really upset me? Grandizer goes, oh man, Gunnar Helm to the Titans, was hoping he'd fall to Miami. Bree was hoping Gunnar Helm would fall to the Broncos as well, so I know there's going to be quite a few people upset that Gunnar Helm's off the board. Sorry, Ash.
I'm just trying to think, so I know you just said it's Tyler range.
It's Tyler time.
Has Elijah Roberts been drafted yet?
No, he hasn't. That's odd. All right, give me about another 20 or 25 picks, and then I'm gonna start getting interested about that. Lathan Ransom, the safety from Ohio State, is gone to the Panthers. That's the Panthers pick.
There's still 4 edges in the top 14 people left on the consensus board, by the way. Braden Swinson, Jared Ivey, Jack Sawyer, Carl Kennard, all still on the board.
Yeah, it's crazy. Grandizer goes, and damn my safety, who I had on my mock, gone right now. Yeah, your prospects are falling, Grandizer. Leave mine alone. Mine is still on there, so don't be doing with that.
He was one of mine. I really liked him.
Sebastian Castro still there.
Perry goes, I can see Quinn Ewers fitting with Dallas or the 49ers. Obviously, Dallas is a home state thing. Potentially, you're going to send him to back up there. That could be a decent fit for him. 49ers maybe. Wizard of War goes, drinking bet about who drafts Shadur. I don't want to kill Matt, but maybe we'll see that.
Kill me? Why do you want to kill me?
No, I said it'll kill if we do a drinking game based on where Shadur goes and you get it right, then you'll have to drink and we'll end up getting you. So
if we draft Chase Lunt, I'm going to die as well.
Well, yeah, that's why we don't want to make any more additional bets because we need you.
Well, as long as I don't drink double the amount of the bet, that'd be good.
That's that is your fault there.
Oh yeah, I've got no one to blame but myself.
Wizard of War in the building. Hope you're doing well, Wizard of War.
We're off to see the wizard.
The Wonderful Wizard of War doesn't really sound good there. That sounds really that sounds dark. Yay, we're going to war. Not we're going on an adventure. We're going on a raid.
Or is it adventure boy?
Although technically Bilbo was going to war on his adventure, so I guess it works.
Mm-hmm.
Bobo goes, Jerry Jones taking Sanders Immo. Do you reckon like the Dallas front office have got him like taped to a chair so he can't pick up the phone to make that move? Jerry's just there bound and gagged like if he gets free, he just drafts him. It could be something. Hey, it's Pittsburgh on the clock again. No, wait, yeah. Let's see. Are they finally going to do it? It's funny, every time one of Pittsburgh well, it's just Pittsburgh now, isn't it? They're the only quarterback needy team who've not taken one, so... Oh no, who are they going to take that I like? I don't like this. Steelers are going to absolutely... And I can't hate them for it.
Jack Sawyer.
I wouldn't hate that. I like Jack Sawyer. Jack Sawyer should not be here where he is. Hang on, let's listen to this.
Here we go.
Steelers just committed daylight robbery.
How did you guess that?
Predicted it!
Steelers just committed daylight robbery. There you go, Ohio Buckeye. Jack Sawyer is off the board. He's going to Pittsburgh. My God, he is going to do well in Pittsburgh.
Call me Nostradamus.
Matt.
Nostradamus.
Wow. Harmon and Sawyer joining an already... They are really sticking it to their trenches, the Steelers are. That is an insanely good pick from them. Jack Sawyer is 100% a Pittsburgh Steeler type player.
Squat track Alex Highsmith.
I wish we could have had Jack Sawyer.
He's a Dan Campbell guy.
He
I
is.
would love to have seen him paired with Hutch. Steelers are just killing this. Their trenches both sides of the ball the last 2 years. They have really invested well in. In a couple of years' time, those trenches are going to be downright nasty.
I'm really looking forward to doing the show tomorrow where we have a look at the entire draft class for teams because...
NFC North rival. Let's just pray there's no names in here that seem familiar.
Please make them drink. Please make them drink.
So that was a masterstroke for the Steelers because a certain person's contract's up at the end of the season.
TJ,
yeah.
They'd tag him.
They can do. It's because I was thought it was be Alex Highsmith, but his contract still has another couple of years on it. TJ's runs out this year.
Oh, Tom Grossi will be making a pick today. I wonder if it's Tom's turn.
I didn't realise he was going. That's cool.
Of course he is. One of the biggest... He's probably the biggest Packers content creator on the web.
Yeah, that's why I assumed he would be making content rather than being at the draft.
Well, he is making content. He's rented a studio out there.
Oh my God. That's cool.
Yeah.
I love that, man.
He's rented a studio out. He's doing work there. I mean, he's got a house there now. He's moving there, so I don't know whether he's moved to his new house for it. But it should be him, I think. He said he's definitely doing one, and he's not done one as of yet. He's like the only Packers fan I can't hate. He's just... Where is he? No, it's not. Must be a later one. Is that the
Oh, it's the commissioner. What the hell is he doing? He's meant to be in a bar having a drink.
Probably plug in how many people they've not had at the draft, trying to inflate the numbers.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Thank
God. Not that. Not my edge.
Oh, he was in the green room.
Yeah. Probably for day 3.
That's really cool that a few people have stayed.
Perry Bull, Jack Sawyer is absolutely a steal for the Steelers. Absolutely a steal at that pick.
How about staying in the green room and getting drafted by the team that's hosting the draft? That's cool. He's going to get a massive ovation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I like his drip as well.
I wonder if Shadur's still in the green room.
He was never there.
He was never in there. He is
Oh.
officially the only NFL draft prospect to have spent more on his draft room than he will get in his entirety of his rookie contract.
He knew well not to turn up just in case something like that happened, because his face would have been plastered over every publication across the country if he'd have not been picked and he was in the green room.
I'll be caught lacking like Lamar was.
Baron Sorrell. Again, Packers going through they're drafting very raw developmental players, but they could potentially all be excellent.
There were 2 edge rushers that had the initials BS, and one of them is much more highly regarded than the other. Braden Swinson is still on the board, but Baron Sorrell goes first. I don't like it. I always got confused between those two just because of the names being so damn similar to each other.
So that was probably, I was about to say it was probably a better scheme fit, but 256.
That is a draft pick that doesn't worry me at all, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's tall.
Yeah, he is.
6'3.5".
Oh, he's smaller than me then. Oh, I'm just really tall.
6'3 1/4", according to the NFL there. Chargers next on the clock. Wonder who they need.
Let me have a look.
You know, I wouldn't put it past the Chargers to take someone like Shadur. Like, for guys up for playoff chasing teams who don't want to have Eastern Stick as their picking back. Mind you, he's not there anymore. But
no, but they've got 2 quarterbacks there now already. They just brought in former number 3 overall pick, didn't they? Trey Lance, but he's not even QB2.
Tyler Heineke exists.
It's Heineke, yeah. I don't think they can bring in another quarterback, but they got those 2 already. They've invested too much.
Defensive tackle, I'm going to say again. Because I know they've obviously already taken Jamari Caldwell.
Yeah.
But when one of your listed defensive tackles is also your fullback, maybe you need to get a bit more depth.
I think they were listed as an edge-needy team as well. I wonder if this is a spot for Braden Swinson or Elijah Roberts, Kyle Kennard.
Kyle Kennard would be a scheme fit.
Grandad said, I like Sorrell just in the 6th or 7th. I agree. Buckeye says Jack Sawyer's career is about to be wasted. Why? Pittsburgh's a great landing spot for him. Big Area says, if I was drafted by the host city, I would try crowd surfing to the building. That would be fucking awesome.
trouble is, if one of them throws himself off the stage at their height and weight, they would liably crush someone to death. It's not like you're a skinny ass 110-pound guitarist. You are like a fully grown 300-pound man who's 6'6" tall. You would kill somebody.
Brent saying he likes Tyler Batty. Still on the board. Wizard of War says, what's your thoughts on pick 182? What do we need? Edge, safety, linebacker. That's in order of preference for me.
Yeah.
I know some of the beat writers were trying to say that safety's a bigger need than edge. And I understand the sentiment, but as a starter, we have a bigger need at edge. In depth, we have a bigger need at safety. At this stage, hard to get a starter at edge, but still. Wizard of War says, is there productive edge talent left in round 6? Do you think there will be some edges that you like in round 6 when we get there?
It depends what teams think of them. Of
Mhm.
course, there are productive guys left. It's just how far do they fall? Tyler could be in round 6 for sure. I don't think Elijah Roberts will still be there in round 6.
We brought Fadil Diggs in for a visit, didn't we?
Yes.
He's 199 on the consensus boards. The 6th round is possible for him. I don't know anything about Fadil Diggs, though.
More of your, again, is he lighter edge rusher?
I'll take it. Elijah Williams, defensive end, Morgan State, is someone who might be there.
Oh, Elijah Ponder might be there.
That's a shout.
The little buzzsaw from Cal Poly.
I think he will. Is there a chance he goes undrafted?
No. I think someone will definitely take him. Hassanine will be there. I know the Lions have shown a little bit of interest in Hassanine, so
Yeah.
if you want
Boise State.
productivity, Hassanine's got a ton of production to his name. That could be
And
one
he's
to
got the
certainly look
upside.
out for. Yeah, he does. We like our exotic players.
One way to put it. Here we go.
Oh. Well done, Kyle. That is a great fit to go to.
What did I say a few minutes ago? Cole Kennard would be a great scheme fit.
Just if anyone isn't aware, Kyle Kennard won the award in this season for the best defensive player in football.
Yes.
I still can't believe that actually happened, by the way, but still.
Pick is in for Cleveland. What do you think?
I suspect they've got a couple of picks backed up here because of how long we waited for that last one.
Yeah. What do you think they're going to take?
I think they might double dip at running back.
I could see that as well. Try and do an us. So they got Quinton Junkins. Actually, Quinton Junkins is kind of fast, but get someone.
Told you.
Haven't heard it yet.
I'll wait.
Ooh, okay.
Well, there's your speed.
That's, yeah, try and put it down. Tennessee always seem to have fast running backs, don't they?
You've got your speed running back and you've got your hardcore running back.
Yeah.
Wow, what a pairing. That's a really good pairing for the Browns, that is.
Mm-hmm.
I have to congratulate Brett on them making a good pick again.
Judkins and him. Yikes. Experiment has a question on Twitch. Says re-edge round 6. Schlitt highlighted the following players: Q Robinson, Alabama; Colin Oliver, Oklahoma State; Jalen McLeod, Auburn; Chaz Chambliss, Georgia; JJ Weaver, Kentucky. Know anything about them? Question mark.
Quay Robinson, I know we had a visit with. He is your sort of Sam kind of style edge rusher. So with that. Ooh. Just seen who Indiana. I've just seen who Indianapolis have drafted, and someone we like. Well, certain someone likes.
Someone being me. Love Jalen Travis. That's going to be a great draft pick.
But I guess Ant's also happy because the shows us how good Iowa State are that they're getting so many players drafted.
Indeed. It's a very good team right now. It's only going to keep getting better.
Are you sad that they aren't going with Rocco Becht next year?
Hey, hang on. I thought he went. You put it in the prep doc that Jalen Lane had gone to the Texans.
So he did.
That's a vastly overrated pick. They've really overreached there.
I don't have... Jalen Lane went to Houston.
No, he didn't. He's just been picked by the Commanders.
We did go to Houston, though.
Well, obviously didn't. He's not been drafted twice.
Houston 97 took Jalen Smith. Sorry. That's my fault.
Noob. And there's me telling them off for taking 3 wide receivers this morning.
Sorry.
Oh, dear.
Sorry.
I don't know about that. I mean, Ironmore's still there. Jalen Lane was undrafted territory.
I'm also that again. I'm going to keep pounding it. Torrey Horton's still there.
Jalen Royals hasn't been picked yet, has he?
Yeah, no, he hasn't. He's still on the board. He's a number 3 player on the best available board.
Xavier Restrepo's left. Ricky White's left.
Yeah, Ricky. Ooh. Well, Baltimore's up on the
all the Colorado receivers are there.
Yeah.
Marcus and Bo still being there is questionable to me as well.
That's the kind of pick the Ravens would take. That's the kind of pick they'd make.
Ravens, they need...
They took Emory Jones. They took Emory Jones earlier.
Yeah, but Mbo's going to be, well, guard centre.
Emory Jones is a guard. Emory Jones is a guard.
Okay.
Or will be a guard.
Oh, God's sake. Jets have traded up with the Texans at 130. And Mateta's just fucking missed a penalty. Thank you.
Oh.
Philly's up at 130.
Is it still 1-0, Ash?
Yeah, still 1-0. The Jets have just traded up with Philly.
No, Philly's just traded up with the Jets, haven't they?
No, the Jets are on the clock now. Oh, the Jets are on the board now.
Oh, okay. Changed. My bad. All right. Who do Baltimore need?
They don't really desperately need anything. Secondary players, probably.
Edge twice was on the board that they needed. They took Mike Green. Could they go Braden Swinson?
They'd probably just go best player available at this point.
Hell.
Well, Will Howard then. Maybe? No? Who's backup quarterback in Baltimore?
It is Cooper Rush, and then it is Devin Leary, former NC State QB.
Josh Farmer's still on the board.
They might take Jared Ivey here. They want a second edge.
Yeah.
Would be massively overdrafted.
Ivy would probably be more of their, because they're 3-4, it'd probably be one of their interior pieces rather than an edge, because obviously Ivy's a bit bigger. Can you just tell me what the pick is or what the trade terms are for the Philly and Jets, so I can start typing.
They also need a corner. Dorian Strong is still on the board. Kobe Bryant. Denzel
Both
Burke.
kinds of corners are there. Oh, wow. Wow, we're reaching now. We're reaching, boys.
Oh,
Wow.
Buchanan. Yeah. Go Teddy. I think I'm coming to the conclusion that I just have a soft spot for California.
God, he's got to be down the consensus board somewhere.
He's 230 odd.
Yeah. Ooh. And Chris Paul's on the board.
96 according to my art, but
Yeah, Chris Paul still there.
Lindenberg's still there. Jamin Dumas Johnson still there. Jay Higgins.
Jeffrey Basser.
Jeffrey Basser, yeah. Jackson Woodard. Kobe King.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a quarterback go today so far.
There'll be a run eventually. It's like who bites first with it.
If I had to wager who's the next one gone, I think it would be Riley Leonard.
No, I think Carl McCord will be next. If it's not Shador.
So the rumors are that the reason the Eagles are trading out of this pick is because they really liked Travis.
Mm-hmm.
Eagles trade send 130, pick up 145, 207. So they add another 6 to the bottom of their pile while moving down. Approximately 15 spots in the 4th.
McPheriman's just made a good point. Beside Ayomanor being on the board at wide receiver and Royals, there's also Torrey Horton still.
Mine's just taken Malachi Moore.
Ooh.
There's his Brian Branch. Fucking great pick for you, Aaron. Well done.
Yeah. Jets are smashing it.
A really good pick.
Mm-hmm. And Ishmael Slash just scored for Palace, so I'm turning it off.
Sorry, man.
Can't get it all.
Well, where the safety's going? We never got left. Hey, why is Sebastian? Latham's gone.
Getting to the last few picks of round 4 now.
Billy's gone. Malachi's gone. Craig Wilson's gone. Parcel went. Gosh, quite a few.
Saints are back up on the board. They've rebounded a bit on their picks. Who do they take now?
Pick Shador for the giggles.
I could see Cameron Williams here.
This might be Iron Man or slide stop.
Ayomino.
Ayomino. Ayomino.
It works. It's really annoying. Okay, so who do they need? They need a running back. They need a running back and they need a wide receiver. There's plenty of them. Take your favourite.
Oh, a lot of Lions mock drafts just got blown up.
Don't. Ah, I liked him. Obvious reasons.
Oh, Bradley, I would love to make an announcement at a draft. I would shit talk for days and days and days. I would make it the most memorable thing of all time.
If I'm making a pick, I want to be flown out there for it and make it on the stage in front of the fans. If I was there in Green Bay, I'd be so up for it.
I'd wear a shirt with Brian Banch flipping off Lambeau Field on it, and I'd have it like projected on the screen behind me.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. NFC North rival.
Bears
Drinks ready.
are on the board.
I'd laugh if they took Ayamano now. Just take all the wide receivers.
So they've got tight end, wide receiver, tackle, defensive tackles. They still need edge. Corner.
Yeah.
Safety. Our Bears fans said safety was a potential need for them long term.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it could be Sebastian Castro then.
I don't think I actually put Sebastian Castro in my top 15 players for the drinking game, fortunately. I'd be in trouble otherwise.
They're like the Big Ten DBs, especially the safeties.
Cameron Williams is still on the board.
They took Ozzy Trapio.
Yeah, I guess.
Ozzy's a right tackle. Cameron's a right tackle. Neither have played the other side much.
Elijah Roberts, maybe. Tyler Barron. Oh, the booze.
Oh, that was a Lions target.
Number 499 on the board.
That is the reach of all reaches. I thought Ruben Hippolyte might be a target at 240 for us.
I thought he might be a target as a priority UDFA.
That's Ben trying to pull a fast one on us. Because we've had him in.
He was a 5-star. Oh my god.
It never worked for him. Mind you saying that, they made a good player out of Jack Sanborn, who they got in the 7th odd round, so...
He was a UDFA, wasn't he?
Or a UDFA, yeah.
I don't think he was drafted, Jack Sanborn.
They did a good job with him. But we're all safe. Nobody had Ruben Hippolyte on their list of...
Please tell me he was undrafted now I've said that. I hate interrupting
No, he
wrongly.
was. I think you're right.
Undrafted 2022.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Minnesota's in 7 picks and then in 10 picks. So Minnesota's got a couple coming up. Chiefs next.
Chiefs have knocked this draft out of the park for me.
A lot of defensive players so far.
I think they're going to go with your favourite guard, and
Jackson Slater.
yeah, that's my guess.
You'll upset Grandizer as well as me there. You're not just upsetting me.
I'm just thinking about what they've lost in the off-season. I swear that like they have a need either at starter or backup interior offensive line.
Depends what they do with what's his face at tackle, whether they kick him inside for a bit and Kingsley's in there at the minute, but you need depth. But you got Trey Smith in there, so you kind of figure their guard spots are sealed up. And Jackson doesn't really play centre. You're not going to get in front of Humphrey anyhow.
It depends whether Sumaitier can actually be relied upon to be a left guard.
What's their running back room like at the minute?
They got Pacheco and Kareem Hunt, and then they brought in Elijah Mitchell this offseason.
I think there's a room for another one in there potentially.
Yeah, I think they should potentially take a speed back.
Kansas.
Yeah.
Devin Neal. You've got Devin. You've got both in state. You've got Devin Neal and DJ Giddens.
What about Jaden
Both on
Blue
boards.
here?
Could be. Could be. Might not be. I'm just spitballing here. Could be anything really.
Oh, Ant did a naughty.
What?
What?
Kansas City's not in Kansas.
Oh,
So
no.
Jaden- So they're not in state.
Kansas City's in Missouri, isn't it? There's no Missouri running back this year, so
In Missouri, that's in.
screw them. They should stop. They should stop naming cities after states. Don't do it. You're not in them. It could be anywhere. It could be in Arkansas. It could be in Kansas. It could be all over.
Here we go.
Oh, the fall has stopped.
Oh, no way.
Jalen Royals to the Chiefs.
That's a very damn pick.
It is.
It's gonna be the jewel in the crown.
Patrick Mahomes will love him. And you can see he just gets open along the middle of the field. It's one of those nice, easy targets to hit.
Did I manage to slip that through unseen, or did that get picked up?
I don't respond to them anymore.
I'm just too tired to at this point. I've got it, but I'm just like, I can't be asked anymore.
Oh man. I'm glad I amused myself, because it's hard to do it for you fucking two, I swear.
No, you do. I'm just fucking exhausted, mate.
Fair.
Breeze Broncos are up.
Oh, that has a ring to it, Breeze Broncos.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder.
To rebrand to Let's Talk Broncos to Breeze Broncos.
I wonder. She made a really good point that they do need O-line help and they need depth.
Yeah.
You're going to take Seth McLaughlin here and sit him if you don't need him
That's
right
a
away. Seth McLaughlin might be a pick here if he's fallen far enough. Or Marcus and Bo, like one of the offensive linemen who's fallen. they could get good value here, even though they might not necessarily need it right away. But they say you've got to keep Bonix upright and you've got to keep building for the future. And they don't have much quality depth there at the minute, so take advantage of the market. They're picking. They've only got another pick at 190 after this, so they're quite comfy.
All right, Denver's pick is in. You guys may know more about this. I've actually answered the question anyway, but I might be wrong. Bradley Mustang asks, do they have high school football in the UK? I've replied, no, there are some youth academies, but the first exposure to it is either flag or at college. I think that's right.
So there is technically a high school football. We have a high school for football with the NFL Academy, which is a sixth form. So the last 2 years of your schooling here before you go to college. That's the closest you get. But it's correct. It's flag is usually your first exposure to playing the game, as kind of seen with the Jags pick earlier today, where it was picked by some kids from the initiative the Jags are running here. I know the Chicago Bears have held some camps to do with flag football over the past couple of weeks in Manchester, London, and Birmingham that had their backup running back involved in flags, the really big one. And case in point of that, I'm literally sat here in my flag uniform, my lovely new one.
I think I am sort of slowly starting to come around to the idea, but if I could ever fit it into the schedule, I would love to go into coaching and bring the triple option to this country and do it properly. Oh, wow. Thanks, Bree. Just sniped one of our... Well, in fact, I'm glad he's gone because I want Tyler. So bye-bye, Key Robinson. Enjoy Denver. I like that pick. Every edge that goes increases Tyler Batty's chances of coming here. Wait, why the hell has Key Robinson gone before Elijah Roberts? This is ridiculous.
Scheme.
Well, yeah. Still ridiculous, though. God, if we got him at 180, I would be over the moon.
Same.
The hell's that? Is that a cheese NFL draft sign?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I don't know whether to be turned on or horrified. It could be both.
Oh, I would definitely be horrified. That's disgusting.
Oh, well, it's American cheese, isn't it? Yeah. If it were like a nice British cheese, then. Sorry, Americans.
Is it not called Wisconsin Brick as well?
Yeah, sorry, Americans, I love you, but there's just one thing we'll never agree on, and that's cheese. We have far superior cheese here to you.
Yeah, European cheese is better generally. French cheese, British cheese.
Yeah. Can't beat a good ghost cheese.
Dutch cheese as well is very, very good. Edam, Gouda.
Edam's what you get when a Yorkshireman's annoyed.
Edam.
Very nice, very nice.
See, you do make those terrible jokes.
No, that's a very... I thought that was Matt Patricia for a minute then, making this pick.
I mean, to be fair, he inserts himself anywhere he wants to. That's not a sexual assault joke.
Donka.
Oh, love Tonka.
And that's nice as well, because a lot of people had him in the 200s, and he's a lot better than the 200s.
I agree. I really wanted to see him go earlier.
Playing with Max Crosby's going to be nice as well. It's going to give you... See there on his highlights, he's just so disruptive.
tall. He plays bigger than he is as well. Disruptive, great power. Hand usage lacks a bit.
That's a really good pick from them. They'll get some good production out of him this year.
If they can train him to use his punch and hands a little bit better, he'll be an incredible pick.
Yes, Grandeyes, the Ravens are on the board again. They always seem to get people we like. Hopefully it's one of the guys you like and not mine.
Oh, no, they're not. Tennessee's up.
Baltimore are up in 6 picks.
Oh, Tennessee have traded up then into this round. Ooh, who be
Tennessee coming for?
Would it be funny if Tennessee drafted Shedeur Sanders? They got Cam Ward and Shedeur. That would be fun.
They do need an edge. What have they taken an edge? No, yes, they have. They're taking Oladejo.
corner? They've not taken a corner.
There's a lot of corners available too. Dorian Strong. Let's go Dorian Strong.
So it's
They've
136,
traded
183 for 144, 178.
See, now that's a proper trade. Not that I'm still...
That's 5 picks each way.
Yeah. That's how you do a trade.
But so the Ravens just traded down 5 to go up 5 in the 6th. So that's just not a good trade for the Ravens, but oh well. Detroit is so much prettier than Green Bay, it's not even funny.
Ah, there he goes. Love that. Love that. Cam Ward.
Oh, crumbs.
Elik Ayamano.
Do.
That's a really good pick. Well
He's
done, Titans.
such a good player.
They're going to give Cam. They're going to give Cam an opportunity, which is I will always appreciate that. Yeah. And then he's got. Oh, I mean, some of those secondaries he's got to go after the Jags. I mean, he's gonna eat.
The wide receiver. They went wide receiver with the first pick as well. Their first pick this day, because they went Chimere Dikey.
Yeah, so it's different kind. Mere DK. It's because it's different archetypes. Like DK, I believe, is kind of like your Khalif Raymond because he does also do some returning. Well, obviously, Emino is obviously an X. So I can see the fit, and it's just rounding out that room because I know obviously he does love Traylon Burks. But that room becomes scary now because you've got Calvin Ridley, Tyler Lockett, Van Jefferson, DK, Burks, Emmanuel. That's a damn good 6.
I quite like James Prochet as well.
Players are going to miss out, though. That's the thing. Like, I'd like him as well. He's a good returner, but you carry more than 6 receivers into the season?
Nope. Patriots pick is in.
They've just traded up for it as well.
It is absolute torture waiting for us to pick. I'm kind of surprised that we haven't gone up yet.
What I suggested. Yeah.
I wonder if the Pats take another tackle here. What have they given up?
I'm trying to
A
find out
seventh.
for you.
They've given up 238.
230. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm going to be honest, it's fucking hard tracking all these fucking trades at this point.
If 238 gets you up 7 picks there, then one of our 200s just get us up 9 or 10 spots. Yeah, I wonder if they take another tackle.
Yeah. Right, what do the Patriots need?
Continue building up for Drake.
I quite like their offensive line now, to be honest. Will Campbell, Cole Strange, Garrett Bradbury with Jared Wilson behind, Mike Onwenu, and Morgan Moses.
I think they have met a couple of times with Chris Poole as well. Like, when I was looking at teams interested in him, because we've seen him 3 times.
I think that would fit really, really well, man. That's a great shout.
But at this point, people can go anywhere. Needs stop becoming a thing as much. But it certainly the needs would.
Is Kyrie's Tonga any good? Because I kind of feel like you could upgrade that.
I don't know how he's been doing there.
He's only just joined from Arizona. I kind of feel like nose tackle could be good here. What's Josh Farmer? Is he a 3-tech?
3-tech.
Your nose tackles, Nazir Stackhouse is your nose tackle. Cam Horsley, the potential nose tackle who's left.
Yeah.
Pegues isn't. Has Jordan Phillips gone yet? I don't think Jordan Phillips has gone, has he?
No, he's not gone.
For Tom Mulber, he was the West Virginia nose tackle, but he's not going to go this high. Oh. Go Knowles.
You're joking.
Nope.
My stream's lagging behind. There you go. That's a damn good pick.
That's the second one I've pulled out the name just before the pick.
Yeah. For me, I know he can play 1-tech. He's kind of like Tyler Williams, who we took. He can play 1-tech, but for me, his skill is his penetration. As you can see with the senior ball tape here, he's really good at getting his arms up, getting around the tackle, penetrating the gaps. So he will probably fit in here as one of their defensive, like sort of DEs in their 3-4 system.
They've just signed Milton Williams, but behind him they've got Jeremiah Farms. I've got no idea who that is.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
Depth-wise, I think that's a good pick.
So they've got a farmer to work on the farms. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And I think he killed him.
I killed. See, Ash knows how I feel all the time now.
At least I have the excuse that I basically ran in a field for 4 hours
on
1.5 hours of sleep.
1.5 hours of sleep, you trooper.
Yeah, went to sleep at 4:30, got up at 6, got changed, packed my bag, hops in the car with my friend, well, some of my teammates, my friends, went to Northampton, went 2-1, came back, jumped on here pretty much instantly.
You're welcome, Salem Bad Moon Rising. We love doing day 3 of the draft. I know a lot of people don't, but day 3 is the fun day. So we always stream it. So glad you're here with us anyhow.
Who did they need? Who do you need, San Francisco?
Do you guys know much about Fadil Diggs?
They've taken a lot of D-line now, San Francisco, so you've got to figure that maybe they're done with that part of their team. They still need line. Is this Miles?
Tight.
The LSU guard's still there, isn't he?
Yeah, if I was tight end. I know obviously supposedly talks between them and Kittle are going well, but could upgrade in
Could be.
behind him, because you've got Luke Farrell, who just signed from the Jags, who's okay. Braden Willis, Jake Tongs, Mason Pline. For a second, I thought they said something else. Instead of after
Wow.
Go on.
Wow. Where the hell is he on the consensus board? Get digging.
Who?
Jordan
Watkins.
Watkins from Ole Miss.
334.
That's
Wow.
I have no, like, I'm completely going to you here, and because I have no idea. I know obviously Trey Harris a lot, but
Well, Antoine Wells is the one who was meant to be draftable from Ole Miss. He's not even gone yet. I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know who this kid is.
do you want me to do some digging?
He ran apparently a 4.37 40-yard dash, and he's tied most receiving touchdowns in the SEC last year. So
Trey Harris and Antoine Wells were the two supposedly standout draftable receivers in this one, but Antoine Wells is still on the board.
Ooh.
Mind you, 18 plus yards a reception. It's a deep threat.
He's a Z. Yeah, he's a Z.
that is the end of round 4. We are on to round 5. Minnesota Vikings on the clock to kick us off.
Oh no.
Oh no. Yeah.
We've all still got some guys on the board that could hurt us here.
Yeah. Though to fair, I'm kind of praying for
I'd
that's a good tweet.
I'd maybe just wait a
Someone
moment, Attila, before getting your Diggs jersey.
I've just seen a tweet that just simply says Kansas City Royals.
Oh God.
Mike Garofalo really hit it out of the park with that one.
Oh God, Ash! Stop doubling. You've just doubled up on that shitty.
The sugar's hitting. The sugar's hitting. I'm fine.
God,
I'm finally
Bennett.
coming back to life. I'm finally coming back to life, people. We're getting there.
Wow. That is absolutely atrocious.
Don't worry, Ant. When we're done here, I'm literally probably just going to pass out in bed. So I'll get my just desserts for it. Well, as I'm getting my just desserts to it right now because it's fucking 3 minutes left in the Villa game. It's still 2-0. Fans are leaving the Wembley.
Do you know what's hard? I've not even said a word about that either.
I know.
Well,
thank you.
I've been nice.
Yeah.
Is that the FA Cup or is it in the league?
FA Cup semi.
Really sucks because it's been how many years since he won a trophy?
I didn't say nothing. That was him, not me. Don't look at me.
It's 29 years.
I mean, it's not as long a wait as my mate who's an Ipswich Town fan and still... No, it's not Ipswich Town. Norwich City, and goes on about the Milk Cup win in the 80s. That's the last time they won a trophy.
Yeah. At least it's not Crystal Palace who have never won a major trophy.
Really?
They never have.
Well, that might be about to change.
Fucking prick.
That's the extra one. Oh,
I didn't mean that as a dig. I mean, literally, they are about to be in the final of a major competition. Like, that wasn't a dig.
You're not making it better, Ant.
I honestly didn't do it I'm just like, I assumed they'd already won. So Ash said their old fans are leaving.
Villa ones, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
For context, they've reached the FA Cup final twice. Obviously,
we're safe from the Vikings one.
I haven't seen who it is yet.
Well, I'm not spoiling it.
Oh, there we go. Who?
The fuck?
Wow, he's gone before Nazir Stackhouse.
225 on the board.
Oh. Does that mean they might be moving on from a certain defensive tackle they drafted last year?
I mean, they've just bought in 2 high-priced DTs in free agency. Carolina's back on the clock now. They just continue to do well.
Already ran the pick in. Please. If this is happening, then you can cut my friend from last year, Levi Drake Rodriguez, and he can come here and we can use him properly.
Oh, is that Chunky Monkey? It's Chunky Monkey! No, it's not.
Guys. The Seattle Seahawks are trading Sam Howell to the Vikings.
What? Oh, well, that makes sense because Sam Howell's 4th on the depth chart now in Seattle.
I'm trying to find the terms for you, but
I thought it was Chunky Monkey from Florida then, but it's the other one. Damn it.
Oh, I know the one you mean, yeah.
The 450-pound guy. But it's the other D tackle that
So that's probably for
Panthers
one.
have got. Cam Jackson, that's got to be low down on the consensus board, that. I didn't think either of the Florida DTs had a draftable grade. I could be wrong.
He was 211.
Oh, it was. Oh, okay. There it is.
Yeah. Again, okay. So it's Sam Howell for 172. No, Sam Howell and 172 for 142.
Wow, he's worth going 30 picks up in round 5.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel bad for
that's
Sam Howell.
I do. I love Sam Howell. I think he's But
Sam
that means we're safe from a Vikings shot pick potentially, so that's good news. Ravens on the clock again.
We got Micro Mike in the building. Lines talked by Chat Sports. Hey Mike, hope you're well.
Oh, come on, Baltimore, upset me some more. You'll love doing it.
At this point, I think Shadir's going to go undrafted. I do.
Yeah. It's gotten to the point now where it sounds silly, but it's too late.
It's too late.
It's too late because now you're just going to look silly. Doing any organization that takes him now is going to look silly waiting so long to have done it. And the whole question of value disappeared a long time ago. The value was there a long time ago.
I agree.
It's just, is another quarterback going to go? Like, that's the question. Is another quarterback going to go? I still think there's room for more quarterbacks to go, yeah.
Part of me actually thinks Quinn Ewers might be the next one off the board.
That's the thing. It could be one of 5 guys. There's no standout one left. Like, someone might love Ewers, someone might love McCord. Hell, like Brosmer and guys like that may get
Will Howard, yeah.
Yeah, Curtis Rourke, someone might want to stash on a roster with a 7th rounder. So, you know, it's... If another QB
Rourke
goes, then the furore is going to go through the roof, because then it's going to be something bad. He must have interviewed so badly.
I think it was like I was saying in Discord when we started the day. In his combine interview, he said, if you don't want to change your culture, don't draft me. Well, if in his interviews he basically said, I want to improve your culture. If the GM is quite happy with the culture and quite likes what they built there,
yeah,
well, I don't want it to change, so I don't want you. Sorry.
Exactly.
Most of the time, the general managers and head coaches are quite proud of what they've built, even if it hasn't gone well.
Yeah. A
I'm
lot
gonna
of
go...
Australian fans of the year.
They're trying to push it with the whole new NFL Academy opening there and that.
HBCUs, go on. Good lad.
Nice.
Oh, that is amazing. That is the first HBCU player drafted in 3 years.
253 on the consensus board.
There is a reason I like Baltimore, and they do draft a lot of players I like. But yeah, well done, Carson Vincent. That's fantastic.
nice.
Yeah, that's
like
great. That's great
Gerald.
news.
Gerald will be over the moon. Now let's have some more. There are lots of good HBCU prospects in this draft.
There are.
see
I
some
think
more
I
of
think
them
quite a few could
picked.
get drafted.
See, depending on the safety market, their top prospects this year are safeties, and a linebacker. So the way linebackers are falling, the linebacker might get picked, but the safeties will be the interesting ones, whether someone does that.
Is one of them Kenny Gallup Jr., safety from Howard, perchance?
Kenny Gallup's the second best one. Their best prospect, a lot of them, is McDaniel. Robert McDaniel. He's from Jackson State. He's quite good. He's much better
342
than
on the
some of
consensus
these.
board.
He's much better than some of these like bottom of the market safeties who are coming out the FBS. Oh, I'm well chuffed. I'm well chuffed for him.
Seattle have traded up. They've got 142, but they've also got 144, so they're doing 2 of the next 3.
Yeah, so Seattle got 142 in the Powell trade just, and then obviously they gave 172.
They've taken
So
a
that's
safety.
decent.
They've not taken corners yet.
Yeah.
I don't think.
They've still got Mbow and Williams on the boards. They've been there ages.
Or a receiver.
Well, they got
get an actual proper.
Yeah.
active one.
Yeah. Yeah, Ricky White's there. Still a few
Torrey
others.
Horton.
Torrey Horton's still
They
there.
need a right tackle to compete with Abraham Lucas. I would go Cameron
Possibly.
Williams.
Possibly at this point. You want to,
I mean, we're debating this, and then we'll be debating it in 3 minutes later when Miami make their pick.
Yeah, they do need a linebacker, though. Chris Poole would make a lot of sense. Yeah, and you're right about corner, too. What about Kobe Bryant here?
Either of
That'd
the
be a really
Kansas
good
corners
pick.
would be good.
Here we go. Oh, the rain fire, nice. Bit of alpha representation.
Ooh. Okay.
Whoa.
Good
He
pick.
believe he's someone me and you discussed post combine because we had a combine interview with him.
He's
Once.
yeah, he had a knee. His injury hit his stock a bit, but him and Howard Cross were one of the best DT tandems in college football. It's just the injury that's knocked him down a bit, and Riley's the slightly undersized one, but he's very good in his own right. I don't know who the Seahawks D tackles are, but I would figure he'll fit into a rotation pretty early.
In their 3-4 system, they have Byron Murphy, Leonard Williams, and Jaron Reed as their starters.
He'll work as a good rotational option to start with. That's a good piece of depth for them, Riley. But Riley definitely has the potential to be a starter. Miami.
On Grossi Watch, Big Aries says Tom Grossi is doing Green Bay's 6th round pick.
Okie dokes. I knew he was doing one today. I assume they'll do that to try and keep the crowd around as well, having Tom on there, because they'll all stop for him. Oh, Miami have been killing this draft so far. If this is Jackson Slater, I will curse Grandizer.
You cannot put a spell on me, Gypsy.
Oh, wow. That is also a great pick.
I don't know.
Great value.
Excellent pick.
They have really committed to beefing up that interior defensive line. Him and Kenneth Grant, that's fantastic value there for the Dolphins. They continue to have a really good draft.
They've kicked Benito Jones down now from starter to first reserve to second reserve in the interior defensive line.
And
Cleveland.
Seattle have just traded with the Browns.
So the Browns have got their running backs now. They've got 2 running backs. That's off the board for them.
They're trading.
The question's always good. No, it's not going to be Shadurr.
They're jumping in front of the Eagles. Bear that in mind.
Cleveland do need a tackle, actually. This could be a tackle now. If they're going to take
Advantage of the falling tackle market.
I mean, we were thinking that they wanted to have competition or a successor for Conklin, so Cameron Williams again would make sense.
Mhm.
Or if they want Seth McLaughlin, though, could also be the long term at centre. Again, if they're willing to sit and wait for him.
Never mind that. He could be a starter soon enough. Their centres are not great.
It just depends how long it takes him to get better from his injury.
Yeah.
But outside of that, and I mean, again, another in-state product. They've really been going hard after their Ohio guys in this draft.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to. I need to see because I've had it minimized. I need to sit here and see your reaction.
What?
Well,
Think about it. Think about it. Think about it.
What?
Think about it.
I don't want to.
Who's the one prospect in this draft that I think would make you two have a very interesting reaction if he's picked right here?
Shadurr.
Shadurr watch is over, people.
What?
Shadurr watch is over. The Cleveland Browns have just selected quarterback Shadurr Sanders.
Are you just trying to troll Brett here?
No, he's just confirmed it in the Discord.
But they've got Dylan Gabriel.
Here we go. So the Browns select.
How does he know so quick?
After sending the Browns have sent other two picks in this draft, so 166 and 192, to the Seattle Seahawks for the dishonor of coming up to 144 and drafting Colorado QB Shadurr Sanders.
No way. What are they doing? This is a fucking stupid pick.
Why? What does this say to Dylan Gabriel then? I mean, you've got Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett. How many quarterbacks do you want?
They got 5. They got Joe Flacco, presumptive starter, Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, now Shadurr, and they've got Deshaun Watson, who they have to carry. This doesn't make any sense.
They were doing so
So
well.
Rappaport's saying that the Eagles were going for Shadurr. That's why they've jumped him.
Oh, bloody
Have the
hell.
Browns just done this to spite the Eagles?
Ian Rappaport is doing his thing where he knows what the pick is, but he's saying, I wonder if it could be Shadurr here.
Yeah, but he's literally just said that he reckons the Eagles were after him, which is why the Cleveland Browns have traded up.
If Shadurr comes off the board, it's the last player who is in the consensus board in the top 64.
I know. I try to be good and not spoil the picks if I see them early, but there's no need to say if it should do. It should do. They've done a fucking dumb. The Cleveland Browns were doing so well, and then the Cleveland Browns
6 times,
and the brain rot has set in Cleveland again.
This is Johnny Manziel all over again.
Not just Johnny Manziel. This is Johnny Manziel and Blaine Gabbert at the same time. Unless they're hoping that this is an RG3 cousin situation as well. But here we go.
$144.
Prediction, early prediction. One of Gabriel and Sanders is going to get cut. Won't make it to the 53.
No, they'll get rid of Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett's just irrelevant now. Why, Cleveland? Why?
Oh my God. Do you want me to add a little fun nugget for you? There's only one other QB in the common draft era that has been selected 144th overall. Can you name them?
He's a fifth. Dak?
Do you want a clue?
No, I'll not get it.
Do you want me to tell you then?
Yeah.
Sam Howell, who was just traded.
Oh, yeah. I should have thought about that one better. Yeah, of course. Eagles on the clock.
They've run it in. Who fits the kind of Jalen Hurts style?
Well, if the Eagles were going for a quarterback potentially, maybe they're going to go for a quarterback now as well.
Yeah,
if they're looking for a backup.
Yeah,
that is my quarterbacks. Cam Miller? Cam Miller's the one with the Riley Leonard.
Riley Leonard makes sense, yeah.
Riley Leonard might be the one there.
Because it's not too short a drive from not too long a drive from Notre Dame to
Attila's just won the day. What will Shadur's jersey number be? Number 144. Attila, that is top tier trolling.
Whoa, okay.
That's a really big overdraft.
Yeah.
Jerry goes, what a circus. Brent goes, nice of the Browns to complete the process of being the most miserable franchise in the NFL. We need to invite Brett back on. Ask Brett in Discord if he wants to come back on at some point, because we need to discuss this with him. Carlton goes, can they trade Pickett? I mean, what are you going to get? Like a 2027 7th or something like that? I think that's his values. Dragon Fantin goes, party at Dion's house tonight. Absolutely. Pick 144 to the Cleveland Browns. My thought on Matt McWilliams, he's been drafted way too high. That's my thought on him.
So let me just have a look at our board again. I think Matt's working on a different one to me these days. Mac McWilliams is 248th on the consensus board. He's the 31 overall corner.
That's 103 picks above his presumptuous. So yeah, that is. But on a day
then
like
again,
this,
the consensus board is probably slightly inaccurate because the number 35 overall corner on our board, 280th overall, O'Donnell Fortune.
Yeah, O'Donnell Fortune gets a bad
He says,
rap.
yeah, give him 2 moments. He says he'll do it. So,
well, our next guest is at 8 o'clock. So, and we've not had a guest in a while, just to sort of break this up, because obviously Ewan's might not be coming on till later. So we can get some.
Yeah, our next guest isn't for another hour. It's 20 past 8.
Oh, is it? So yeah, we can break that up there.
I'll post them the link then. Give me a sec.
Wait until yeah, well, just send him a link and say we'll let him in a few minutes. I'll wait till Matt's back to do it. Grand Eyes go, Ant Ungar to the max, aka Josh. He is a Browns fan out of Cleveland. He could be on your stream too. Hey, just tell him to hit me up on Twitter. Tell him to hit us up on Twitter. I'll see him there. Brent Dewitt goes, never been on anywhere, Anthony. What do you mean, never been on anywhere? Have I? That might have been me. Irish Impaler goes, Sanders' family is partying on the live stream from Shiloh. Really? Oh, well, he's been, look, like every single draft prospect, they should be celebrated. Only 257 guys get drafted. Go for it. Brian Shook goes, I guess it was fitting that such a gross pick went up 144. I mean, yeah, no one would have predicted that. Ever. I think, you know, at worst, someone might have predicted end of round 2, but not 144.
To make it even worse, I can confirm Wrexham just beat Charlton, confirmed promotion to the Championship.
Wait, Ryan Reynolds, 3 successive promotions with Wrexham FC. I mean, curious, any of our American listeners in the chat, have you watched the Ryan Reynolds series on Wrexham and the football club? If you have, breaking news, they've just been promoted to the Championship, which is the second level, the second tier of English football. It's the one below the Premier League, as Braden Swinson goes to the Pats.
Interesting.
Ooh. Interesting pick there by the Pats. Tiller goes, yes, I do. Is that attuned to Wrexham? But yeah, they've put a lot of money into the club considering the level that it's at. I think they are running it at a loss at the minute, but getting it up to the Championship is it's a big deal for them. You'll get a lot of massive away followings. I don't know whether they've got to expand the stadium now. I think the stadium's too. I think the stadium is too small to host Championship football. It's not within regulations. Yeah.
Well, this
Attila, 3 years in a row, new record. I don't believe so. Didn't Yeovil do 4 in a row? It's certainly going to be up there near the records, 3 in a row, but I don't think it is the record. I could be wrong, but it's certainly going to be up
there. I think they've got the record.
Oh,
I'm looking at it now, but I think they've got the record. So at least here,
or in the common era.
So the most ever is Grazer AK in Austria with 6 consecutive from 2013-2014 to 2018-19.
So let's do English records. Is it the English record?
Is actual league football, because there's True FC and Shore Lane AFC on this list. It is Wrexham with 3.
Okay, so yeah, Wrexham do have the record, Attila the Hun, for most consecutive promotions in a row. They were playing against us being Chesterfield, 3 seasons ago. And then, yeah, they've just gone up and up and up again. It's going to be interesting to see how they do at the next level, because it's a big step up in competition. And their resources now, they're not going to be one of the most well-financed teams in the league. They're going to come up against teams with a lot bigger finances. So,
yeah.
And Carlton goes, they and Birmingham will have to comply with financial fair play now.
Fuck Birmingham. Here's a fun one, since we talk about it. Which English club is the most yo-yo ever in football league history?
That's got to be West Bromwich or someone like that.
Close. It is between Championship and League One. So they went
Norwich.
Between the
Championship and League One.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
So,
hi, Brett.
Rob.
Hello.
Hey, boss.
How are you doing?
Oh, Jordan James has gone to the 49ers.
That's a good pick. I like that.
But to the pick we all want to talk about, the quarterback one.
I don't know which one you mean.
Which one do you prefer?
Fucking hell.
I don't know. I see. I'm trying to get my head around it. I don't know why I think I know why we've done it, and I think it's purely because Gabriel did all the shenanigans with like the combine and pro days and all that. We met with him. Shadur didn't really do that. Like, he had all the interviews, but didn't do anything. So I think we've got an insurance policy, but it's a pretty expensive insurance policy, if you ask me. Really expensive, especially with the trade up as well.
Well, at least there's no massive culture to ruin, given that Deshaun Watson has been there already. He kind of did that for you guys.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't mean that
mean-
disparagingly, but it's just like you might as well.
Yeah, no, I get it. I think the thing that stings as well is that if you look at I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, and hindsight being 2020, like we still needed that wide receiver. We still need a wide out currently, and we aren't picking anytime soon. So we need to sacrifice probably next year's picks now as well. We've got to get just on ESPN. So just 1 second. Oh, we've got no more picks this year.
You used your last 2 to come up for him with the Eagles. Did you
Yeah.
get him?
Yeah, and we have not picked a wide receiver, so I don't know what we're gonna do because I can't really run back Jerry Jeudy, Cedric Tillman, and Jamari Thrash. Really, in all honesty, David Bell.
Got to pray for the priority UDFA pool, I guess, at this point. What do you make of the new running backfield, though? That feels to me, I really like your new backfield and what it's going to be. It's a mixture of yin and yang, 2 different guys who bring 2 big different skill sets there, Judkins and Sampson. I think they're really good picks for the Browns.
It did bring a smile to my face when they announced Quinshon Judkins last night. Samson was also one of those players that I was like, we could get him, but I don't know if we'd pick 2 running backs that early. As well, it's kind of tinged with the sadness though, because I think that's writings on the wall for Nick Chubb, unfortunately. Whether we do re-sign him for a 1-year deal, who knows? But it's kind of sad that he's more than likely not coming back. And he was one of the original Browns that made it like the future 1.0. Well, I say 1.0 is like the future 3.0 for some fans, but he was the connective tissue, and he was the guy that kind of spurred us on to get into 2018, 2019, and then into 2020 with the playoffs, and to see what happened with the leg injury, with the torn ACL, his blowing his knee out, and then the foot injury last year. It kind of stings, but the NFL isn't one for sentiment, is it?
Not for long.
Very true.
Yeah, not for long. That's what it stands for. But I hope he does land on his feet somewhere, though.
There is a new pass catcher on the team, though. He was very prolific in the state last year, not at the wide receiver position, but they did go and get the in-state prospect. I do like the thought of Harold Fanning being on that team. I think he'll do well.
Oh, 100%. I really like that pick as well. Again, a bit earlier than I thought, but I think the draft is kind of just thrown all the mocks out the window and just gone, we need to do what we need to do and forget everybody else. But yeah, I really like Howard Fanning. It looks good in orange and brown anyway, so doesn't need to worry about that.
All
Trying
right.
to think, what do you think? What do you guys think to your picks as well? I know I've asked you in the Discord, but I want to hear it because I've got some opinions.
Oh dear. I think the reaction says it all from everyone.
We all absolutely adore Tate Ratledge. I'll say that much.
I think that's your best pick.
Yes, I agree. It's our best pick by a long way. Like the dude's just an absolute. He is Lions football. He's just a monster who hurts people, and that's what our offensive line does. We've got another one. We keep getting richer in that regard.
I liked Tesla. Sorry.
Go on, sorry. No, go on.
I liked Tesla when I looked at him, but I genuinely thought I'd be 2 rounds higher than everyone else by saying I thought he was a 5th rounder. So taking him early 3rd just feels crazy.
I was watching it last night and I thought that Carl Williams and Isaac Slar back to back were both insane reaches, I'll be honest.
Oh, really? I've heard a lot of draftniks say they love Kyle Williams. I think I was listening to the Athletic Football Show, and that guy, one of the guys on there, had him as a top 40 player.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember which one it was, but
there was a big push for him right before the draft. Like in the last few weeks, there was a massive push Yeah, Chris Sims put him as like the second best wide receiver in the draft or something like that. And
I saw that the tweet.
There goes
I think-
Jaden Blue, by the way, to Dallas.
staying in his home state. Well,
So
his
Chef-
team state.
So Shefty just tweeted, Deion Sanders and Browns QB coach Bill Musgrave were teammates and friends during their time playing together for 49ers. Sanders and Musgrave have remained friends, and Sanders trusts and believes in Musgrave, who will now coach his son.
Oh, after they passed on him 6 times. In all honesty, who throws the first pass for Cleveland next year? Obviously, Flacco's there. You've got 2 new young, hungry rookies in there. Pickett's still there at the moment, but who throws the first pass for Cleveland next year?
Joe Flacco. And I think
Hell
that's
yeah.
purely because I don't think we want to throw any of the 2 rookies into the fire. And I think out of the 2, Flacco and Pickett, I think we'll go Flacco because he knows the system from 2023. And he also knows like the blocking scheme guys. Whether that's the case, I honestly don't know. I think, like I said in the Discord, I think one or 2 will start on the practice squad. I think Pickett will be QB3 potentially, like emergency backup, and then Flacco and one of the rookies will be trotted out, and I think the rookie will be Shadur. But I don't know with this organization anymore. I can't lie. It's a minefield.
I mean, do you think you can carry 5 quarterbacks genuinely, or do
No.
you? No, yeah, good.
I think
I'm
we can
glad.
carry. Well, yeah, I think obviously he who shall not be named is going to stay on
Has
injured
to.
reserve till the end of time, and we're going to cut him at the end of this year because the financial penalty is well, it's not as big as it is this year, but I think it's like 30 million. I'll have to have a look at that, but yeah, we're never carrying 5. I think Pickett might be cut for when it comes to
that's
the
what I think.
roster cuts at 53, and then we just carry one at emergency backup, and then on the practice squad.
Yeah, because it's
So,
I'll-
so I was about to say, so assuming this draft is over now, if they don't trade back in for it, obviously you don't grade them for a few years, but what's your overall feeling about it? Like, you can grade it, or you can just say if you like it, if you're a bit meh. I mean, how do you feel now all the picks are in?
I will say again, I wasn't expecting Mason Graham to be there to be our pick at 5. But I think that was a really good start with getting a need that we haven't had fixed for a long time. I mean, we haven't had any young guys down in the middle of the defensive line for forever and a day. When we had Shelby Harris, Dalvin Tomlinson was there 1 year. Just a plethora of like veterans have come in. So having that guy, plus we get the extra first next year, plus we had the second from Jacksonville. Yeah, I really enjoy that. And then Schlesinger, again, not on my radar, but really good off-ball linebacker, especially with the JOK injury. Might not be back this year. Might not be back ever, actually. Judkins and Samson, easily. Really good 1-2 punch. I like that. And then we get a rookie QB. Again, if it booms, fantastic. If it busts, we've got picks to move up next year if we want to get Arch, if he pans out, or Nico. And then Fannin behind Njoku is going to be something to watch for the next few years. I'm going to say it's a solid B plus, maybe an A minus. But again, that's probably bias from me.
Oh, DJ to the Colts.
ooh.
Nice.
Oh, I like that.
Running backs,
So-
so many running backs have gone at the start of this. Like, I thought they might wait a little later, but the running back class has been great. There's so many guys out.
3 of the
now.
last 5 picks: Jordan James, Jaden Blue, DJ Giddens. And you've still got Damian Martinez there in the top 7 picks available.
Ollie Gordon's not been picked.
Devin
I
Neal's
find
still
that
there.
shocking. I find that shocking that Ollie Gordon's still on a board somewhere.
Yeah, so Devin Neal, Ollie Gordon, Brashard Smith, Kyle Monagai, Phil Maffer, Corey Kiner,
Quinn
Khalil
Allen.
Mullings.
Got
Taj
Quinn Allen
Brooks.
from Syracuse and Taj Brooks, yeah.
Taj Brooks is still out there. Krosky Merritt's still out there.
Raheem Sanders.
Rocket's
Yeah,
out
Rocket
there.
Sanders, yeah.
I like
Super
Montreal
Shard.
Johnson.
I thought I don't know how many picks the Dolphins have got a pick coming up soon. I'd love to see Brashard Smith on the Dolphins. I think he'd be a great running back for them.
Yeah, we're going to wait 3 picks.
McSperiment says
Yeah.
that he thought that Gordon was downgraded after an injury.
And
He-
also
he-
the fact he was playing at like a linebacker weight.
Is he like
He's-
250 or something?
He's heavier,
245, yeah.
but he's a dope walker. He's one the dope walker. He's very good. He's had to run at 250 anyhow because that offensive line's been so
Josh
terrible.
James.
He's oh my
Shamar James. Anyone want to take a guess where he's on the consensus board?
320.
308.
485.
I wasn't far
Well
off.
done.
Where was that? Who was that? Sorry, is that the Cowboys pick?
Cowboys
Yeah.
pick Shamar James, linebacker, Florida. Yeah.
Cut Damone Clark. Let him come home.
Is Shmael Mondon gone yet?
Nope.
No.
So they're picking
Injury
Shamar
stuff.
James over Shmael. Yeah, I know, but even still,
Well, Poole is still on the board.
that's shocking.
He must have some sort of either character or injury ping.
Isn't what the linebacker position? I think
Yeah.
there's quite a
Chris
few.
Paul.
Hang on. Yeah, Chris Paul's on there. Jeffrey Bass is still up, isn't he?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oregon one, yeah.
Kobe King. is up
Tony
there as well.
Lindenberg.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
For Shamar James to be taken over all those, that's brave.
I'm still shocked Torrey Horton's on the board and Sebastian Castro.
Stop rubbing it in.
Castro's. Hang on, how far are we away from Castro now? We're
32 picks away we are, I think. 185, aren't we?
Yeah. Here's the thing. Remember my maths yesterday?
No.
If we bundle all our picks together,
Yeah.
supposedly the highest we can get with a trade pick chart, 155.
I don't want to give all 5 picks.
Yeah, I don't want our draft to be over right now. We did that last year, not last year, the year before last, where we were sitting there for most of round 6 and all of round 7 without any picks. It sucked.
Yeah. Sorry, Brett. I know obviously you're sitting in a situation.
That's fine. I mean, I'm
He's got
here.
Shador.
I'm here on the Browns calculator.
He's
I'm
got
looking
Shador
at-
Sanders now. He's got everything he needs. Like, jealous.
Oh, yeah. I've got everything. I'm looking at this cap calculator. And I'm just like, how do we get Deshaun Watson off this roster? Because if we cut him post June 1st this year, it's still we go 26 million into the red, which is
Good.
a bit bad. But I think it'll have to be post pre June 1st in 2025.
Cincy. It's not even the best guard left. Jalen Rivers goes to
Oh,
Cincy.
Yo, oh, Jesus Christ.
What the hell's up with Miles Frazier then? I've not really done much work on Miles Frazier. What's the knock on him to still be there? Because, what is he, about 70th on the consensus board?
No.
Yeah, it's pretty high.
On your draft list, he's quite high.
Best available players.
Frazier, 154.
Oh, is he?
You got Mark Sembo as well that's listed as a guard.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Miles Frazier is
Right.
154. This coming up is pick 154.
Attila, we don't have
Um,
time to be NBA fans, not with all the stuff we do. I think with people.
I
who follow
try
the
and watch a
Pistons,
bit,
yeah.
and yeah, I try and watch.
Oh, the Pistons are playing
Thompson.
right now, aren't they?
We're repping the Pistons while
Tigers.
we do that.
Oh,
It's the Tigs.
I got
Tomorrow is
NBA.
tomorrow at 6 o'clock is when they have game 4 against the Knicks.
Well, it doesn't matter anyway because the Minnesota Timberwolves are winning it all.
Lan Larison's rated as a UDFA
Oh,
call.
that's cute, Brett.
I'm sorry.
Um,
I've got to do something here.
Carlton
I've
goes
gotta
still
make sure.
gobsmacked at Ruben Hippolyte. I am gobsmacked Ruben Hippolyte went so early. That was big investment to him so early in the draft.
Hang on, who did you say? Who did you say?
I've just seen a giant. Yeah.
154
I was to say that.
Is it actually Frazier?
No, it's the
No,
other
it's
one.
not.
Oh,
Marcus Embo's just gone.
wow.
Yeah.
That's rate good value for the Giants.
The top guy on the
I've-
board.
I've liked their
Giants.
class so far.
Giants have knocked
Giants.
out of the park.
Giants, yeah.
They've got a good class.
I mean,
They've got 1, 2, 3 of my favorite players at their position.
who have they got? They got Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, Darius Alexander, Cam Scatterboo, and Marcus Embo.
Miami's up again,
really like-
Grandizer.
Here we
Really
go.
like the Cam pick as well. There.
I am shocked Jackson Slater is still on this board. Jackson's got to be in consideration for teams now. Gotta be.
There's so many guys I want to trade back in for.
Pittsburgh. Well, you've got extra
Miles
picks
Frazier.
next. The trouble is, the extra picks you got, was it just an extra first you got next year? You didn't get any other future picks, did you? Was it
I
just a
don't
one?
believe we did.
Just the one, yeah. Which is
From the
gonna,
Jacksonville trade, yeah.
yeah, which is going to be a top 5 pick.
That's bold. I was thinking like top 10, top 12, but
Oh, I'm gonna put Brett really on the spot here. Jags
Hold on.
and the Browns are the two worst teams in the NFL next year. You've got picks 1 and 2 in the 2026 draft. Who do you take right now? I know, 'cause he's a college buff like me. He already knows. He's fucking smiling. He already knows.
I guess presuming that any of the underclassmen who could graduate, declare if you want them to declare, are available to you as well.
He already knows. He'll know who's roughly hanging around the top of next year's draft.
I have a
do
sneaky
you think
suspicion
I
one of
want to say?
No, I'm
was
just
saying,
saying
sorry.
he knows.
Is-
I know it's putting you on the spot, but I know that you of anybody
Oh.
will have already started
Is-
doing your work.
I bet
Yeah,
one of your
100%.
one of the people on your short list is the younger brother of a QB in this class who probably will not get drafted, despite having some big hype coming into this year.
I swear everything's a quiz with you, Ash.
No, because I don't want to ruin his draft board for next year.
What quarterback's that going to be? Rourke? Is
I
Rourke
was gonna say,
got a
I'm trying
brother?
to think. I'm trying to think. I'm just looking at the players for next year, and I'm like, go on, Ash. Who do you think?
Mateo, DJ U's younger brother. He's seen as one of the
Oh,
top
Mateo.
edges. Yeah, Mateo, yeah.
Uyunglele. Yeah,
Yeah.
forgot about him.
Seen-
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at there's an NFL mock out already for next year, and we're picking 2 and 8, and it's Drew
Ooh,
Allard,
who?
Malachi
Drew Allard and who?
26.
Malachi Fields from
Okay.
Virginia West wideout. I mean,
Found
it also
This
has
is-
Jeremiah Love going. It's the
It has us
CBS
going
one.
QB.
You can't
I've just found
you can't have a running back now. You've got
What?
to. You can't
Let me have a
have
look.
Jeremiah Love
It
next
does.
year.
No, Jeremiah Love goes to the Dallas Cowboys,
Oh.
and yeah,
That makes sense.
the
I'm
Lions
scrolling.
pick Sam Levitt.
What?
What? Yeah.
Oh, God.
And
The thing that you're
I
like with
see
this-
who the Eagles get as well.
There's only one
Yeah.
QB the Lions should be after next year, and he's named the Becticle.
Oh,
That is it.
so
Starts and
you wouldn't
ends
be
there.
so you wouldn't be upset that the Eagles would take Kevin Concepcion at 32 next year.
No, the traitorous. Yeah.
Oh.
Go wherever he
Hey!
wants. He can go wherever he wants. Screw him. Hopefully, it's somewhere that cuts him. You don't want to be a wolf man. You don't want to be a part of the wolf pack. Then you fall behind.
Here comes Miami
Hey,
selection.
Just in Jolie next year, it's going to be something else, though. I
Ooh.
can call that for now.
That's actually not a
Wow.
bad pick.
I can't see the
Yeah.
pick. Hang on,
Wow.
my Twitter's been really slow.
Do you want me to say it? Dante
Uh,
Trader Jr.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 184
Oh,
on the
okay.
consensus board.
Not expecting that, but yeah, I
Dante
think
Trader's gone before Sebastian Castro. This is bloody hell.
in front of Jaden Reed as well.
This feels like our Darius Washington again from a few years ago.
Speaking of that we were before, offensive linemen who are falling, who you like in particular, and Brandon Crenshaw Dixon's still out there.
He is.
Chase
No,
Lewis. out there as
Casey.
well.
Casey have
Jackson,
traded up with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Slater doesn't have an injury, Brent. It's just because he's an FCS guy. The FCS stuff will work against him. He's not injured. He's built like a granite block.
Yeah, it's the same with a lot of the group of 5 guys have fell this year as well. I think there's only one in the first 2 rounds, Genti.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think Clay Webb's going to fall as well, and I really like him.
I loved this year. He didn't have a good year this year, but beforehand, I was really high on him before this year. Brent, that's just mean. Anthony is still upset about Jamar Browder. They flipped him from NC State, Michigan did, and he's been ribbing me about it ever since. Let's just gang up on Anthony. Yeah, that's it. Gang up on Anthony time. Let's just do that all the time.
Oh, there you go. He's giving us permission.
Who? No, I didn't say that you're allowed to. When do you ever need permission? You just do it anyhow.
Touche.
Sorry, whose team got a draft prospect picked the highest in this draft? Me.
Yes.
Oh, I'm pulling out all that stuff.
Oh my God, what have we descended into? There goes Jeffrey Basser off the board.
That's a good pick. I like that.
They sent. Let me just get 164 and 226 to come up with Pittsburgh 8 spots.
I wonder where Pittsburgh were. See, Kansas have this uncanny ability to take linebackers who are okay and then just turn them into megastars. Like it's pretty impressive.
I mean, you say that, but a lot of their linebackers had some pedigree that people just don't believe in.
They do, but not to the level that they've been. Like Nick Bolton's amazing. Like Nick Bolton was good, but he's been amazing.
But he was still a high second round pick, wasn't he? Nick Bolton was a high seconder?
Can't remember.
He was. Nick Bolton was drafted 58th overall in 2021.
Oh, low second.
Yeah.
And then the other one that comes to mind is Leo Chenal in the 3rd of 2022.
Yeah, I was going to say Leo Chenal was late 90s, wasn't he?
Yeah, like 97, I want to say, because he's obviously one of my...
He was a Raz warrior, wasn't he?
Yeah, and I said as much.
Oh, no, he was 103rd.
He's in the 3rd?
Oh, yeah.
I was relatively close to my guess.
No!
What?
They've taken Elijah Roberts.
Fuck you, Tampa!
Oh! It's not Tyler. But that... I don't like that. That is Tampa getting a lot stronger, and he'll fit their system to a T.
Oh, he'll take over for he upgrades on Logan Hall.
Yeah, much better.
And
they've got him at 157. Yeah, try and Shrinker. They got him at 157.
Quinn Ewers has entered the top 12 available, by the way. Sorry, Brett.
No way. Has he actually? On what, on ESPN?
No, for me, for our consensus boards. He's
on top 10.
I've got 12 people there, so he's 12th on the best available players.
Oh, God,
anyway,
close, so we get into Tyler territory. We're running out of.
So
Swinson's gone, Sawyer's gone, Kennard's gone, Elijah's gone, Walker's gone.
I want to hear this.
Oh God, we're running out. We're running out of edges before it's Tyler Batty time.
So with 5 picks left, what are you aiming for now?
2 trade-ups, personally. 1 for an edge, 1 for a safety. I go home relatively happy. Well, go home. I go to sleep relatively happy.
Edge, safety, tight end, linebacker.
Edge, safety, tight end, linebacker. Okay.
I'm happy with edge and safety.
In that order?
No, just one of the... Edge is high priority. After that, it would be safety and then linebacker.
Amon Rooker's out there as well. I mean, Tyler Barnes there, Jared Ivey, Fadil Diggs, because you said about the Lions having a top 30 meeting with Diggs, didn't
Yeah.
you?
Yeah.
I don't like this. Jim Harbaugh might like Tyler Batty, and they're on the. Oh, Green
Yeah,
Bay's up
fuck
next
now.
as well. We're going to be on the shot clock in a minute potentially.
Ah.
I am, because I've got a lot of day 3 picks on mine, and a lot of guys not gone yet, especially my high value ones.
I've touched myself and looked at the wide receivers, and there's so many good ones still on the board. Why can't we just
Stop.
trade back in?
Just
Stop it.
hope.
It hurts seeing
Just-
Torrey Horton there when we did what we did.
I know. I'm
This is
like, we could have had Elika.
This is like Christian Boyd last. This is like Christian Boyd last year. I sat watching him fall and us pass again and again and again. It's just like I don't like it.
I'd even
Oh.
have Nick Nash or Ricky White at this point.
You should love Ricky White. That'll make if you guys
You make
trade back up for
Ricky White sound like an afterthought. He is the man.
Oh, I know. I just want to trade back in for something. We just need a weapon.
You're not trading back. If you trade back in and get him, no chance. I don't know I don't know anything about Dante Trader Jr. Grandizer. I can't help you on that one.
Again, I'd like Nick Nash or Ricky White or Torrey Horton here. If we
Sorry, it's just occurred to me, which I now can't get out of my head. The way Ant holds on to teams that have wronged him since we've been doing this for the last 4.5 years, he's basically Chris Jericho with the list.
Great reference.
What a reference!
You
I
just
love
made
that.
the list.
I just want to know: have the Browns made that list? Yeah.
I think you got. I think
There's
you guys
goes a receiver.
I think you guys are in the good books.
Oh, yay! Thank you. Andre
Yeah.
Lambert Smith.
I get it.
I want to go on there.
I mean, he had a lot of potential at Penn State, but it just Penn State and Auburn. As an aspiring wide receiver, those are two of the worst teams you could ever end up on to show your class as a wide receiver.
Which two? Auburn and Iowa?
Penn State.
Oh, surely
Penn State.
Iowa's worse.
No, well,
Yes.
wide receivers just don't go to Iowa, so.
I'm trying to think of the last Iowa wideout that got drafted.
I think Browns
That's a
ever
fun game.
slighted picks. I think the nearest the Browns did is when they took Baron Browning. Did they take Baron Browning? No, they didn't. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Hold on.
Let's have a look. I'm looking now because that's a fun game to play. Who was it?
Dominic Daphne, 2020, Indianapolis Colts.
There was one taken in 2021 by the Minnesota Vikings in the 5th round.
Smith. Oh my god.
That is not on the list of draftees on Wikipedia.
I've got
Just
it on 27.
He is.
Sports.
Iowa Hawkeyes in the NFL draft. 2021, 5th round pick, 13th in that round, 157. Amir Smith Marset, Minnesota Vikings wide receiver. Between Chauncey Goldston and.
Is he?
If anything, the Browns have been a savior. They took Siaki Ika when we were apparently sniffing around people, so we appreciate that. They took DeJuan Jones, who was also awful, who was linked with us. Actually, your lot clear up the picks I don't like, so I should actually be thanking your lot. And there's no one you've taken this year I don't like this.
DeJuan Jones had like half a good year at the end of 2023, got injured in the playoff game against Houston, and then was like just injured or bad last year. I want to see him rebound this year, especially without any offensive line reinforcements.
He was just one of those really tall, clunky guys who you could see that at it, but there was just too much development to pick 5, so it's not Tom Grossi's next pick, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, they're 6th.
Jonte West, Jimmy Horn.
Ooh.
That was a really Was that?
He just keeps going, ooh, like it isn't going to tease us.
I was going to say that.
Oh, well done, Green Bay. I love that pick. I don't want him on the Lions. Tyler
Oh,
Batty
okay.
odds just went. The Tyler Batty odds just went
Yeah.
up a little bit. And we just need to get rid of Fadil Diggs now, and then I can have a degree of confidence that we might do it.
Yeah, Colin Oliver. I rate that.
I like him. I don't understand.
I like that a lot.
I think he's again I think the Oklahoma State guys have been taking knocks because of how bad the team is, but the players themselves, they've got some very talented individuals. I think they've
Oh,
taken
100%.
I think they've taken a knock because their team have been so bad, which is you shouldn't do that. Don't base it on the team and the record.
I was going to say helmet scouting's quite bad.
It is, and I think that's why. Because you think of that, Ollie Gordon's not off the board yet, which is ridiculous. And then Nick Martin was projected in the 300s. Colin Oliver all the way down here. It's Billy Bowman.
A lot of people didn't have.
No, oh sorry, it was Oklahoma, but still, the Oklahoma State ones have taken a lot of tap this year.
A lot of people didn't have Colin Oliver drafted.
No.
Yeah, he was outside of draftable range on the consensus board.
Which is insane, but trying to seeing who else is left. San Fran's on the clock.
Yeah.
But who?
So they took a receiver last time out, but they've taken a load of D-line as well.
And running back, they took Jordan James out of Oregon.
Jordan James.
Yeah.
This might be a tackle, I think. Offensive line.
Cameron Williams still out there.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
Cameron Williams, and then the next one is Ajani Cornelius, who frankly is poor.
No,
Chase Lunt.
Paul is in the chat.
He's a tight end, isn't he, Chase Lunt?
If you
That is offensive tackle. Or
don't
has he
you
gone
dare
draft his
badmouth
title?
the UConn. Don't you dare badmouth UConn prospects. You take that back.
What? Who badmouthed the UConn prospect?
Who badmouthed?
You did. You said Chase Lunt's a tight end. Oh, they've picked Marquez Siegel. Safety.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, I guess they
okay,
didn't
nice.
let Hufanga go, so they need to redo the safety.
Oh, that's the one that was linked to us because he knows Tyler Roll.
He's a nasty so-and-so. Marquez Siegel is. I can see why the 49ers would like him.
Genuinely had Chase Lunt in as a tight end on the board, by the way. It's just an error that I've made previously, so it wasn't trying to do him down.
Apologize to Chase Lunt.
No.
Because he knows I'll clip it up and I'll put it on TikTok and Instagram tagging him directly.
The funny thing is, Chase Lunt's not even the best offensive tackle from UConn in this draft. It's just everybody's forgotten about the other one.
Oh, man.
I don't know why people love him more than Sebastian Venn, but hey-ho. I hope we get Sebastian Venn in on the practice squad. I would love, love, love that signing on the practice squad. Eagles again.
Is there a way?
Eagles have a load of picks coming up now. They can just take whoever the hell they want.
Don't they have like 4 in the next 15 picks or something? Like prior to that.
They got 3 in the
they
next
have
7.
Once, yeah. Because they got 161, 165, 168, 191, 207.
Oh, there's so many Chase Lunt jokes you could make.
Oh, they've taken Smale Mondon.
No.
Oh my god. Yeah, they have.
Oh my god.
Oh. Well, that makes sense because he's a Georgia defender, but
it's
true.
Just the thing is, the Georgia defense literally translates to the Philly defense. It's exactly the same.
One. Yeah.
That mint front he plays is exactly what the Eagles do. So they just a schematic fits any, and they'll bloody know one another. Why is it in the state of Georgia, Atlanta don't take these prospects and the Eagles take them all? You'd think the Falcons would have cottoned onto this by now.
I mean, they did take Jalen Walker. But...
They did, but I couldn't believe that was their first Georgia first-round pick in 32 odd years. That seems crazy. Like, you would have thought they would have tapped into that well more than once in, a third of a century.
Well, the Falcons are going to Falcon, aren't they?
They are. They are Jets now. Aaron Glenn. He's taking a load of DBs. Do you reckon he's just going to load up on DBs and try and get his secondary in right year one?
Maybe you can finally pick a DP who has more career interceptions than Aidan Hutchinson.
Cat claws.
What we got as I can't. Ash, please say the name. The Florida State corner that went to the Jets.
Azare Thomas.
Azare Thomas.
Azare. I didn't want to
Azare,
butcher it, so
He
Azare.
you might know his older brother plays for the Cowboys.
This could be JJ. Have they announced it yet?
No.
No.
Not that I've seen.
I think
Were
this
you,
could
just
be.
about, were you just about to say Pegues?
Yeah, or Aeneas Peebles.
No, please don't be Peebles. No.
I think this could
No.
be D tackle.
Oh, Brett's just creating chaos.
I am. I just want to see what glorious chaos I could create.
Just because your lot took Shador Sanders, don't take it out on the rest of us. Us good drafting. Oh my God, they've taken Maui Goa.
I can accept
Linebacker.
that.
Oh,
Who?
Francisco Marigoa from Miami, Florida.
I name, yeah.
Ask another player who beat Florida State last year. There's a lot of them.
There's exactly. There's a load of them. You've got to have to narrow it down a bit here.
382 on the board.
Only Cal players can not boast that they beat Florida State this year.
No wonder fucking Jaden got the hell out of Dodge there.
Maui Goa. What's the Jets linebacker room look like? I don't know. What's that?
Quincy Williams, Jamin Sherwood are the starters who I both really like. Then they've got what's his name? Not a lot behind it. Zaire Burns, Marcino McCray. Yeah.
Jaden Davis.
Yeah, there's just not a lot there, is there? So this makes perfect sense.
Is it just me,
Jackson.
Brett, or I thought Maui Goa was once thought of as a very highly respected prospect? It seems
He
that
was.
buzz about him dropped off.
Both of them were Francisco and his brother, because his brother comes out next year as an offensive tackle.
His brother, his brother's meant to be
that's
a
it,
really good one. His brother's getting first round buzz.
Francis Marigoa is getting top 10 buzz currently, but obviously that's a year out. Francisco was like
did have a lot of buzz
50.
around him. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong with him, but that could be a good value pick for the Jets there if they've Panthers again.
Mm-hmm.
I like that for them as well. Quincy Williams, Jamin Sherwood, Cy Barnes. It's not like they've got a bad linebacker room either. They've got depth. They've just not got, aside from Quincy Williams, they haven't got like that star.
Yeah.
Heartbeat in the defense.
There weren't many of those guys to pick at the top of the draft, so it would have been hard to get one for him.
All right, we've got a guest coming up in 15 minutes' time. It's Matt from the Buffalo, Red, White, and Buffalo Blues. 15 minutes for Matt, and Ash, you're taking the lead on that one, if that's cool.
Yep.
All right.
Love me some Buffalo Bills. Get to talk about my favorite receiver from last year, as I teased earlier.
Make a shot. Florida State reference.
Keon Coleman reference.
It's not a shot, it's just a can of Coke, can of Pepsi, but it's good enough for me.
Put a Mentos in it, and then it'll be a shot.
Put a shot of Jack Daniels in it, but no, I'll tell you what, the Panthers have also had a really good draft, I think.
Yeah.
They could be in the conversation for winners of the draft. I know that's like a really niche and bad term to throw around. But like, they've done well.
They have.
They really have, yeah.
Aside from that pick, I don't get that one.
Yes,
Brent. They don't believe in Tommy Tremble. They wanted an upgrade on him for
Mitchell
a while.
Evans. I like
Maybe
that.
not tight end. Yeah, they do not like Tommy Tremble at all.
I don't understand that, because they
that.
just paid him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought they paid him, didn't they?
Not a lot, and this is according to the Panthers fans. I know the Panthers really don't like him.
Misa likes that.
He's a tight end too, but like in their opinion, because their room right now.
2 year 10.5. That's not a lot.
But $6 million fully guaranteed. Like they tacked on a lot of guaranteed money for
$8
him.
million guaranteed.
$6 million fully guaranteed though, even for injury.
Oh yeah, $8 million.
they're hoping it'll be like Brock Wright for us, because you look at their room now, it's Mitchell Evans, who they just drafted, Tommy Tremble, Jadavian Sanders, who they drafted in the 4th last year, Jordan Matthews, Dominic Daphne, James Mitchell, and Colin Granger. They don't exactly have reliable guys there. So Evans, who obviously comes out of Notre Dame, because he usually produce good tight ends. They're taking that gamble.
Paul says Malago's brother is amazing. Yes, he is. He will be there. Why? Attila goes, why has Myers Frazier fallen so far? I don't know. We'll have to deep dive. I'm not sure why. Bradley goes, Matt, is that an Ernie Sims jersey?
Yes, it is.
There you go. That is an Ernie Sims jersey. Safeties left from Cottonwood, Jalen Reed, RJ Mickens, Sebastian Castro, Keaton Crawford. Yes, there's a few there. Paul said Cornelius is shite as well, so you're all right. I'm trying to be nice to Oregon prospects knowing Paul's in the chat, so, you know. All right, I'll just slack them off now then, that's fine.
But
if I know
honestly,
we're fair game.
I went in and I saw his athleticism and I thought, this could be like a good project. And he just is fundamentally not good at football. And it's just really hard. It's hard to watch.
It's like that.
Sorry, quickly. If I'm Paul, I bet you're enjoying Jordan James going to San Francisco then, because he will ball out there. So I bet he'd like that match. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say it's a bit like that scene in Moneyball, you know, where it's like this right here is a Johnny Cornelius.
Yes,
he's big. He's a good guy. He's a good guy, good football guy, good locker room guy. The only problem is he's fundamentally bad at football.
Yes.
You know there's a scene, and I think it was there was a tweet about it, and it was like I'm going to drag Ash and the Seminoles for a minute, and it was about DJ Uyunglele last year.
Yeah,
and it was like this is DJ Uyunglele, and like the problem is. The forward pass was invented in 1908.
Yes,
like,
I shared that exact meme in the college football chat when it came out. I was like, it's so true. Oh, yeah, I can't believe that 12 months ago I was so hyped. I was like, well, we just lost Jordan Travis. I know Cam Ward's flipped to Miami, but DJ Angulele, like he showed some flashes at Oregon. It's obviously a 5-star guy in there, bit of power running. We'll have to adjust our scheme a bit. He obviously was deep. And then that shit happened.
You can build it though so easily, can't you? It's DJ Angulele. He's got good height. He's very quick. He, got good intelligence. The problem is he doesn't have a fucking clue about football.
So he's going to make a great shelf stacker, not Walgreens.
Put the prize in the bag, bro. I think the best tweet from this draft is the Shador Dash Sanders.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm guessing my quarterback, but that was one of my favorites. That's common for me sharing that into there.
It did make me laugh a lot.
I can't believe that.
Oh dear.
I really think Pittsburgh need to start going quarterback now.
Pittsburgh are going to go whichever player I like. That's just what they do. They're going to do it eventually. They always do. Paul
this
goes,
is Will Howard.
Yeah. Paul goes, I like the fit from Bassett to KC as well. The Oregon players have found some good fits in this draft. I'm not going to lie.
I think this will be Will Howard or Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, I agree.
Really?
Yeah. I can't see. I've shut my Twitter down on the Mac, but I think this will be a quarterback, if anything.
And to think that
who else can they steal?
We're originally supposed to pick here.
I mean, they could do with a wide receiver. They could take Torrey Horton.
They don't need an edge, so they can't steal Tyler off me. Do they need a receiver? Ricky White?
With
could steal Ricky off me.
If Pickens is off.
Oh, they made the pick. That's not who I was expecting. That's a weird. Sorry, hang on. Sorry.
I haven't seen it yet.
Go on. We haven't seen it.
I'm so behind.
Okay. I'm only on the ESPN because I don't have Sky Go on my laptop. So.
That's someone we do know a tiny bit about.
I haven't seen clips, so
I
Might be
think
one of-
Ant I think knows a bit more about him. We did discuss him briefly in one of the shows.
Also, I've done myself a favor and looked at next year's
Oh.
some big boards.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
would like Caleb Downs
Oh yeah.
quite easily
That's a shout.
Be a nice pickup.
for next year. Caleb Downs.
Not gonna lie, that'd be pretty nice.
Or we get Dylan Thieneman.
Chargers
But
have
I know
traded
that
up
Caleb
here at
Downs
165.
Caleb Downs has the added benefit of being an elite returner.
Yeah. Caleb
Unconsidered.
Downs, and if we need one, a quarterback probably. So
If
Pittsburgh.
you're really trying to convince yourself you've got out of this one, haven't you?
I'll convince myself that Dylan Gabriel or Shadir Sanders is going to be a success, and it's
Oh.
going well.
If Bo Nix could, no,
Oh,
Jim,
that's a great pick.
no, Jim.
Oh, that's fantastic, Rondé Gadsden.
Around
Oh. That's so annoying because it takes a guy off Ant's board for drinking.
Hey, there we go.
No, that's
It's the only board which matters, and it's the drinking board.
You know what? The Seahawks haven't offended me this year yet, and they always do. So what are you waiting for, Seattle?
wide out.
It was Christian Haynes
That's-
last year, Devin Witherspoon the year before that. Every single time those greasy Seahawks get their hands on somebody I really like.
I thought I was about to say something else there. I kind of like the Chargers draft this year. Jamari Caldwell, Trey Harrison, Marion Hampton as the top three, and then Rondé Gadsden just then.
Yeah.
Solid, very, very solid.
It's really solid draft top bottom.
Not flashy, just good players.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you need, really.
I agree.
Well, you'll need flashy at some point.
No,
but
they've taken Torrey Horton.
I said this.
Seattle, you.
Fucking hell.
All right, that's it. They're back on the hate list. I knew it.
There's your WhatsApp.
I knew it.
You just made the list again.
I'm gonna draft my list of most hated draft teams.
Oh man,
They were just waiting for that.
never change,
Oh,
Ant.
I will say, Torrey Horton will do very well in Seattle. As much as I hate it, he will do very well there. They'll like him a lot. At least it's not Ricky White. That would have been the pure level. That would have been pure hate. That's hate, but not pure hate. But yeah, Tennessee have had a good draft.
Over Torrey Horton. I'm just telling a Seahawks fan.
Hey Bradley,
And-
appreciate the feedback there, my friend. Says the channel has really solid analysis. We try our best. We put a lot of effort into it.
Oh, I've just seen it.
Is it-
I've
is
just
it-
seen
is
it.
it-
I
is
haven't seen it.
Is it Batty?
No, it's Jackson Slater. The Tennessee
Oh.
Titans have taken Jackson Slater.
Oh my god, this is going to be a generational run of hate drafting for.
The Titans
Fans.
aren't on there really. The Titans have now put themselves on
Oh.
there.
But look who's up next.
Yeah,
Philly.
really.
I
Do you know
swear,
what?
if Philly take Tyler Batty, there's going to be.
Are you going to have words?
Something's going to get thrown.
Tennessee. Do you know
Oh,
what?
and then Chicago are on the clock.
Tennessee have crushed this draft.
Just
Yeah,
not
they
Ricky
have.
White or Tyler Batty.
Tennessee
Anyone
have
else?
had an absolute
Anyone
ball.
else?
I can now maybe buy into Jags being top 5. It's a good push. I think it was they got to hang on. Send it.
I think that was
There
me.
you go. He's seen it. He's seen it.
I haven't seen it. no.
Drew Kendall's gone.
Philadelphia
No,
Eagles took Drew
Philadelphia.
Kendall's. Drew Kendall, center out of Boston College.
They're gonna make him an All-Pro. They're all.
He's not
Wait,
gonna play.
I was gonna say Drew Kendall's but they're just can.
He will. He will play there. They will make an All-Pro out of him eventually.
Does he have positional flexibility?
No, none whatsoever. Don't kick Dander
Okay.
Dickerson back out to left guard.
No, it's
Oh,
not
imagine they
Dickerson,
got
it's
Jurgens.
Cam Jurgens. That's why I'm saying he won't
It's
play.
Cam Jurgens.
But they were both hurt last year. They've both been hurt.
Pick is in for the Bears.
Oh no!
I hate how many guys have come off Ant's list right here. This is a disaster for me.
This is a generational run.
How about thinking of my emotions, seeing all my favourite players go elsewhere, not you wanting me to get drunk?
I would like you to get drunk and
This is going to be a generational bad run if one of them go. I've still got my 2 5-stars here.
Have you?
Yeah, Tyler Batty and Ricky White are both 5-stars. Oh, it's Chicago. Oh no! Don't
Please.
you dare, Chicago. I'm muting. I'm going to mute myself because I think people listening will be fed up with me shouting down the thing.
Pick is in.
Oh, they're going to break.
Trying to think who else they could take. Also, just one break. Who is best player for UFAs? Is it just like CBS and ESPN, and then Twitter?
Sorry, say
So-
that again. You kind of came in and out there.
Yeah, I can see my internet's not really well. UDFA lists is the best place CBS.
Yeah, just CBS and Pro Football Network also do a really good one.
Yeah, I don't know if there was like anyone that could do that UDFA list and the minicamp invites as well.
Pro Football Network does one. Depending on which teams you're looking at. So I know Pride of Detroit do one specifically for the Lions where they list them all. So it might be worth checking out the SB Nation affiliates for the teams.
Will do, thank you.
Oh, that's a favourite of a lot of Lions fans off the board.
Oh, Czar.
Yeah, they just gone.
Czar Frazier.
Oh, Czar Frazier. Oh,
I like that. That's
and
really
the
good
Bills have
pick for
got
the
2 and
Bears.
4.
Bears needed cornerbacks.
That's a really good pick. That's a really underrated pick. He's much better than a lot of the corners that have gone in front of him.
Him or Tyreek Stevenson. Genuinely.
Not yet. In time, yes, he'll have his job, but not right away. But he's very good. I think he'll surprise a lot of people. Early does. Czar Frazier will. I really like. He's a good corner. UTSA just continue to churn, even though they've not been as good a team in recent years.
Ash, I'm expecting our Bills friends very shortly.
They're probably just waiting for these
Yeah.
picks to be out the way. To be
Yeah,
fair,
so
if
Let's say
they've
they've
got
got
2 picks in
4
4,
picks.
They're on the clock now, so yeah. So I'll quickly.
Oh
nip out
god, yeah,
this
they've got
this in.
3 and 7. Oh,
Which-
Detroit's on the. It's nice to see Detroit on the ticker. We've only been going nearly 4 hours, and finally we're on the ticker.
We're very much in range where we could have like a late round 7 pick be sent to try and go up 4 or 5 spots
Yeah.
here.
We could. See, you don't need to. Buffalo ain't going to do any trading because they've got 3 picks in 7 here. They ain't going to trade back again.
Why do they have top of the 6th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I've got to find these graphics. So, Maryland, Purdue's. I haven't got. K-State. I need.
The Bills are traditionally not a franchise who've screwed me in drafts, so I maintain hope for the Bills.
How long until Ant has the entire league on the list?
Pittsburgh will never be on the list because I appreciate Pittsburgh and what they do for the players that I like. I will never be. I will
What?
never. Oh shit! We've got a Browns fan in the room. Just close your
What?
ears, Brett.
What did you just say?
The Steelers are my
Say to
second.
me, you little shit.
Oh, wow. Wow. Where's Jordan Hancock on the list? That's the Bills pick.
Say it again, I double dare you, motherfucker.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are my second favorite team because I like the way they draft. I'm sorry, Brett, but I'm sorry you had to find out this way.
Jordan Hancock, safety, Ohio State, 196. Not actually that far away from 170.
Listing him as a corner. That's odd.
I was going to say, I've just seen him listed as a corner on ESPN.
Oh, Detroit's traded.
Oh my fucking god!
Detroit's on the clock, mofos.
Let's fucking go, boys!
Send up the
Tyler
alarm!
time.
Tyler Barry time!
Please be Tyler Barry. I just want no. It'll be Fadil Diggs, won't it?
It
They've
will
met
be
with
Fadil
Diggs. I'm
Diggs,
not
I
going to
think.
get it. They've not met any of the prospects I like, so I'm not going to get any of them. But right,
Lions are on the clock, everybody.
I'm going.
I don't know what the trade terms are yet. It hasn't updated for me. I will update you all when I know.
We've traded, oh god, Carlton Wood with the joke saying we've traded all 5 picks from this draft and 3 from next year to go up.
Fucking Jesus Christ! I beg not. I
Hopefully
beg not.
it's just a 7th round pick, hopefully.
I'm trying to find out. It's because I'm using the NFL draft tracker.
Got to figure that's going to be at least 2 picks. We'll have to have. Well, come on.
Yeah.
No.
Hang on. Yep, here we go. Might have released the they haven't released the terms. I believe it's the upcoming pick, and then one of our 7. Yeah, it's one upcoming pick and one of our 7ths.
That's fine.
Right,
That's fine.
That's fine. Still, we get 3 players, so we still
Come
get 4 players
on!
as it stands.
Come on.
Did you? Did someone? Yeah.
I bet anything this is Fadil Diggs. I'm not going to get Tyler Batty, but if I do, I will not be responsible for my outcry of happiness.
On the clock. Pick is in. Pick is in.
Oh man, my heart rate went from like 50 to 150 very quickly. Come on.
I can see this terms.
So I think it was the upcoming pick, and then one of our I did send it in my deleted photos. Give me a second. I can compare quickly. So yeah, we've gone from 182 to 171, and we have sent. Give me a sec. My phone's been really slow.
Because usually I've got a Twitter account that can.
Yeah, we've probably used the same one, to be honest. So
I think it's NFL Draft Diamonds.
So we have sent 182 and 2. That's the wrong team, actually. Come on. We've sent 182 and we have sent 228.
228, yeah. The
Yeah,
Patriots have just released the.
Okay.
Sick.
Yeah.
11 places up for the cost of a high 7th. That's fine. This is the Vikings' last pick after us as well.
Oh, all 4 picks. Did they have 4 picks, or is it?
4,
Did they get a 5th one?
No, they haven't traded at all, I don't think.
No.
Oh, come on,
Pick
give
is
us the
in.
pick. Just tell us who it is.
This is. I'm nervous for you.
Oh, come on.
And there's another trade as well. The Rams have just jumped the Bills.
Oh, so the Vikings have traded down.
Yeah. The Rams have just traded in. Just moaned it in, really.
Come on, Lions.
Yeah, 182, 220, 228.
It's the anticipation's killing me here.
Oh, it's killing me
So-
as well.
So who are you looking for then?
Edge.
Edge, safety.
Edge. So Fadil Diggs or Tyler Barty.
That's the two we'd like, I think. Someone in the chat said Jared Ivey, question mark as well, but I just don't want him.
Nor do I. Maybe in the 7th at this point.
I don't think he's a draftable prospect, Jared Ivey. Who else is available edge? Kyman Rucker, Antoine Powell Ryland,
Virginia Tech one. He's supposed to be good.
Jar Joyner.
Yes. Power Island.
Please not Jar Joyner.
I really
do
don't
not
want
like
Jar
him.
Joyner. He's not a good player at all. RJ Oben, Ahmed Hassanen. I can't say that.
Hassanin.
Hassanin, from Boise State.
Boise State. We do supposedly like him.
I was going to say, I think we was in for him as well, potentially.
The man I made a really bad joke about the last time we talked about this, the man more known for his whiskey than his football play, Johnny Walker Jr.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Hello, pretty lady.
Oh, that's cool.
Hmm?
The exhibition.
Wow. Okay. And does look.
Whoa!
I haven't seen it yet. Ooh!
And you know what you said yesterday about bye-bye Graham Glasgow? Bye-bye Graham Glasgow! Miles Frazier, God, LSU, highest ranked player left on the board that's not called Quinn Ewers?
No, 154 he was.
Oh.
He was number 28 on the board.
Sneaking suspicion. Is this the Rams going to take Will Howard or Quinn Ewers?
Yeah, sounds good to me. Because Philly apparently were really keen on Shadur, so they're clearly okay with taking a backup. So, who are they going to prefer?
Sauce's probably already gone as well.
Yeah, Saucel's definitely gone.
So Miles Frazier did not allow a single sack last season on 579 pass blocking snaps. Literally as NFL. Okay.
I'm going to have to assume that maybe this is a possible centre replacement because he's played all over the line there.
That's a shout, yeah. That's very true.
If he's going to kick in at centre, you're going to struggle to put all these guys on the roster. It's going to be Sorsdal before Glasgow. Sorsdal's the one gone now. We can't carry so many players on the team. There's only so many. Manu's not getting cut.
Yeah, we have too many offensive line players now.
Yeah. Colby Sorsdal's done now. I think that experiment is over. He's out of here.
0 sacks allowed in about 579 pass blocking snaps.
Yeah.
I mean, Brad's probably done that as BPA. Like, just keep adding to your offensive line and see what you can do. Now you've got a three-way. You've got a lot of competition for these open guard spots. A lot. I can buy it.
I'm going to put this out here, and it could be completely wrong. Could obviously be proven wrong with our future picks. I think that trade up Miles Frazier pretty much confirms, at least in my head, that Za'Darius Smith will be back on a cheap team-friendly deal.
Chris Poole to LA Rams.
Oh. Lovely value.
I like that a lot.
Their linebacker room's got a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Two top players on the board, both from Texas now, by the way. Cameron Williams, Isaiah Bond.
At this point, Za'Darius has to come back. That we can't go into next year with Marcus Davenport and just pray. We're in a Super Bowl window. We can't be praying on an edge bin fit in a Super Bowl window. You just can't. That is gross negligence.
Yeah.
So, when's our next pick?
It is a bit later. I think it's two. Give me a second. I believe it was 230.
Oh no, we've got 370.
No, 196. 196. So we've got another.
So I won't be surprised to see them use another 7th to jump with 196 to another, and then use that last 200s.
Yes, so we can probably jump about 10-ish spots with one of those 7s, given what we just did with a 7th a bit higher up. So so that would kind of be in the mid 180s, which is only 10 picks away.
So 196 and 244 to get into like the mid 180s, and then we can pick at 230.
That's the plan.
I can back that. Like, I've always been, as people know who listen, I've been heavily used these picks to trade up. Just, not the both future thirds. So Frazier was number 81 on Dane Brugler's big board. Strong senior bowl. Brugler thought he would be a day 2 or early day 3 target. So
there goes
Brugler
Jackson
really loves...
Hawes.
Fuck! I was literally about to say trade up for Jackson Hawes. Fuck you, Buffalo. Like I know we're probably gonna have our guest on in a minute, but Jesus.
I was going to say you're 2 minutes away from having a Buffalo.
No, I was literally going to say, like, I was going to wait for it to come around and be like, okay, would you trade up for Jackson Hawes? Because we supposedly really loved him in the interviews and that.
I'm questioning whether Buffalo are going to come on now because they should have been here 15 minutes ago. The slots are normally 20 minutes long, so...
Yeah. Well, at least this doesn't mean I have to sit
watching
that game again as our tape review for a potential tight end pick.
Oh, that NFL memes thing's hilarious. Shadeur tried to drown himself immediately after finding out he's been drafted by the Cleveland Browns. He's just diving into a fucking pool.
Cardinals pick is in.
Oh, have him
Cards have had a very good draft. Cards have drafted players that I like. Although I don't hate them for drafting Walter Nolan. It was the right thing, and it won me the first round mock draft. So
should have a meme where Shadeur is the CEO in the IT crowd when they walk into the boardroom and they say, "Sir, you've been drafted by the Cleveland Browns," and then he jumps out the window.
Opens the window.
No, you say an IT crowd, it's that way he gets drafted and it's him busting into the church saying, "Father!"
That would be so good. Oh,
I got a laugh from Matt with.
Oh, jeez.
Is that the first Georgia Tech player gone this year?
Yes, I believe so. I can double check for you, but I believe so.
If that's all right, because I think they're
Yes,
going
it
to
is.
have
First
at
Georgia
least
Tech player, yes.
You know the tally that we need to do? We need to tally the number of draft picks this year that beat Florida State this season.
Look what you've made me do.
What's he doing? Oh,
I'm gonna
oh my god!
You've driven me to spirits.
Just remember, kids, alcoholism is not nice.
Denzel Burke to the Cardinals.
Ooh, that's good.
That's good.
I can get behind that for them.
What does that mean for my guy Garrett Williams, though?
I'm sorry, did Paul write these graphics for these players? Under Denzel Burke's thing, it goes struggled versus Oregon. Paul's writing the graphics, just everyone struggled versus my mighty Ducks.
I mean, which Ohio State
Denzel
game,
was
right?
gonna be a
Didn't
good
Ohio
pick,
State
then...
kill them?
Yeah, Denzel Burke was he was predicted to be a high round pick once. Then there was a stage this season. I can't remember which set of games it was, but he was awful. Like he was. It might have been the Oregon games where he got absolutely diced. I think it was. I think it was Tez Johnson who did him in, like the 110-pound Tez Johnson, who just left him in loops all the time, and that just tanked his stock after that.
Yeah.
So probably is a good reason to put up on there, like Oregon exposed him.
Wingo is very happy with the pick of Miles Frazier. He's just tweeted LSU Bros.
LSU buddies, they'll have played each other a lot.
2 picks left in round 5.
Everyone coming at me saying, well, we need Glasgow for the experience and the depth. Well, not anymore. Well, yeah, we do. We need the veteran depth, but he is now expendable if they choose to go that way.
He's gone, I think, cut down to 53. The team will be like, we respect you for your service, but we're going to get you under the position. We're going to let you go and see if you can find a starting job elsewhere.
On Twitch.
Graham Glasgow should be an excellent trade piece. I'm sorry, but he should be.
Also very true.
Oh, it's Seahawks again. Okay, Seattle, what we're going to do now? You've decided day 3 is the day you're going to wind me up. What are we going to do now, Seattle?
Tyler Batty?
Or Ricky, well, no, it won't be receiver now. I don't think it'd be Ricky White. Although if they took Torrey Horton and Ricky White,
they always take a running back. They always take a running back basically every draft.
then that'll be Kroski Merritt, because Kroski Merritt's the only one I want here.
What about Devon Neal?
I'm not
Has
interested.
Damian Martinez gone as well?
No, he's
No.
still there.
Taj Brooks hasn't gone. There's a lot of bell cow running backs still.
Ollie Gordon.
hasn't gone.
There's a ton of running backs out there still. It's weird
just
because
looking for us,
so
yeah.
many have gone, and yet there's still so many out there.
Many thanks to Brent DeWitt for the $2 super chat. Much appreciated. Brent says, down goes Frazier, bye bye GG. Love it.
Bradley, I don't think that wasn't the Lions international fan. She was a German F1 driver. I think she was just doing the pick. I don't think she's a Lions fan.
Like NASCAR, like the European version of NASCAR, not F1.
Who was it? Genuinely, like a racing driver's just announced that.
Yes.
To you guys. That's
German
so
racing
cool.
driver. Let me get it up because I know the Lions tweeted about it.
I'm trying to look at our depth. Well, I'm looking at our depth chart. And I think we still need to tackle.
Yeah.
And wide out.
Our fifth round pick, as announced by Indie NXT driver Sophia Flourish, all the way from Cologne, Germany.
Oh, Sophia Flourish. Yeah.
Brett's just begging for the Browns to trade back in at this point. He's desperate.
I do want that. I'm desperate for it, just because we need. I don't think we're going to get any decent priority DFA wide out or tackle. Yeah, no. Flourish is one step below IndyCar.
Yeah, I was just about to say, if you're going to be pedantic, Ash, it's definitely not similar to NASCAR. It's a single-seater series, isn't it?
Yeah, it's closer to Formula One than NASCAR, but yeah, Indy Next, Indy Lights, call it what you want.
There it goes.
I think.
Sorry.
No.
There who goes.
I think they're on a
Who would you want at 196? Tyler.
Ooh, that's not the Alabama tight end I thought it'd be.
See the Lions. Dupree is a Lions target today. Dupree will
it's
be.
the other one. It's Robbie Ounce. Robbie Ounce is gone.
Didn't expect him to.
Wow. Guess where he was on the board?
320.
No.
406. I didn't have him. I didn't think he'd be drafted.
625.
Yeah, I was going to say I didn't think he'd be
just
drafted.
to say, is Brinning still being drafted? I don't think he has. Fedoni's on there, Lackey's on there, Mataveo's on there, Urisek's on there, Prieskorn's on there.
Fidone's on there, Jalen Conyers.
Yeah.
Jalen Conyers.
Jalen Conyers would be a great pick. Former Arizona State guy.
Jets, again. The Jets offended me today.
Jets have just traded in.
Yeah.
That's why they've just traded in, because that was a Ravens pick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Conversation pick, yeah.
Well, I think Ryder's just messaged saying that he can come earlier if you would like, and since you're
seen it.
Oh, is it me?
It's
me, isn't it?
You're doing Ryder.
Oh, I don't fancy doing it, to be honest.
Jets trade up for Miami edge
Tyler
Barron.
Yeah. Good pick.
You deliberately did that then. My edge Tyler. Well, that bloody hell. Right. We are really getting into Tyler Batty territory now. We are right in his.
Every time you say that, I have to bite back making jokes.
There's a couple of teams that double dip in, like close, if not next to each other this round. I mean, the Raiders have 213, 215. The Ravens have 210, 212. The Eagles have 207, 209. The Vikings have 201, 202, and they just got that from the Rams.
I mean,
the Colts have 189, 190. There's a lot of teams picking in this round.
See the Jets, history of drafting mid ACC players is continuing. I see.
Oh, why is that on the top?
Bite, little fishy, bite.
Why is that on the timeline?
What? Go on.
It's the tweet from Shadur Sanders. It's a picture of him smiling, and it just says, "Thank you, God." And Browns have just put "Guy's moment." Shadur has better MVP odds than Justin Fields, Kirk Cousins, AJ Brown, Puka Nacua, Tyreek Hill, Will Anderson Jr., and Nick Bosa.
I think I'd rather put odds on Shadur not finishing the season at Cleveland and ended up somewhere else because Cleveland cut him because they can't deal with him. Honestly, this would be the perfect pick. I said he needed to go and do a season in Canada. Go play some football, get away from his dad, get all this stink out there, have a great season, then come back and do it next year.
Wait, what? Did you say Robbie Oost was a tight end or a running back?
Right end.
Tight end.
Okay.
He's been announced as a running back.
I was gonna say Aaron Wilson's just announced him as a running back.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
That's you mean you using the same account? Then I have Aaron Wilson notifications on as well.
I have Aaron Wilson notifications on, the Draft Network notifications, and I'll find the last one because they're there somewhere.
I've got Draft Network. Like obviously, other than the Detroit beat writers, Rappaport, Shefty. I've got Wilson, Draft Network, and the PFF College account.
Another one. This one's like overpowered as hell.
Yeah.
Let me find it. It's come on, scroll faster. Draft Diamonds, that's it.
Yes, I've got Draft Diamonds as well. Yeah.
Draft Diamonds ruined Dylan Gabriel for me last night, but I didn't mind that at all. I was just like, at that point, I was just like, breathe. We're going to draft Shadur. We're not going to draft Shadur. And then it was like, we're going to draft a wide out. And then it said Dylan Gabriel.
Let's just go to the chat a minute. Grandizer says Miami has 1 pick in the 6th, 2 in the 7th. That's pretty much what we've got, I think. Tony goes, in Brad Holmes, I trust. However, I can't help but wonder what our team would look like if he didn't trade up every round and we kept our picks. Potentially, yeah, it would look a lot different.
Potentially, yeah. I know we've repeated belaboring the same point over and over. I don't have the only issues I have with the trade ups we've done is the same trade that I've had issues with twice. Is obviously the amount we paid up to trade up for Isaac Tesla and the fact it was for Isaac Tesla rather than someone who is higher on the board. But
good. Attila goes, we need to jump Chicago. They will take whomever we want, potentially. James McClure goes, what are your thoughts on Antoine Powell-Ryland as an edge option? He's like Donovan Azirewaku, except he's not as good against the run. He's got the same frame as him, but Donovan has a better counter set, which figures him against the run better. Antoine is more of your prototypical pass rusher. He's a good pass rusher, don't get me wrong, but there's a reason he's down here. The run stuff really does need work with him.
So cool.
But yeah, that's what I think. I think he's if you're there in the 200s, give him a go. Absolutely, as an actual pass rusher, he's pretty good. But again, he's not what the Lions look for. And as much as I wanted Donovan and that, they passed on him all. So there aren't enough spots on the 53-man roster as it is from Attila. Well, they got to let him fight it out. Let's have as much talent as possible, and then we can give our leftovers to, I don't know, some other team.
Commanders and yeah.
Yeah. Attila goes, shouldn't the picks come faster now? I am so hungry. They are coming relatively fast. Like round 7 goes really quick, but there's 80 picks left now. We're at 177, 257. Who's Mr. Irrelevant today? I want it to be Shiloh Sanders so badly.
See,
just
because
for
guess
the
what?
memes.
Guess what? Me and my friends on the way to think was like, oh yeah, it'd be funnier if Shadur was Mr. Irrelevant rather than the UDFA, because then every single time someone went on his Wikipedia page, it would say he's Mr. Irrelevant.
Do we reckon Prospect X gets drafted? I'm very intrigued to see whether Prospect X gets drafted. He is very tempting.
I'm so sad Private Detroit overlooks my question about him.
Prospect X.
We worked it
You don't know about Prospect X?
Oh, God.
This is one of my favorite games of the year, even though it shouldn't be a game. So every year, I think it used to be Athletic, now she's at the ESPN writers, goes and does a piece, like a character piece on Prospect X. This prospect who on consensus boards it's seen as like the undraftable, not even going to get such a UDFA, but she's getting rumblings they're going to. So last year, I hit on it. It was Levi Drake Rodriguez, the defensive tackle, who got drafted by the Minnesota Vikings and made me drop pizza all down my lovely new Jared Goff jersey. This year, we've worked it out to be Montana State QB Tommy Mellott, who is potentially moving to receiver in the league because he's undersized but has very, very good speed and size.
As a QB, he ran a 4.39.
I don't think he's getting drafted, but that's just me. I didn't know that this was a thing, so that's enlightened me. I was just looking at Twitter, and it's kind of a cool thing actually. Colorado State are doing their 4th annual Grit Run 5K, and it ends in the stadium. And in the stadium, they've announced the Torrey Horton pick, and it's just pictures of all the crowd kind of excited for him. So I'm just,
that's cool.
Just one of those wholesome things. It's such a wholesome thing. Like, I don't know if there's a video that's going to come out, but all you see is like it's their latest tweet, and it says Canvas Stadium, Torrey Horton drafted. It is really cool. They announced this first 6 round.
Dorian Strong to the Bills.
Wow. I was just about to come back on, and I was like, have they announced the pick yet?
Well, hang on. They took a corner with their last pick, didn't they? Isn't that 2 corners in a row?
And they took one early, didn't they?
They took Maxwell Hairston first.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they took Jordan Hancock today as well. Yeah, they
took Jordan Hancock 3 picks before Jackson Halls.
Although he is technically a safety, so maybe it is 2 corners, but a lot of DB picks late on.
I'd consider that their safety need done, but I'm still surprised they haven't gone wide out.
I am.
What are they holding out for? Then they can't be holding out for like Ricky White or something, because they had the transfer.
Everybody is holding out for Ricky White. They all want him, but you know they're too scared. They're too scared to take him because he's so good.
I mean, they could have had Xavier Restrepo. He was day 2 material. Isaiah Bond as well, but I don't think anybody wants to
I feel
push him
shitty
with
that Xavier Restrepo's career has been like tanked by a fucking combine.
What's the knock on Bond?
Didn't he have the car accident?
Womanizer.
Or yeah, that's the one. All the charges against him.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Plus the whole thing of I'm going to come and break the 40-yard dash record runs like a 4.5.
He run a 4.4.
4.4. There we go.
Oh my God, Jimmy Horn as well is going to do some bits in the league as a late round guy.
I'm shocked none of the Colorado receivers have gone yet.
Oh, DeJounte Wester as well.
Yeah, and
Will Shepherd.
Will Shepherd.
Will Shepherd. All 3 are really good.
They are. They're better than some of the dross that's been taken.
That's what you're going to do now. You're going to trade up back into the 7th 3 times to take all 3 Colorado receivers.
I'd take it.
When we did our mock draft simulator challenge, I put DeJounte Wester to the Lions, I think.
Yeah,
I think DeJounte Wester would be a... But we've got Tesla. But I think we do need... you want a development slot in. I would take any 3. Bilal Kone's gone to the Ravens. Western Michigan, man. Representing.
Charged well, thank you.
Ow. Thank you, Paul. Somebody got my...
I got it too, I just didn't want to react to it.
Anthony, who could be a few UDFA? UDFAs, it's quite a few. I would love Jackson Woodard as a UDFA, because no one's going to pick him now, apparently, even though he's one of the best coverage linebackers in the country. Make it make sense.
Western Michigan man off the board.
Yeah. Max Brosma doesn't get picked up. I want the Lions to get him as a UDFA. Because, I want him in the building, see what he can do.
I'm so surprised the quarterback hasn't gone yet.
No.
Another quarterback hasn't gone yet.
Steve O'Klotz, he is the blocking tight end from Iowa State. I have a lot of love for him. I want to see him on the practice squad as a UDFA. I think he'll fit exactly what we're going to do. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, if he doesn't get drafted at running back, I want to see him on the practice squad. I would absolutely love him there.
Your Florida tackle?
What, the chunky monkey?
Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon.
Oh, Brandon Crenshaw-Dixon.
Crenshaw-Dickinson.
Ooh.
The right tackle, I'd take him. Depending on whether Brew McCoy gets drafted or not, I'd put Brew in as a
Brew McCoy.
as a priority free agent.
What about Nazir Stackhouse? Because it really looks like he's going towards the consensus area. He's 252, so he might get drafted, but...
I'd put Nazir Stackhouse in there as well, yeah, for sure. In terms of the nose tackle department.
That goes against type for Miami.
I've not seen it yet.
I haven't either.
It's not up at this point.
I haven't seen it.
What about Isis Waxter or BJ Adams? Corner.
Ryan would love Isis Waxter. The corner I want, the small school one, is what the fuck? He was really good at the Hula Bowl. I can't remember his name. Who was it? Tyrone Herring. He's the Delaware corner. But the HBCUs have got some good corners. Kendall Bowler and James Burgess. I'd like to see both of them on the Lions. They're both very productive ball hawks with a lot of experience behind them. So I'd love to see those two on there as well. If you go in safeties...
Sorry, Brett, what's up?
Not corners, but HBCU linebacker Aaron Smith out of South Carolina State.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
I would hope he's drafted.
Oh.
Wow, what a pick.
Told you.
Oh.
Awesome.
It goes kind of against type for them because they usually love their fast, light running backs. Instead, they go for the absolute brick shithouse of a running back on the second.
Miami have decided to get themselves a spine. That is a wonderful pick.
They have themselves spine. Wow.
They have got girth now, as is said.
So Miles Frazier is on his call. Is called with the Detroit Lions beat. Says number one, he trained with Tate Ratledge in the off season, and they're really good friends. Number two, they both trained under Duke Merriweather in this off season to prepare for the draft. AKA the absolute offensive line guru, who I know the last time we kind of went to his wealth offensive line 2 years ago. Was it 2 or 3 years ago? With Colby Sawstill. Didn't really work out. But since Mahogany, Frazier, Tate Ratledge, 3 knockout of the park picks of interior offensive line.
It's quite weird with us taking so many guards and having a guard drafted last year because we've got quite a few good, bottom of the roster guards that we've kind of signed year over year, so futures deals and then camp battles and whatever. But it means the end of all of those guys.
Oh, JJ Pegues to the Raiders. JJ's gone.
Yeah. Nice.
And
they got another D tackle. Who else did they have there?
And on that, because what you're saying correctly, Frazier also says that at LSU he was also trained as their backup left tackle and right tackle.
What else did they get?
Yeah.
So Tonka Hemingway and JJ Pegues are now both at Las Vegas. That's resetting your DT room.
I like that. I don't know. I'm a fan of this. A lot of teams have been quite aggressive.
But they've been, they took Darian Porter as well, who I love. They've put a lot of strength on their team as well. Oh, Eagles are back on again. Who are the Eagles going to have fall to them? It's always Eagles just perform black magic on everything. I wonder if there's any rumor to the thing that they were looking at a quarterback before Shadur. Are they going to find a backup for Jalen?
I think they will take either one of the 3 guys left in Will Howard, Quinn Ewers, or Riley Leonard.
Yeah. You would think so at some point, because they've got another pick coming up in 10. Oh, we're on the ticker again.
Yeah.
Carl McCord.
There we go. There's the quarterback.
Carl McCord, who grew up just by their facility.
That was the guy I was like, there's another one that I was trying to think
Love
of,
that.
and I was like, I had to defer to Riley Leonard.
Love that for the Eagles. I'd say Cal McCord
That's a
should have been the
really
first
good
one
pick.
to go today, and he's going to do so well. He'll be a good backup for them there.
He's a lot better than what they've had him like Ian Book and Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. I reckon he'll get that job pretty quick to back up Hurts.
Yeah, 100%.
I like that. I like that.
Me too.
Boston College.
Anthony, could we bring in Gus Hartwig as the UDFA? Yes, we could.
Yes,
Absolutely, we could bring him in as a UDFA. There's a couple of safety options. I mean, the Texas center's still not gone yet,
Jake
unless I
Majors.
missed it.
No,
But-
Jake Majors is still there.
Yeah, Jake Majors is still on there.
Jake
If you're looking
Majors,
for
Seth McLaughlin and Jonah Monheim, top 3 centers still left.
if you're looking for real outsiders, I know Thomas Perry, the Division 3 schooler, was been taught how to play center as well, even though it's not his natural position. But
And
they
of
were
course,
trying to what?
who has Thomas Perry trained with in the off season?
Probably Duke Merriweather as well, isn't it?
Duke Merriweather. Yeah, Duke Merriweather.
Who else? I think Drew Moss is the Colorado State center, possibly. But yeah, I would take Gus Hartwig as a UDFA for sure.
That's mad.
So, is there a run on quarterbacks now? Backup quarterbacks now they've started to go. I feel like a couple of them will go
Yeah.
now.
Saints again. Saints could double dip. Steelers are there
Look,
as well.
I know you want someone else to do it just so you're not the only team that's done it here, Brett, but you know.
I mean, Washington did it a few years ago, if you remember, with RG3 and then Kirk
2012.
Cousins. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Steelers will get one now. The Ravens, I wouldn't be surprised if they take one.
Yeah. The Steelers backup. No, not the Steelers. The Ravens backup ain't exactly good.
There was a rumor going around that the Ravens would look at him to back up, obviously thinking, but there's no dual threat quarterbacks left now apart from Cam Miller, and Cam Miller really doesn't strike me as a maybe, but also Riley Leonard doesn't strike me as a Ravens type QB. I don't know. Maybe. I'd love to see Cam Miller drafted, but I think he's too far down the list of QBs. I could be wrong.
So who else is Ronnie Leonard's on here? Brady Cam, yeah. Donovan Smith. He's technically a dual threat, isn't he?
Oh, the Houston one.
Yeah.
He's definitely ranked outside the top 400 if I remember rightly.
Tigers win their first 2 games today.
Hey,
because he got postponed for bad weather. They're gonna next pitch is probably in about 2 hours for that. It's a double header.
MLB app. Trying to think. Who have we got
NFL
today?
Network. We don't want to hear about Shedeur Sanders.
Oh, come on. We're in warm-up against the White Sox. Let's go.
Nice.
I mean, anyone can beat them.
I hope so. I mean, we just called up Jacob Wilson.
When is
The
Dallas
first
in the
kicker
fourth?
is off the board.
Andre
Oh,
Borregales.
yeah. I like that.
It's his older brother that's in the league, right?
Jose
Or
Borregales.
was? Yeah.
He was. I think
he's not in it anymore.
I
Andre's meant
was
to be the
gonna-
more talented of the 2 kickers.
Yeah, I think Jose went to Minnesota, did he?
I wanted to say he was in
I'll have to have a look.
Miami. I could be wrong. I thought
think-
he was in Miami.
Jose Borregales was Tampa.
Yeah.
Ryder is
But
coming
he
over
went-
at some point, Grandizer. He's one of our later ones, but he will be over here. Don't worry.
I was going to say, if you need me to go, just tell me to
No.
go
We'll
away.
still we'll still rib you about Shadow for a little bit longer.
Yeah, no.
We've
Jose,
drafted one guest. Maybe we'll draft a second guest at the same time.
Jose had Tampa, and then he went to the Orlando Guardians, and then he was
Yeah.
on.
Oh wait, yeah. Jose kicked for the Hurricanes, didn't he? That's what I'm thinking of. Not Miami, the NFL team. He kicked for the
No, yeah,
Hurricanes,
he
yeah.
went to Hurricanes for the final year, and Andres
Yeah,
went
yeah.
there from the start. There was like a
Yeah.
family
That was it.
going
Yeah.
through because he used to be at FIU.
That
Yeah.
was it.
I know he was at Miami, Miami, Florida, the U, as it were.
Oh, I wonder where Josh Washewitz or whatever he's called is going to be. The Colorado School of Mines long snapper. Maybe we're in territory for them now.
We made it this far.
Bite, little fishy.
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry.
I was teasing Matt. I was teasing
Whoa.
Matt that a long snapper might get drafted.
What a
Means the
quote
special
from-
teams is on the board. Oh, Marcus
What a quote.
Harris has gone.
That's a good one. Didn't
What a-
didn't a long snapper get drafted once upon a time? Wasn't this the Steelers that did it?
Jimmy Landers, 2016, Detroit Lions.
There you go. See,
Hence the fascination.
I know those.
So Tyler Booker's doing his interview, first proper press conference with the Dallas Cowboys thing, media. And he was asked who's he's most looking forward to lining up against the most. His reply: Jalen Carter. I can't wait to bully that crybaby bitch.
I read that this morning and I laughed so hard. The picture they used for the article for that is Carter really wrapped up warm in not that cold weather.
Yeah, the ballet. Yeah,
it's really funny.
Did he actually say that?
Yep.
Yes, it's in the NFL Draft channel on Discord.
They are definitely
That's
not going to be swinging at each
insane.
other.
No, but
Oh my god, it's what's his name? CJ GJ versus Darnell Mooney 2.0.
Perry, I think El Gersma's probably going to go to the CFL. He's been drafted to the CFL, so if he doesn't get picked, I don't think he's going to go to a practice squad. He'll go to the CFL and come back next year. It's better for him to play football, but his benefit is he's only just out of high school. He's not like Stiggers who'd gone through. Oh, Devin Neal gone to the Saints.
Ooh.
Why do people not like Taj Brooks? That will confound me.
oh, I see it now. Yep, that's. I've had my phone on charge and I've just seen the Yeah, that's mental. I can't believe you said that.
I can't believe Cowboys fans hated that pick as well.
When is the Dallas and 49ers next pick? Not anytime soon.
Dallas a pick at 204. 49ers next pick is...
They don't have one in the sixth.
They don't have one in sixth. It'd be the seventh, potentially. Again, Dallas pick at the top of the seventh with 217. 49ers next pick is 227.
So you got about 43 picks till the 49ers pick again.
Then they pick at 249 and 252.
Detroit
The
are 1,
49ers.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 out. 11 out. Oh, and Chicago are right in front of us. Let's just be really petty with Jacksonville and jump Chicago and give them nothing. Just to be petty.
That would be fun.
Oh, it's Pittsburgh and Baltimore next.
Your favourite team, Ant?
Both teams like to take prospects I like, so we're in bad. Then we get to Houston, Tennessee, and Indy twice in a row. They're good. We're all cool. I've got no issues with them. And then it's Philly and
No,
Seattle.
you've got no issues with the Colts, despite the really weird rivalry we have with them for some reason.
Oh, I don't have a draft rivalry. There's rivalries and then there's draft rivalries. They're two different things for me. Steelers, you don't need an edge rusher, so leave Tyler alone.
Oh, come on, jump in with the Colts. 189-232 for next year's 5th.
He's holding out hope. He is holding out
I
hope.
need to see something. I just want to see something.
Is it just the fact that you've got no more picks till next year now? You're like, the draft's already over. You don't want to let go of that last pick, do you? You want to stay invested in the draft for as long as possible. I don't want to know their pick.
Steelers are in.
Steelers are in.
This is quarterback. Come on, do it.
Which one? If you had
Let
to
be
bet, which
Brosma.
one?
I want it to be Max Brosma. Max Brosma would do well in Pitt.
If it's going to be anyone, it's Quinn. But I think
agree.
they're going to curveball it. I think they're going to curveball it and give you Ryan Leonard.
Oh God, they're showing that Hunter press conference. That was so awkward. Gladstone just he looks a bit like he just gives off weird vibes. But it was so awkward how
he looks like a child.
It was so awkward how they introduced him. He genuinely looks like the Jaguars GM out of draft day.
I've not seen any presses after the first 2 days, so I have no idea. I'm just building this in my mind. I'm still this anticipation is killing me. Do you know Ash?
Yes.
Okay. The anticipation is killing me. Come on, just draft, like, I don't know, just the worst quarterback on the board. Just draft the worst. Yeah, I was gonna say draft DJ Uyunglele. Go on, do it. No, you want to. You know you
Showing up on
want to.
NFL.
Oh, it showed up on ESPN.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll wait for these two.
Hey! All right.
Will Howard.
I went 0 for 2. How did I do that? I named every single QB apart from that one.
Wow.
I'm kind of annoyed.
I think that's their starter.
I'm kind of annoyed at that.
I'd kind of be surprised if he can't win the job from Rudolph.
That's mildly
do we play
infuriating.
Pittsburgh this year? We do, don't we?
Yes.
Yes, you're our common division, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That's mildly annoying though, because I thought Howard was like on par with Gabriel.
Yeah.
And they just got Will Howard at 185, and we got Gabriel at 94. Makes me think we could have traded back or got a wide receiver there.
See, if Matt Patricia was still in charge here, I would tell you right now that Will Howard would go for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns against us. We don't live in that era anymore, thankfully.
400 yards and 3 touchdowns on the ground.
80 yards and 3 interceptions. That's what he'll get. We're going to absolutely lay waste to the AFC North next year. Apart from Baltimore.
Please don't. Please don't.
We're helping you with draft picks.
Yeah, so defeat the Jags if you play them.
That's a fair point.
I don't know if you do.
We don't play the Jags. Are we playing the NFC?
No, we're not.
We're playing the AFC North and the NFC East.
No, but in terms of trying to help Brett out for the draft, he's just rooting actively against the Jags all season, which, it makes sense.
We actively root against the Jags, then surely they have to fail. Because then we can, if we miss out on number 1, then we could just trade like our first and then something else, because we're going to have a first anyway. So I think we've set ourselves up well, but we shouldn't have been in this scenario in the first place.
Yeah.
Which is sad. What is going on outside?
God, these last few picks have gone really slow.
I was going to say, at the start of round 6 was like, it felt like forever and a day ago.
Yeah.
I've just got to Bill Alcone on.
Best value pick in the draft, surely Shador at 144.
I mean, if he makes the roster. At this point, at that draft position with that many quarterbacks in their team, it's a legitimate question as to whether he makes the roster or not.
Imagine if he got beaten out by Kenny Pickett.
I mean, oh no!
Yeah.
Imagine the scenes.
What was your NFL career? Getting beaten out by Kenny Pickett after being picked 144.
I'm also like kind of nervous as well, because if you remember last year, Stefanski was on the hot seat for quite a while, and there was rumors that that Dion was going to get the Cowboys job, and Shador would go to the Cowboys. So whether this is like a
you're galaxy braining this. Oh Jesus Christ!
Yeah, whether this is prologue to that.
Don't forget though, Dion's just got his big new deal at Colorado. It's $12 million to buy him out this year.
Don't have to do it this year though. Wait 12 months. Stefanski gets fired because the Browns have the #1 overall pick, but then they trade down because he's got his son to play starter.
Still $10 million next year. It's a lot of money you're going to pay.
I think we could afford it. Haslam will be able to afford it. He's gone through head coaches like nobody's business. Same with starters and QBs. I just hope that I am galaxy braining this too hard.
Yeah, I think you are.
Yeah. Thank you.
Realistically, I don't think any team should be considering him for their head coaching position, really.
No, he's one of those guys that I think he's going to be a really good college coach, but might not translate into the NFL. Same
Agree.
with in that same vein, like Cliff Kingsbury. Like Cliff Kingsbury is a really good NFL offensive coordinator or college head coach. He doesn't make that jump to NFL head coach well.
Grandazza goes, when you don't have a pick, it feels like the minutes drag. It does. God, this Baltimore one's taking forever as well. We've got 10 picks till the line.
Oh, it's just come up, and that's...
Oh, well, stop
that
saying
makes...
it. It's not up yet, so...
Wow. Okay.
Oh, we've got another kicker. It's coming, Matt. It's happening.
Yeah.
Hang on. The Ravens took a kicker. Is that because they think Justin Tucker might not be long for the team?
He won't be on the team next year. He won't be on the team.
But I'm saying that... What about the allegations
Browns
and stuff?
praying that Justin Tucker's not on the Ravens next year.
But
sorry, Brett, but you've got a little bit of a biased opinion in this discussion, Matt, I'm afraid.
What? So it's Tyler Loop, the one out of Arizona. Which rank is he on the consensus board for kickers? Because I don't think it's going to be 2.
What a name!
I don't.
A kicker called Loop.
Hang on. Tyler Loop was number 7.
Who's 2, 3, and 4?
So Borogalis was 5.
Really? I thought he was like top 3.
So
is it Delmas in this year, the Boise State kicker?
He's not on this list. The 8 that I have on this board are Ben Sauls, Caden Davis, Ryan Fitzgerald, Graham Nicholson, Andres Borogalis, whatever his name is, Dragan Kizic, Tyler Loop, and Maddox Trulio.
I'm surprised
Maddox
no one's taken Fitzgerald, given the length he was banging in 50-yarders from this year. I know it's only a 1-year sample, but still. I thought the Ravens might. That would have been a good pick for the Ravens, that.
I can see one more getting drafted, and I think Maddox will get EDFA from...
To the left, to the left. Oh, Jalen Reed. He was still on the board?
Yeah.
What's just happened?
Jalen Reed. There we go.
God damn it. And Titans have ran the pick in.
Yeah, the picks coming in thick and fast now.
Finally.
They got the log jam done. I'm surprised we haven't traded up yet.
Grandad goes, the Ravens could draft a long snapper here and it would be fine. There will be one member of the panel who does. Mark Aiken goes, I like your format. Best one on the internet. Best available players list up at all times. Good job. That's Matt there. Well done with that.
I've just seen a clip and it's Shadir rocking a Jags helmet with the biggest smile on his face.
Oh, Tennessee
That's,
are up
that's
again.
so cool. So
So
the top two players on the College Football Network big board is Isaiah Bond and Cam Williams. Surely one of them is going to go by the end of this round.
You would
Surely.
think so.
I would have said
I mean,
that at the
this
end of
is-
round 4.
This is a fall. This is our Darius Washington level fall now. He was meant to go in day 2.
Yeah, Ardarius
there's
Washington was
fallen
number
and
99 on the board, I think, and he didn't. He went undrafted.
He did. He just went
Um,
went. Oh, love that move
And-
for Tennessee.
I haven't
There's,
seen
okay,
it.
there's definitely a log jam because I've just seen the pick at 189.
I've seen the next pick. Yeah, I've seen that next pick.
I love that pick for Tennessee. Khalil Mullings in Tennessee. Still no Taj Brooks. Hey, if Taj Brooks falls into the undrafted category, then Lions can sure as hell go and get a good run on him.
That'll be priority UDFA
He'll be
for
a
like at least 20 teams.
He'll be a massive priority UDFA. We're talking about Pegues now.
Oh,
Do like
Aeneas is still on the
Pegues.
board.
I
Aeneas is
can't
still on the
believe-
board.
So where are they going to go after that? then?
Again, considering he's got one of the highest pass rush win rates in the FBS from the D tackle position.
Yeah, it's because he's undersized.
I know, but there's a level where eventually it becomes not.
That's that's what I'm getting to attempt to. Because imagine, we'll see what Casey Rogers did with Kalijah Cansey.
I can't not believe he's not going to get picked in this draft.
The next one has to be Cody Lindenberg, surely.
What is a priority UDFA?
No. Sorry, I'm just spitballing about the Colts because I've just seen their first pick.
Mhm.
How come you've seen it? It's not up on the official one yet.
Because
Because
ESPN
it's a log jam.
spoil it.
Not ESPN. It's
Oh, people love watching that.
them lot.
Well, good.
Yeah, them lot.
I was searching Twitter for the graphics, and yeah, it's
This is-
just released.
This is why I don't look at Twitter, and I try not to look at
I
ESPN
try-
or anything like that during the
I like
draft.
to enjoy the
I
show.
try not to, but I was just looking for the Devon Neal graphic, for the Kansas graphic, because they haven't had a player drafted yet. So, but yeah, there's been some good graphics this year. I like them. They're all on the same like wood effect though. I'm not a fan.
See, when Maragalis is accurate, he can hit him from 60. He's just a teeny tiny bit inaccurate.
Sounds like a certain former brick salesman.
Aw, we get to see any pictures of him kicking against Florida State.
I really wouldn't be surprised to see Justin Tucker released.
I think he won't play next year. I don't think.
By
I think
who?
he.
Huh?
Wait, what?
You said you'd love to see Justin Tucker released.
Yeah,
By
from the
who?
Ravens.
Oh, come on. What's the slang term for getting jacked? Come on.
I got it.
Just too slow, these lot are.
I knew what you were getting at, but I didn't want to think you were making that joke.
Well, I was.
I didn't know what was being got at here.
Oh, I thought you were just edging Gans.
Don't for fuck's sake.
Don't use that term.
No, I had no idea what was happening, so I was just like, "What?"
You
Didn't know-
dirty
Oh,
Dirty
Oh,
bastards.
wow.
Yeah,
There
Riley
he
Leonard
goes.
Yeah.
is an India freeway QB controversy in Indianapolis as Ryan Leonard joins Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones in the fight to be their starter.
So I'm going to
Just
assume
cut
whoever
Jones
loses
now.
the battle Whoever loses the starting battle's getting cut, and you just keep Riley Leonard as your QB2. Simple.
No, I'd say practice squad. Not necessarily cut, but
Well, you've got to be cut to get to the practice squad in the first place.
oh, okay, yeah.
You hit the open market, at least for a minute.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I just think,
But generally, especially around that cut time, there's like gentlemen's agreements between teams to not take them.
For sure.
Yeah, generally around the league, it's very very rare you
Yeah.
do that.
I would assume that it'd go straight to practice. I would assume that they go straight to the practice squad because there's very few that get picked up unless it's like, well, I don't remember the last time anybody got picked up on release day that didn't go straight to the practice, like was meant to go
There's
to
been
their
a
practice
few.
squad.
James goes, my best available that Lions met with Peebles, Lunt, Bryant, Ransaw, King, Fedone, Longer being Madrano. I'm pretty sure Caleb Ransaw got picked about 100 picks ago. I think you're too
Caleb
late to the
Bransall was
train for that.
picked by the Saints.
Caleb Ransaw was picked about 100 picks ago. He got way overdrafted, so you can take him off your board because he's already gone.
How is Sebastian Castro still on the board?
I don't know, but he's getting to the point now. If he's there in 5 picks' time, I'd love
Caleb
Sebastian
Bransall
Castro.
got picked last night.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Caleb Bransall was a day 2 pick.
Yeah.
Indy go
Yeah.
back to back here.
Yeah. Just waiting for their pick to come in because somehow.
Like Justin Tucker at the massage parlour.
Oh my god. Oh no.
There was not a happy ending to that joke.
What do you
I've
think?
got
What do you think
He's
happens?
killed Brent. He's killed Brett.
What do you think happens if Justin Tucker
Who?
goes into a massage parlor, walks in, and sees Deshaun Watson next to him, and they look at each other and go,
What?
Who the hell have the Colts just picked?
Someone goes skiing, I guess.
What? Who have they just took?
Tim
Tim
Smith.
Smith.
Yeah.
Who the hell's Tim Smith?
Tim Smith. Great
He
player.
sounds like the guy down the post office. Do you know Tim Smith down post office? Yeah, I do.
Down post
I know
office.
local.
Tim Smith.
I was gonna say that's just
221 on the consensus board, so not even that far away from here.
Oh. Okay.
I think that's just me not doing like reading up, but I've never heard of him. That's the first time. I've just realised my video was off there.
Oh dear.
So it seems he's a 13-game starter for them. Just the NFL, or at least NFL didn't like him. So he is their 38th D tackle. It seems he's probably a run defending free tech.
He went ahead of Aeneas Peebles.
Yeah, which makes me
Jalen
happy because that
Petrie.
means we can get him. We can get him.
So now the Texans.
So
Go on, sorry.
Perry, I like Sebastian Castro because he's a turnover machine who hits like a freight train. He is really good. It's just his long speed people are getting arsey over. Don't know why, but he's a turnover unit. You could do a lot with him in the NFL, and he's very much a hybrid as well. So you can move him around. Miles Hinton,
The Michigan tackle.
I was
that
gonna
far
say,
down the tackle chart now. Why is
No,
your
surely
guy's still
not.
got.
Chase
Your
I was
guy's
gonna
still
say
there.
Chase Lund is still about.
Brandon.
Yeah, he's
Florida.
old.
Crenshaw Dickinson
Castro
He's
is
still there.
old. That's the other knock. But he's ready to play.
and Cameron Williams, Logan Brown, Chase Lund, Brandon Crenshaw Dixon,
Holland
Neil is
Pierce.
still on there.
Holland Pierce as well.
Oh,
Just going
Holland
to the
Pierce is
guards.
another shout for us if we get to really.
Jack
really good,
Nelson.
I'm really surprised that Willie Lampkin, Luke Kandra, and Clay Webster on the board.
Yeah, the guard
Oh.
market's crazy.
Really, really surprised. I think we could go in for Lampkin if he falls out. I think one of those, maybe four through 7 on the ESPN board is Clay Webb, Xavier Truss, Luke Kandra, and Willie Lampkin. If one of those falls out, I think we could be in for one of them as priority UDFA.
Yeah, with Willie, it's just the size.
Mhm.
But with Clay, I mean, Clay
It was just
struggled
tape last year.
Clay struggled against the good teams this year, which was a bit of a knock on him and playing small school. But I still think he's better than He's a road mauler. I love him.
When it comes to Willie, what you're saying is size matters.
Oh, what's that? I'm not getting involved with the churlishness. Well, that stance went quickly.
Oh,
Oh,
Brett
we were
sound
just
like-
discussing
Brett
guards.
sound
We were
like he
just
just
dis-
did something with his.
we've just discussing guards and someone who's named after a bill, Bryce Cabledew, has just gone.
Oh, leave it. The picks aren't up yet. There we go. Cabledew's a tackle. He's a tackle in college.
it's listed as a tackle.
You have
He
all
was
been
a right
spoiling it for
tackle.
me all day because I'm about 3 seconds behind Ant anyway.
All right. Well,
so-
sorry. Well, I'll stop
No,
it.
it's,
But everyone else
no,
can
no,
stop
it's
it.
fine. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Oh,
I
fine.
don't wanna- Yeah, Cabledew was the right tackle at Kansas, I think.
Yeah,
I've
drafted
got-
ahead of Logan Brown as well.
I got him as listed as a tackle here.
It's just a projection at the next level.
Garrett Dellinger is still on the board.
He's got. I think there's legit concerns about him, though.
Really? What, personal concerns?
I think it's his start time. I don't think he's not the most experienced.
Right.
But I think there's a few size issues with him. I don't know about personal issues, but I know for a long time there's been
We're almost
he's
on the
not been
clock.
highly ranked.
No.
Hey, we appreciate you, Austin. Glad we're keeping you entertained at work today. We're trying to stay funny. This is like our Taj. Thank you, Cincy. Enjoy
That's a good
him.
backup.
I like the
That's
fact
good.
that you just interrupted what you were saying by just like, no, man, I'm Taj!
Sorry, it was just up there. It was up and all that. But yeah, Austin, I'm glad you're enjoying us. We're at like 30 hours in this week, so
Right.
please forgive us
Kick
if
us in
the
for
energy
Jags.
drops a little bit. But I try.
my energy is completely gone.
Well, it's about to rise in a minute because we've got the Jags pick, which is already in, so that's probably going to get announced like the next minute. The Bears are on the clock
Then
now,
us.
so we're going to be on the clock in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So who's left here at this point? They've met with CJ Dupree would potentially be a goer now. Fadil Diggs would still be a goer now. He's still on there.
Ricky White.
No,
Mate, I will
no,
go
no.
absolutely fucking mental. What do you mean, no, Brent? You stay out of this. I'm allowed some happiness at some point in my life.
Oh, come on. You had your team go to the NFC Championship. I haven't had mine go to the AFC Championship. We was
Last-
robbed of that. So.
They've been in the playoffs once, so you know.
Yeah, once in how long? Like forever and a day.
Lions should take a guard here just for the lols.
Willie
Imagine
Lampkin,
this is Willie Lampkin.
Willie Lampkin,
Lampkin
move him to
now.
fullback. Move him to fullback,
Just-
and then Matt has to put up with me every single week saying,
Honestly, Ash, I put up with you every week anyway.
Ooh.
Jalen McLeod goes.
Oh, sorry. I love you, man.
Ooh.
You know what I was going to say though, weren't you? When I said
Yes,
move
I
him to fullback?
do. I do. Just
One of these days, I will finally get
at
that.
least if it's a guy who already
Ooh.
plays fullback, then at least he'll be in a rushing position. I won't have to hear about Aleem McNeil doing it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dumar Johnson's still on the board, isn't he?
Yeah.
We've had interest in him.
So, fun little fact about the Ravens drafting a kicker. It's the first time in their franchise history they've ever done that.
Nice. Pick is
Who
in,
did you
Lions are on the
mention?
clock.
Who did you mention on my college stream, Grandizer? I can't remember who you're talking about. We go through lots of people on there, so
Is that the first tech player drafted as well this year? No, it can't be.
Austin
What?
Damon says he's crying with laughter.
Who? Which
Right.
college?
let's see what the
Uh,
Bears do.
Uh,
Ooh.
Texas Tech.
Caleb Rogers was drafted by the Raiders day 2.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Vastly overdrafted.
All right, come on, Bears, fuck this up, please. Don't take anyone we like.
I was just seeing that the Draft Network's going live with Lottie Gordon. That's kind of cool.
Ugh.
That's pretty cool.
Draft Network's what? Sorry.
Going live with Ray Gordon.
What is that as a pick?
How the
What?
hell is Luke Newman going before Luke Kandra? He's not
Whoa.
even.
How is that a pick?
Horrendous by the Bears.
All right, Lions on the clock.
Right. See you all on the flip side.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, please.
Good luck,
This is-
everybody.
It's not going to be any of
This
that. I
is-
already know it's not going to be any of the players I like, but I could live in hope. It's the hope that kills you, but it's enjoyable.
This is where, once again, the nerves have started coming up, and I'm not even a I'm so nervous for you guys.
I mean, it's pick 196. If we fuck it up, who cares? But
I think if I was here when the Lions picked, I would be like sweating bullets for you guys.
I have my most fun with it because these are like the small school guys you've followed for ages and just get irrationally, emotionally invested in over all this time, and no one else gets it. It's just like, well, you should have been there, man.
yeah,
We've spoken about them for years and years and whatnot.
when me and Ash
I mean-
went to Detroit last year, when we were in Ford Field for the draft party for the first round, and I was the first person to notice that we traded up for Terry and Arnold.
Yeah.
So I started like basically screaming and pointing at the screen, and well, people looking at me like, "The fuck is wrong
Pick
with
is
you?"
Pick is in, so I'm gonna disappear for
Yes,
a minute.
hide your face. Okay,
Why is he hiding his face?
because he can't not betray himself about whether he's
Okay.
happy or excited or disappointed or angry. He can't hold it in. Come on, Lions. Come on.
What I will say though is I've really enjoyed this. Thank you so much.
Of course, man.
Like
I've
I
kind of
want
wanted
to
to get you
record
more
this
involved
so
with this
long.
anyway, because he contributes so much to the community, the Discord channel that we have. And I try and sell it to the guys who aren't in it for our regular viewers on YouTube about how much fun it is. But it's great. There's so many people, so much knowledge in there. It's insane.
I really want to get back into the page. I'm probably going to do it because of this. So thank you.
Of course.
This is what I needed to just kickstart it, and I need to get back to signing. But yeah, it's going to happen this year, I think. So thank you very much.
Of course.
And let's hope this pick is going to be good for you guys.
Praying.
Come on.
Why have the picks slowed up again now? Ooh. This is the International Fan of the Year from Germany, isn't it? Okay.
Texans have just traded in at the 197.
Please.
The silence is killing me. I should not be in here now. Oh no. I can't imagine what the first round was like in here with all this. Oh, I've just seen the next pick and it's not the Lions pick. I don't actually know who the Lions pick, but I've just seen the next one.
I've just seen the Texans pick. They traded up. For
I've
as
just seen
well.
the Lions pick.
You've just seen the Lions pick. Okay.
I
Bye-bye.
can see the Lions
Nice.
pick.
Ooh!
That's good. I like that a lot.
There we go. I like that.
Ooh!
I like that a lot.
Love
Good job.
Mountain West steel on the edge.
Second best
Didn't you
Blue
guys-
State Bronco.
You guys have seen it
Yeah.
before me.
It's on
oh,
ESPN.
nice.
It's-
There we
Ahmed
go.
Hassan.
Nice. I can accept that. I had to stay off for a bit because I saw someone else tweet that it was Cam Williams, and I was like, okay, but that makes a lot of sense. First
I
ever
want to see
Egyptian
your
player.
guys' reaction.
Yeah. Okay. Now we just need to sit here and see their
I-
cares back to
I was
unfold.
gonna go after this one, but I want to see your reaction to this one. This is a pick. This is a great
This
pick.
is a pick. This is a pick.
What
This
does that
is
even
definitely-
mean?
This is definitely the most pick of all time.
Oh, shut up. What does that even mean?
This is one of the picks of all time. That's all I can say to
Definitely,
you.
yeah.
It just is one of the picks of all time.
Oh, there's the Lions War Room with all the I can't speak, Brad Holmes jerseys.
I like watching Hassanian tape. He is such a fun player to watch.
Supposedly, the Texans traded specifically in front of the Packers for this player.
They didn't pick Donovan Jackson. Donovan Johnson did they? Fucking quarterback from Houston. Just to
No.
be really in.
Who could be the most picky pick of all picks in this picker?
There's one of
Someone
them named
who.
Pitt.
I think,
I
well,
was
I can
gonna
see
say.
why, because this person definitely has some connections to the area.
Just don't know what you mean.
What do you mean, man?
I don't know what you mean, man. Are you saying it's to do with like the name of the player as to why it's a pick?
No.
Oh.
Oh, come on, ESPN. Just announce the pick. Come on, lads.
Yeah. Because we need to see this.
I thought the German guy did a good job of sticking it to the Packers fans, by the way.
He should
Yeah.
have said Kirby Joseph was their owner, though, not Goff. But apart from that,
Toby Joseph is the owner of the Green Bay Packers, and he forever will be.
Oh. Come on. They've got to. What are they waiting for?
Because they can feel a shiver with anticipation. To quote Dr. Frankenfurter.
what time's the next guest, Matt?
Don't know.
Well, the Bills guy said he can come on in 5 minutes, so you can do that.
Ryder was going to be at 10:20, so in 40 minutes time.
You can fit him in then.
Ash was going to take the Bills guy.
Oh, Ash can take him.
I can do it, yeah. We can do yeah. Let me
gonna
see
be-
reaction to this, and then I'll pull up what I need to do to do it.
This chair.
This pick's never being made, so it's just not
The
happening.
gonna
fact that
say,
they're just
why should
going
I-
there saying they want to see the reaction to it. Why?
Because it's
I
the
promise
most
you
picky
once.
pick.
I promise you'll want to see it. It's one of the picks of all time.
Oh,
Yes,
is it a long
definitely.
snapper?
Oh my god!
No.
If it's a long snapper,
No, it's not.
I genuinely
It
got a
might
little
as
bit
well be.
excited for a
I
moment.
want to get my
So-
camera ready.
I wish it
Um,
was.
He has connections to where the draft is being held.
He's from Green Bay. Well, they drafted Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, we traded in Tom Kennedy to the Houston Texans. Spoiler alert.
Oh, mister.
It's the best thing to come out of Green Bay, Wisconsin, as a fucking wrestler.
Jack Nelson?
Has anybody got the NFL Network up? Because I feel like they're just.
Yeah, I've
milling
got-
about.
I've
No.
Hunter,
I've got
if
an
you
NFL
look in
network.
Wisconsin draft picks, Hunter Verler's in there, but
Hunter Vola, yeah.
I'm trying to. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, you can see why I've said what I said now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you two?
We're just nerdy little schoolboys having fun because we know something you don't know. Do-da, do-da. We know something you don't know. Do-da-da-da-da.
I didn't think he'd get drafted.
Nor did I. Nor did I.
Oh, just tell us who it is.
no, don't.
No, what's the
No,
fun?
No,
I'm
not
not saying anything.
no, not you two. I mean the coverage. Like the coverage needs
I
to
know,
just
this-
reveal the fucking pick.
I was gonna say this is taking the mic now.
Actually painful.
I think
Perhaps
we've been on this
guy-
for about 5 minutes, haven't we?
Perhaps they're waiting for the prospect to come from where he's last played in college up to the green room to come and be announced.
Oh, Tom Grassie's on next pick, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'll be on.
Maybe that's why they're
what a
waiting. They're
fella.
getting Grossi up.
Probably,
What a
yeah.
fella.
Supposedly, Burriard is in his like sort of little Zoom call with the Colts reporters. Said, "All my life, I've looked up to Adam Vinatieri, legend."
Come on.
Jaheim Thomas.
No,
You could have a million guesses and you won't get it.
even
I only need about
Hang on.
800 guesses.
Hang on. Near Wisconsin, near the Canadian border. Is it El Gersma?
Ooh.
No. You're getting warmer, but no.
Well, technically they're getting cooler, but yeah.
Yeah, I
you
was
get
about
one.
to say.
Yeah, warmer and cool at the same
Aha.
time. Like,
Cam Miller.
Again, and you could guess anyone in this class plus next year's, and I don't think you get it.
Swear to God, if KJ Jefferson gets drafted, I'm just going to go on the mother of all recovery victory tours.
Why aren't they drafting? Do it. Come
Just
on,
announce.
lads.
Maybe they're just, if it's such an asinine
Maybe-
draft pick, they're trying to confirm with the Texans that that's what they actually want to do.
I think so. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. Yeah.
Like, are you sure you actually want to draft this guy?
It's been 8
Yeah, they're really,
minutes.
they're really lagging way too much with this pick.
It is 8 minutes. Matt Golden is now 22. Tudor Griffin is 82.
Holy fuck.
You just seen it.
Oh my.
Oh my God.
Can you see why it was the hints? Where did Graham Mertz used to go to college?
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
And now you see why I wanted to
Pick
stay just for
The
those
most
two reactions.
picky pick of all time. Graham Mertz, who was a pick merchant in his career.
Oh my
Maybe they're waiting for him
word.
Maybe
I
they're
was
waiting
just saying
for
it
him
was
to...
one of the picks. One of the picks of all time because he's just so mid. He's not even mid.
Coming on.
That's...
He's not even mid. Like, what the fuck?
How does that happen?
Quinn Ewers is literally on the fucking board. Like,
Yes.
come on, guys.
That's what I mean.
Everyone else is on the board. Cam Miller, Max Brosma, hell, Taylor L. Gersma, they're all better.
KJ Jefferson's better.
That was an unnecessary cheap shot.
Unfortunately, DJ Ungulale isn't better, but never mind.
Yeah, and I fucking know that. And I accept that in my heart of hearts.
Oh wow, Mason Taylor's bolder than me. Go bald.
Bold.
Yes, you cry.
Oh,
Bald
man.
men can cry. We can.
Less follicles on your head. Oh man. I'd love to. This is so fun. Oh, man.
Wow. If Robert Sala was still there, they'd look like father and son.
Yeah, Brett,
Take us
if
in for
you
the
just want to
Packers.
chill for the whole rest of the stream, you're very welcome to.
I think I'm gonna have to watch. I wanted to watch the Vegas Golden Knights game 4 tonight, if that's all right. So
No,
No,
sure.
what,
of
no,
course.
no, 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 no.
I will
What-
definitely be watching though.
What he wants to do is go and watch Shadur highlights and just get really excited.
Oh, 100%.
Oh
I'm in.
yeah.
I watched the Golden Knights this
They win-
season.
they win-
They were very cool to go and see in person.
Yeah, I hate them. It's a hate watch for me.
Fair. Going and watching them
I'm a
and hear
king.
them scream "Night" in the national anthem really fucking
Who?
scared me.
The
They all went
Packers
quiet for the
draft-
national
We-
anthem. I was like, why aren't they singing? They always sing, and then they just went "Night." Like, oh shit.
This Packers draft gets
My dad's
weirder
a-
and weirder.
Warren Brinson.
Yeah,
Wilbur
my
Bradley.
dad's a
What?
Knights fan, so it's a hate watch for
Ah.
me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a Kings fan, so and we lost last night. So
At least you guys got to. Well,
Go on, go on, go on, go on, go
I
on.
was going to
go
say
on,
Red
say it,
Wings, Red Wings and Pistons. You know,
Go on.
Ooh,
Red
What?
Wings and Pistons. We
Red
suck.
Wings didn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, we didn't
Well, the
fucking make
Pistons
the
are in the
playoffs.
playoffs. Yeah, well, just get better teams then. I mean, some of us
Wait.
fucking don't,
Where have the
Don't have
Packers
the-
gone? Have they traded?
no, they
No,
they
they're-
picked.
Oh,
They
did
picked,
Oh,
and
of
now
course they
it's-
did. Did Tom not do it? I didn't see him.
Ash, are you ready for the Bills, guy?
Yeah, ready when you
Right.
are.
We don't have a huge amount of time before the Miami guy comes
Yeah,
on.
I'll-
So.
You got
I
30.
won't
Yeah.
do.
We'll get some food for a minute.
All right.
Oh. And we welcome onto the stream Matt from the UK Bills to discuss their draft and their previous season. So, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm not too bad. Looking forward to it being over so I can catch up on about the loads of lost time sleeping, but I'm not too good. I'm all good.
Don't I know it? Don't I know? I'm operating on 1.5 hours sleep. Stayed up till 4:30 covering day 2. Half an hour nap. Went and played flag football for not 6 hours. Hence the kit. Came back, ran back from Northampton to cover day 3, and what a day it has been with shocks such
I
as
salute you for that. I salute you for that.
Thank you. With shocks such as the Houston Texans trading in front of the Green Bay Packers select Graham Mertz, recently. This day 3 has been a madness of a day, hasn't it not?
Well, I think the whole draft has been that. I think you got Shedeur Sanders falling to 5.
Oh,
You got
no.
players going at different areas. So you've got you got the first tight end wasn't Tyler Warren, who everyone thought it was. People were actually going all over the place. So it's always the best thing about the draft that you always say you think you know where someone's going to go. But at the end of the day, you trust the guys that actually make the big bucks over someone that actually just sits in front of a computer screen, watch video, and reads reports.
True. It's very true.
I just heard Shadur and I was just like, I wonder what joke's going to be made now at my expense.
Oh, it's not worth it. I think he's had the joke enough just falling to round 5. To be honest.
True. That's very true. He's the first ever NFL prospect to spend more on their draft room than they will get in their entirety of their rookie contracts. As your outside perspective, what do you make of the fall of Shedeur Sanders? Were you giggling to yourself as he just kept going down and down the board, and other QBs were taking over him, and it seemingly like everyone just didn't want to touch him with a 10-foot barge pole?
I think with him, it's one of those things. It sounds like it was more like the personality and the attitude that's made him drop rather than the production. Because you saw where it be at Jackson State or at Colorado, he has the plays and has everything to actually be at least anywhere from first round to third round in there. So he's got the talent. It's just, I think it's probably the attitude, and really, I don't think his dad helped that much pre-draft by saying, no, I'll tell him where he's actually going to go and all that. And I hear his combine interviews were not that good, were pretty piss poor, excuse my French. And that's probably the reason. That's probably the reason why he dropped.
Just to interject, we have had Air Forces player drafted. Rayan Lane III, safety, Navy, has been drafted.
Fair play. I like that. I like that a lot.
I need to update my spreadsheet.
So, looking at your seasons as a whole, well, let's start with the obvious place, shall we? Obviously, the matchup last December 15th. Totally wasn't my 26th birthday or anything, and you guys came to visit, and not only did you beat us, you tore Lee McNeil's ACL, ruining us for the rest of the season. How did it feel to come into our homeland on my special day and make me cry?
Well, now you said that, I'm actually quite happy about that. I mean, to be honest, it was pretty much billed as a team of 2 highly explosive offenses going head to head. So whatever the score, if it was anything less than than 25 or 27 all, then you're probably just thinking, what the hell's going on there? But the fact it was what 45, 44, wasn't it? 46,
Yeah.
44. That pretty much just shows that both teams had their offenses purring and actually put on a good show, and it should have been the dress rehearsal for the Super Bowl, but unfortunately, a few teams got in our way.
Yeah. Well, since you mentioned it, let's look at your season and macro. Obviously, 13-4, but in the playoffs, as unfortunately, seemingly you have for a while, you just hit that hump and you couldn't make it to the promised land that we can talk, because we've never made it to the promised land, unlike some. How do you think you can get over that hump? What do you think the Bills need to do to go from always the advice is to the dance, but they're never the belle of the ball?
To be honest, there's not really one thing. I just think it's putting everything together, because it seems like we can, especially with us, we seem to have Kansas City's number during the regular season, but obviously then they turn into superhumans when it comes to the to playoffs. And the fact that even I think bar one or two of the games we played in the playoffs, we've kept him close each time. There's just been the odd mental lapse, whether it be in a play or someone missing a tackle or missing their coverage, that really lost us the game. I mean, obviously 13 seconds, no one could really have predicted that. But then obviously the rules got changed with overtime. Then the stupid it was actually a first down, not a turnover on fourth down, and some of those plays. So it's small margins. I think where they've gone, I think offensively, I think they found their stride. I think once they got rid of the Diggs, they actually found out that they were more multi-dimensional. So obviously you have Cook, you had Kincaid, you had Keon Coleman for spells, you had Mac Hollins, probably the surprise pick, surprise player of the season. They had many different ways to actually beat you. I think defense, there's still something missing, whether it's the aggression or whether it is the actually play calling. But having a first round pick in a first round defensive coordinator in Bobby Babich, you're kind of expecting a bit of teething problems. But the fact that most people wrote us off before the season even came along, and we go to the AFC Championship game, you just know that as long as we got Josh Allen, then yeah, the window's never going to close.
Yeah. So obviously, I know you just brought him up, so I think I'm allowed to mention it. As an FSU fan, you taking Keon Coleman last year, I thought was one of the steals of the draft. How do you think his rookie season went? Do you think he lived up to your expectations, or were you left desiring a bit more from him?
To be honest, I think it was at what expectations were. Obviously, he missed a fair few games through injury. I just think it's a fact that people put him down because of his 40 time, and I've always been told, and I always learn, that you don't judge a player by the 40. Sure, they run a 4.61 or a 4.2.1 in Worthy's case. It's not necessarily how fast you run; it's how you can make a difference by separation, by closing down, by pressing, no matter what position you are. And I think Keon started to grow a little bit more, and hopefully with another off season and a bit more comfortable with how Josh actually throws the ball, because it's literally like a cannon. That the fact that you've got a guy who can make a difference, and he's only 21. He's going to be 21 this coming season. So you can't expect a 20-year-old to actually to come up and actually be the world-class superstar that you actually want. There's always going to be teething. I think the way that Joe Brady had this offense, it really gave him a bit more. It brought him in gently. Let's put it that way. The fact that he didn't have to go out there and become the Diggs replacement, all that. They can actually sprinkle him in here and there, and allow him just to keep up to the get up to speed with it. So we're hoping for a bigger role from him, and the fact that we haven't signed one okay free agent, and obviously nothing in draft yet. So there's a little bit more onus on him to actually make that step up.
Yeah, well, obviously I know you're on the clock soon with the Cowboys have just selected, so you'll be up in soon. So hopefully, well,
Washington just
most
made
of
their
us,
pick now, so we're next.
your next receiver can still be on the board. I know Ricky White, the UNLV receiver's there, so there's always a chance. But looking at the guys you have taken so far, obviously, I know at pick 30, you maybe shocked some, me included, who had a different player at this position lined up for you, but you took Maxwell Hairston, the speedy corner who blew the combine away with his 40 time out of Kentucky. Do you like the pick, or would you prefer to have gone elsewhere with that pick?
To be honest, I think quarterback wise, I did have Trey Amos actually a little bit higher than him. But the fact is that you've got someone who can actually play the coverage, who can actually who is actually excels more in zone. And that's what the Bills seem to play more of. Obviously, they brought in Nielsen as a defensive assistant to try and beef up coverage and play man and all that. And Hairston's really that guy that he's got a high IQ and able to process and good closing burst. So just needs to work on his strength a little bit and his tackling. But it's a good pick at 30.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head there. I did have Trey Amos going to at that pick, so I'm glad that at least my own internal logic was consistent with someone who does know the team a lot more intimately. And then
it was on my mock draft of the first round when it came to it. So
well, that makes me a bit happier. And then I know obviously with the next couple of picks in the draft, you decided to attack that defensive line. I know obviously you lost Von Miller in free agency, you brought in Joey Bosa, but then obviously Ed Oliver on the interior perhaps needed a few more playmates to go with. So you get TJ Sanders with the 9th pick in the second round out of South Carolina, the sort of pass rushing free tech. Then you swing round to Landon Jackson, the kind of big bulky edge that it seems that both the Lions and the Bills like. And then the start of today, you take the behemoth nose tackle out of Kentucky, double dipping there, I see, with Deone Walker. Do you like the sort of emphasis that you took Hairston to fix the secondary, and then you addressed that front four, trying to beef that up, try and get a bit more juice there in a division where? Go on, sorry.
No, can't finish off.
I was going to say where, like for example, the Patriots and and the Dolphins have both seemingly put a focus on improving their own trenches with their first picks.
I think going into the drafts, corner, defensive end, defensive tackle probably were the main 3 positions that the Bills needed to invest in. And to be honest, any combination of those 3 with the first 3 picks, I think would have suited any Bills fans on there. I don't hate the Sanders pick. I mean, he's actually he's a good prospect. I mean, obviously at that point I would rather have had had Alfred Collins. But obviously we got that with Deone Walker later on. But the only thing that I had a gripe with that is actually is the fact that we gave up the picks to go up to him, where you look at who was drafted afterwards and who really needed a need for defensive tackle, you probably could have got him at your original spot.
Yeah, especially with Walker. I know obviously he had that issue with his spine that probably made him fall. Because I know heading into the draft process, he was seen as a fringe first rounder, wasn't he? So it might be still a bit of a steal to get him, though obviously I can see why Matt's run away after seeing who you've picked, and it's someone he absolutely loves. But obviously you're preaching to the choir there, sort of maybe using draft capital to go up and get someone when you could have waited and got them, obviously, with us trading up for Isaac Teslar, who, that was a bit of a shock. But then I know obviously today as well, going on from Deone Walker, you take another Lions favourite with your one of your 5th round picks in Jackson Hawes, the Georgia Tech tight end, maybe giving you different profile there to what you already have with Kincaid and Knox. And you also then go back to the secondary with Jordan Hancock, the DB.
Yeah.
And then Dorian Strong, the Virginia Tech corner again. So again, Ron Nielsen, who I really love. I think he's very underrated defense coordinator. Again, that focus on the secondary. And then spoiler alert for people who have just come back into the room, you've now addressed the trenches again with pick 106 in the NFL draft. You've selected UConn offensive tackle Chase Lunt. So talk to me about, is there any offensive tackle? I know obviously you're it's always nice to protect your franchise tackle. Is it a
Yeah.
depth move, or do you see him potentially developing into a starter over time?
To be honest, I don't see him developing into a starter here and now. Because obviously we've got Dawkins and Spencer Brown. We obviously had took Tylen Grable last year from UCF. I was going to say USC there. And also we drafted Travis Clayton. Okay, he's an international pathway, but development on there. I don't hate it, but I feel that there probably could have been a bit more another direction they could have gone in there. Per se, probably could have needed a field stretching wide receiver. So
Yeah,
there's that on there, and possibly a safety, because as much as everyone loves Hamlin and I love him, I'm still not convinced of him even as a proper backup.
yeah.
And obviously you've got Taylor Rapp, Cole Bishop, who's actually going to be second year, but first year proper full-time starter. So there are other needs more than tackle, but as I say, you can't have enough tackles, and it's possible that he can actually he can make a run and push some through. We lost Tommy Doyle in the off season; he retired, and so more the merrier. We'll see what we get, and this is where I always say that the scouts make their money.
Oh, 100%. I know obviously you've got one more pick left with 240. With what you just said, is where would you like to go with that pick? Is it that field stretching receiver? If you could find one that fits that profile, is it maybe, dare I say it, a running back that's fallen there with the James Cook contract situation? And obviously, I know Ty Johnson is a lion killer, but you can obviously upgrade on him. And then Ray Davis, your pick out of Kentucky again, do seemingly love that college. It seems 4th round last year. Could that be on the table, or is it really that field stretching receiver? Is that sort of last missing piece on the offense?
To be honest, I think it is that field stretching. I mean, obviously you've got Coleman who can. Okay, there's issues with the separation, but he can separate not just with speed. You brought Josh Palmer in, who actually has been playing quite well in the last few games against the Chiefs for the Chargers. So hopefully that will actually come to fruition on there. Obviously got Khalil Shakir, who is pretty much the elite in the slot, and actually is pretty much Mr. Undroppable, as in he barely drops any catches. And then you've got Curtis Samuel in there as a I don't know what you want to call him, gadget. I don't really want to call him a gadget guy, but you can line him up anyway. You can make him a Swiss Army knife. To be honest, looking at it, I think can't see exactly what way they would go, but I'd love to see a wide receiver. I mean, I'm kind of looking towards maybe Elijah Badger of Florida.
Yeah,
I know they had Will Shepherd. They met with him. I think it was Zoom calls and all that on there. Nick Nash would probably be another one, but I think you obviously can't look out for Rispato, but he's more of a slot. Or you've got Tez Johnson. I think Isaiah Bond. I think he's going to fall off everyone's draft board because of these allegations.
Yeah, 100%. And then sort of looking ahead to the future, obviously behind past these picks, what does a successful Bills 2025 season look like? Is it finally making it to that Super Bowl? Is it winning the thing? Like, what is success for you for next season?
I think again, it's actually going to be getting to a championship. We're taking small steps. The first one would be getting to a championship game, because obviously the Chiefs are going to rebuild. The Chiefs are always going to be there. The Ravens have had a good draft this year, and last year they were quite good. Obviously, you've got Houston that are making waves. You've got an AFC division or conference, which is probably the strongest around. No, obviously, no disrespect to the NFC. There's obviously only like really a handful of teams that really are going to be there year in, year out. But obviously, with the AFC, it's more developing, and there's more teams every year that seem to come and find their way in. I mean, even the Patriots, as much as I hate to say it, they've actually had a good off season so far, and a pretty good draft. and they finished bottom last year. So I think getting to championship game first is number one. Obviously, if we can get to Super Bowl, then they're amazing. We'll be celebrating all over the country.
Yeah. And obviously you mentioned that the Patriots had a good off season. What's your opinions on the Jets off-season moves, with obviously bringing in a former Lions defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn, to be their head coach, and then obviously perhaps the most biggest off-season news, getting rid of the boogeyman in AA Rods, the ayahuasca man, to sending him packing to go cry on Pat McAfee's show like an absolute baby. Like, maybe he needs some time with his father, Kirby Joseph, just to calm him down a bit. So, but obviously, jokes aside, what is your opinions on the Jets moves? Do you think they could be contenders in the division this season, next season, or do you think it's going to be a longer rebuilding process for them to kind of get to the point where they're contending with you and Miami?
I kind of think it's going to be. I think, to be honest, I think going into this off season and going into this season, I actually have the Jets above Miami. I think Miami have gone backwards a little bit. The fact with what they've lost on defense. With the Jets, I don't see it being an instant on there. Obviously, Aaron Glenn's a great defensive coordinator. Obviously, not all, as most people know, not all defensive coordinators really make a success in the NFL and the nowadays, because it's all offense and the way the offense is actually moving. I mean, I think obviously Mike Tomlin, Sean McDermott, a couple of others on there. So it'll give them a bit of time to actually to really lean into it and actually get to grips with it. I think the pieces he's bringing in can actually work, and hopefully we'll get actually someone to actually challenge us and actually make it a bit of a push for us, rather than us winning it literally at the beginning of December.
Oh, well, we know how that feels. Obviously, Sam Darnold tried to give it his best chance last season, but we know how it feels now after so long, sort of being on top of the division and waiting for those contenders. So open up to the panels. Anyone got any other questions for our esteemed guest?
Do you think you could be able to re-sign Amari Cooper before the start of the year? Do you think you'd want to bring him back purely for the veteran presence with the wide receiver group?
To be honest, there is a chance they could actually come back. I can't quite see it unless he comes back on a vet. Whilst he came in, he was actually he was good. He did help take the pressure off Coleman and a couple other receivers. But the fact that we're into the draft series, they haven't drafted a wide receiver yet. They obviously have signed Laviska Shenault and Josh Palmer. Possibly makes me think that they're moving on from Amari Cooper, but like with everything, you can never say never, and there is a chance that he could come back, but obviously he'll be on a lot less. He'll have to accept a little bit less to do it, but it depends on what happens with our last pick and where Joe Brady really sees this offense.
Yeah, because I heard your comments about everybody eats, and I think it's a good philosophy to have across the whole offense, especially with how many touchdowns you scored last year. I think it was. Did you get the record for the most players scoring a touchdown?
I don't. I think we tied it. I think we were
the last
one
player
short.
was Reg Gilliam, wasn't it?
Yeah, we need one player, which I don't think we got the extra player. Because I think there's running joke that we're going to get Alec Anderson to actually do it on the last game to actually beat the record. So I think we still tied the record on there, but it's something that could go next year. It obviously depends on what we've got, but there's enough talent on that offense to keep us up there every single year until Josh eventually decides to retire or the whole play starts to decline. But we don't see any sign of him slowing down right now.
Matt, just one thing, I guess, about the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
You guys have kind of been in this sort of purgatory where you're such a good team and you're consistently in the mix, but as Ash was saying before, getting over the hump has kind of been an issue. And there were rumours maybe a couple of years ago, which kind of got dispelled last year after you completely changed your team and still did well, that, you know, potentially the seat is getting slightly warmer just because there's a kind of antsy sort of, well, if we can't do it now, then when? Do you think that there's a possibility that if you don't progress from here after this season, that seat gets a little bit warmer again?
It's potentially, yeah. I mean, obviously last year there was a whole lot of movement on defense. The fact that we lost Trey White, Jordan Poyer, Micah Hyde, I can't remember. We lost a fair few other veterans in there, so it's sort of a rebuild. I think the last few years McDermott's tried to learn from the mistakes. I think most of it has been more coaching and the play calling at the right times. I think in the 13-second game, we were always doing zone for the Bengals playoff game. We were playing zone and playing like pretty much 10 yards off the receiver, allowing him to get a free release on there. So I think giving a whole outlook and actually freshening up this defense with some of the picks we're making and giving Babbage has now got his feet under the table. And he's coached our secondary, our safeties, our cornerbacks, our linebackers. I haven't yet to coach the defensive line, but he's got enough in there to actually to really build McDermott's defense and sort of put his own little twist on there. So I think there is a little bit of a seat warmer going on, but as long as he's constantly getting close to the championship for now, whilst he's actually trying to actually really redefine the team, whether it be offensively or defensively, I think it'll just become warm. I don't think it'll become red hot. The fact that, say, since he's become head coach, I think we've missed the playoffs once, which was his first year. And since then, it's pretty much been all playoffs in the last 5 years being AFC East champs. So it's warm, but I can't see, unless something drastic happens, I can't see him really being burning alive on the seat, waiting to be kicked off. But the lack of Super Bowl appearances from appearing in championship games does sort of hurt a little bit, but I think there is confidence in there and what him and Bean have actually done, and the work ethic and the how they represent Buffalo in the team, your hard-working, blue-collared type guys. I think the mindset and the mentality is there. It's just now keeping the injuries safe and actually being a bit more aggressive in the play calling when it comes to key points, key matters.
Makes a lot of sense to me. We're coming towards the end. There was one question from the chat. I don't know whether we've asked it. No. Carlton Wood asks about the international pathway player from the UK drafted last year, Travis Clayton, who went on IR. Have you had any update on his status and whether he's got a shot at the roster or whether you're committed to him being on the practice squad next year or something like that?
He's pretty much, I think he's going to pretty much be on the practice squad. I don't know if they're going to give him an extra year because obviously he actually was part on injured reserve with the shoulder, but hopefully they'll give him the extra third year on there. But I think with him, they like what they saw in the athleticism and all that, and they feel that they can make something out of him. I think for him, it's going to take a little bit of time. So the fact that the pathway program guarantees you a extra slot on the practice squad for 3 years for that player, or for any player, because I think we used it for who did we use it for? We used it for someone last year who technically has been playing in the league.
Right.
I can't remember his name for the love of God of me. But the fact that you got that there, you got him protected. I think in the end he could make the roster, but it won't be for a good few years before we really see him actually make an effort. Because obviously you've got to learn quite a lot going from rugby to American football, especially when you're going to play tackle. You've got to work on the footwork, the hand placements, and all that. So work in progress, but we're hopeful. Well, we're especially over here. We're hopeful that he does actually crack it, even if it is for a couple of games, and then they decide to part ways. As long as he makes it, we're all happy.
All right, we're coming to the end of our time, Matt. So let us know where to find you.
You can find me at or find us at UK_build on Twitter, Blue Sky, which I think is the long one, isn't it? UK Builds dot Blue Sky social app or whatever. Just go to Blue Sky and just type in UK Bills. Obviously, UK Bills on Instagram, Facebook. We've got a Facebook group for Bills fans on there. And our podcast, the Red, White, and Buffalo Blues. You'll find us at RWBB_podcast on X.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time, Matt. Great to speak with you, and hope
No
we'll see you
worries.
again soon.
Yes, have a good one.
Cheers, Matt.
Cheers.
Bye bye.
Nice seeing you.
All right, and we've got Ryder coming on potentially in a couple of minutes.
So I can quickly say, I know Ant obviously mentioned it on Discord. A swift fuck you to the Baltimore Ravens for taking my Aeneas from me, you absolute twats.
Yeah, AFC North, they're bastards for taking people that we like.
Travis Jones
I'm gonna
and Aeneas Peebles now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make a swift exit now, unfortunately. But
Right.
I will also say,
Good to see you, Brad.
there's 2 of the 3 Colorado wide receivers have gone as that happened.
That's good.
LeJontay Wester went to Baltimore, and
Jimmy Horn to Panthers.
Jimmy Horn went to Carolina.
Hmm.
I think Baltimore's going to possibly take another one. They might take.
We'll see. I really thought Tez Johnson was going to get drafted at some point, but that hasn't happened, has it? And Xavier Restrepo as well, so they're still on board.
Robert Longerbeam. Oh no.
No?
No.
No, he's not.
Wimpy ass size and how
Long
bad
game, yeah, jeez. Fair enough.
£150 soaking wet through. But
oh, who the bloody hell is that?
Robert Longerbeam, he got
who the hell's that?
got a lot of
You
support
show
when
some
it into the
respect to
draft.
Rutgers.
Great,
Right. Enjoy your night, fellas.
Cheers, Brett.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to be back on soon. So thank you guys.
Speak
Hope you have
soon.
a good night, and I hope you get all your UDFAs you want. And I hope
Yeah. Well, it's already started. If you've seen, the Jags have signed the first one of the draft class. So
have they
get it in
actually?
now. Yes.
Who have they
It's in
signed?
Discord. It's on. It's they
Oh, is
signed.
it? It's
Yukon DB Jordan Wright.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you very much for that, chaps.
Cheers, Brett.
Have a good one. Yeah.
Oh, been a long weekend, boys.
It has, and it's so close. We've got 3 picks in this round, and there's one more round to go. And I'm going to wake up in the morning. And
We've got 2 picks in this round, haven't we?
Yeah.
Charger. So Raiders are about to put their pick in. So you've got Chargers, Raiders, Broncos again.
Sorry,
and then it flips.
I thought you meant Detroit. I thought Detroit. You were saying Detroit have 3 picks in round 7. No, we have. Sorry, I mistook your meaning.
It's okay, but yeah. God help you guys tomorrow when I wake up at 5 and see all the UDFA news. The Lions news and discussion channel on our Discord is going to get pummeled.
You've only had an hour and a half sleep. Give it a rest. Just go to bed.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'll go to sleep and then I wake up at 5 because I'm in work at 7.
Oh,
so
I see. I got you.
Because they only let me have a certain days off. So I'm back in tomorrow looking all the delivery in. So think of me when you wake up in the morning and have all this exciting UDFA news. I'm going to be there putting out bottles of wine or something.
Drink one of them. It'll make the day go quicker.
Yeah. Oh no, I've accidentally dropped this bottle of these 4 cans of beer. I guess I'm going to have to take them in the back and get rid of the broken one. Glug, glug, glug.
One's for the Chiefs taking Geelong. One's for the Ravens taking Peebles.
Yeah.
See, it's easy to you'll learn this. The more years you do this and you get your prospects, you'll learn to hate teams for doing it.
Mm-hmm.
People laugh, but I remember.
See, and the good thing is, it's all good teams that do it as well. It shows that your scouting's right.
Yeah. If anything, you're the reason that this started, because that very first time when the Falcons snaffled Richie Grant, that's when the hate scale really
I am the
started.
progenitor.
That is yes.
What?
Prospect X has been drafted.
Has he? Raiders have done it.
They've got
Yes!
Prospect X.
And they've listed him on my receiver. Yes. We did it.
Breaking news, everybody. Prospect X has just been drafted.
Fuck
Tommy Mellott, slot receiver. They like the slot receivers in Vegas.
Oh my god, yeah, he's got the grit to be a perfect Hunter run and throw replacement.
He does. I love that.
That's such a good pick. Who's their returner right now as well? Because obviously that's the whole thing in the article. It was like, oh yeah, he's also got special teams upside. And person, I'm very I really really suspect his Dave Phipp was like, oh yeah, like I've seen you because the special teams tape. Their returner right now is Trey Tucker at punt, and then Dylan Laub, the running back, as kick returner. There's a chance.
They in the puppy bowl they had a puppy called Hootenanny.
That's cute.
Oh, it's so cute. He's called Nesquik.
Oh, that's a sick name.
I cannot believe it. Is that the first Prospect X to ever get drafted?
No, one got drafted last year.
Yeah, the
Did
guy
he get
that
drafted?
Devi J. Rodriguez, he was, because it's the infamous story.
Oh, he's quite
Obviously,
he's quite
we
late,
went-
wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Matt were literally having our pizza. I see it, I get so pissed. I drop a bit of my pizza down my Jared Goff jersey. I bring it home, wash it, accidentally stick it on a boil wash, and it ruins the fucker. So then I have to spend another £100 on a white fucking Jared Goff jersey, all because the Minnesota Vikings are absolute twats.
Oh god. Oh, the puppies.
See, you're smiling at the puppies, so I'm getting told that I'm basically a dildo on Discord.
I say what now? Oh.
Does anyone do any of us actually? Well, other obviously, okay, Ricky White. I answer my own question. Is anyone left from our prospect bets?
Tyler Batty.
Yeah,
Tyler
Tyler
Batty,
Batty's
yeah.
still out there. Oh my god.
2 of my 5 stars are still out there.
All of yours have gone, Matt.
Sean Dolak is also still out there.
Well, I have a lot of day 3 guys.
I've still got Jared Ivey,
Brew McCoy, RJ Mickens.
and Art Brew McCoy on there. Sean Dolak, yeah.
Yeah, 2 of me 3-5 shot guys. Again, I really like the 3. I really like the late day 3 guys. RJ Mickens gone to the Chargers.
Oh.
Oh, thank God, because I literally just said he was one of my guys. Oh, I like that fit. He can learn quite well under Derwin James. They do have some similar like qualities.
Haven't the Chargers taken a couple of ones you liked? I feel like they have.
Chargers, let me have a look.
Was it the Chargers? I feel like it was the Chargers.
Probably.
I just need to pop off temporarily. If Ryder does come in, if someone else can just take over, that would be great. Hopefully, I'll be back quickly though.
Oh
yeah.
They have. So obviously they took Trey Harris at 55, one of the receivers I profiled for us. And I did like as a fit for us. RJ Mickens I did like Gadsden, even though I didn't profile him. I was higher on him probably. Kennard I did kind of like. So yeah, I can. And obviously Marion Hampton, but that goes without saying. Like we all like Marion Hampton. Raiders pick is in, so the Broncos are on the clock with the last pick of the 6th round of this draft. We're getting there.
Denver must have traded back then because they were at 190. They were meant to be. I swear with Bree, they didn't have a 200s pick last time when Bree was on here. They had like 196 or something like that.
Yeah,
so
there's been so many trades in this late one. I gave up tracking them. It's so cool though.
Why is Matthew leaving? He's just having a break. So yeah, he will be back. We've been streaming for like 30 hours, so we're rotating in and out at the minute just to make sure that we get that we keep ourselves as fresh as possible. Marmarker goes, who drafted the HBCU player? The Ravens drafted Carson Vinson.
Yeah.
And hopefully there still might be another one or two to come. Yeah, Aaron Smith's got to be there with some of the linebackers getting taken. He's got to be on the verge of being Cam Miller.
Cam Miller to the Raiders.
They've just picked Tommy Mellott.
Mellett's going to slot receiver, remember? So Cam
Yeah.
Miller will be. That's, to be fair, Miller's got some wheels to him. Gino used to as well. So what a guy for him to learn from. That the upside of that room just became a whole lot better for them because obviously got Gino. They've just took Cam Miller and then Aidan O'Connell
crazy.
becomes free.
They've just taken FCS quarterbacks back to back within about 3 picks. I love Cam. Cam Miller will do well. I think you use him as a running back. And you
That's
certainly
fair.
use him as a short yardage running back if you want someone to do the QB sneaks and stuff like that, and you don't want to put Gino at risk.
The red zone QB idea that we said for Jalen Milroe. He's the candidate for that for sure.
Colour me intrigued, Raiders. I'd be interested to see what they do. I'm assuming one of them will probably get through to the practice squad, and then they'll sit them there and keep them.
I think Mellott will probably go to the practice squad and he'll move to wide receiver full time.
Jerry goes, Matt getting that double shot glass ready. No, he's not. I think he's about ready to keel over. James goes, Cam Miller was the Lions' target. I'm not 100% sure he was. Maybe. He's a good quarterback. His arm's better than they give him credit for. Grandad goes, and I hope that the Finns take a flyer out on Aaron Smith. I just mentioned him. Yeah. He's the most draftable prospect they've got left, potentially the HBCUs. So if he doesn't get taken, another one won't. But there'll be quite a few guys end up on undrafted free agency in priority lists. So, but at least we got one. That's a start. But again, they've hemorrhaged a lot of their talent out the Miak and SWAC this year. A lot of it has gone up to the FBS again, which is just a shame.
It's a shame, but
Perry goes, Ash got work tomorrow, he said. Are you and Matthew off tomorrow? And no, me and Matt will be back tomorrow. And then it'll be back to the Monday shows as per after that. So we will be back in the morning, don't you worry. We see this through to completion. We have some of our regular Sunday guests on, Graham from the Tampa Bay Bucks, who we get on really well with. We got a Seahawks guy on, and we've got a Colts guy on as well. So yeah, we've got 3 guests on with us tomorrow to go through some of their drafts and to go through ours. It starts at 7:30 in the morning Eastern time and 12:30 over here. And go for a couple of hours, and then we will sleep for the rest of the weekend, which is what I plan to do tomorrow night. So yeah, but we will be here tomorrow. Do not worry. We don't half bake this. We do it through to completion. We must be tired. Yes, we are. But after this, there's not much to do. So just go hard and then go home. I knew Mile Marker would enjoy that. Mile Marker, the resident New North Dakota State stan, as well as a Minnesota stan as well. The Bison QB has been selected, so that is 2 Bison selected in this draft so far. Good showing for North Dakota State. I'm really glad Cam Miller got drafted. Good for him. Absolutely good for him. Anyone's got any questions or anything they want to ask while we're still in here, just keep firing them in. We'll keep going. You're honestly you're keeping us awake at the minute by asking us things. So, just spotted Michigan safety Makari Page. Know anything about him? No. Right at this moment, I don't. I'm afraid. So I'm just going to give you the blatantly honest answer to that one. So yeah, sorry about that. Try. Let's just quickly go back up, make sure we didn't miss anything. What time is it? Yeah, today. No, we'll go back into there. No, we caught up on the chat for now, unless there's any in Twitch. Oh, not on Twitch. I'll never go on Twitch.
It makes me sad you don't go on Twitch.
It's just having so many screens open at once, just trying to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Let's just quickly dive into Twitch. Create a dashboard. Denver are on the clock currently, so interested to
They're
see
really
what
taking
pick
their
they
fucking
make
time.
here for Bree. Last comments on here were 20 minutes ago. I would love to have an easy ride to the playoffs for once from Experiment. Yeah, it does not. It does not get easier. We're playing the first place schedule again next year, so times are tough. I'm in Twitch now, so if anyone wants to ask anything via Twitch, then please do so. I won't miss it. At least until match back, and then I'll come out again.
Whoa!
We got a punter, y'all. We got a punter.
Jeremy Crenshaw.
We got a kicker. We got a punter. Oh no, we can't have the long snapper until match back. Just hold fire, NFL. Hold fire. Just hold fire. Special teams need love too.
100%.
216, and we've had 2 kickers and 1 punter. We getting the love. James goes, I moved over to YouTube once I realised you guys, aside from match, never read Twitch. Yeah, it's not we're ignoring you there, James. Ash does.
I try to, but I legit have 12 tabs open right now. So it's just hard for me to keep track between them all. So I've had
it's
to
the same with me.
prioritize.
I don't like to overpower my computer with too many, because it shows the streams on there as well, and it just eats the memory of it. So yeah, we're not deliberately ignoring you. You know, we'll answer every and any question we can. We know we like to interact with you all, so do not worry about that. Perry goes, I can't believe Quinn Ewers is still on the board. To be honest, I can't. Graham Mertz has been drafted, so if I'm any quarterback that's not been drafted at this moment in time, I'm feeling pretty embarrassed that Graham Mertz has gone before me. Or it's just, yeah, bad there. Perry goes, I hope Holmes signs Batty, Ivy, Castro, McLaughlin, Brew, McCoy, and Quinney if he falls to UDFA. Yeah, the UDFAs, some of these guys are going to get snapped up uber quickly if they make it there. Like, I really don't expect Castro to get there. I don't expect Batty to make it, or Ivy, but, you know, the thing is, I stand these day 3 guys so hard, I sometimes lose track of whether they're actually probably UDFAs. So, yeah, Dallas, the Cowgirls are on the clock. See what they do next. Their picks have been a little over the place recently. Shamar James and Ajani Cornelius as the last 2 picks is not good drafting. So, are they going to bring it back? Because they did well to start the draft, and then they kind of lost their way a little bit. Maybe.
They got lost in the sauce.
Just maybe it'll be a long snapper, and we can have
I mean, to be fair, they've got Trent Sieg. He's getting on a bit. They do need to. You do need to.
And the worst part is, Ash does know which teams need a long snapper. So, oh dear. Oh, what a hat! I love that hat. That is a great hat.
I've had to turn off the thing because it was draining my laptop.
That is a wonderful hat.
Is it a baseball cap?
No, it's a cowboy hat, like with a proper curved inside. It's proper big.
Nice.
I'd love something like that. Although for me, it wouldn't work for me. For me, I want like one of them big ass, massive captain's pirate hats. They look so cool with like the big feather in them and everything on the top. Hats need bringing back into fashion. You know, there's not enough hats in the world. You know, apart from baseball caps, like retro, like different hats need bringing back.
1 second.
Oh God, not military helmets. Military helmets do not class as headwear that you would go out in. Oh God, sorry folks, I don't know what he's doing. Jay Toa, defensive tackle from UCLA to the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah, he's got one like that. It's just, it needs to bend a bit more at the front. It needs to go like a bend lip down, but...
Yeah.
Oh my God. All you need to do is paint Andy on the bottom of your front and then you're Woody. That is Woody from Toy Story's hat. Say his catchphrases.
I got a snake in my boot.
Why do you sound like the Terminator? That sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I've got a snake in my boot.
Get to the chopper.
Woody just going, give me your clothes.
Your boots and your motorcycle.
Oh,
I
God.
don't know where my accent's going.
Sorry, folks. This is what 30 hours of streaming in a week does to you. We're getting there. We got about 40 more picks to go. 39 picks to go, by my reckoning, until we get to Mr. Irrelevant. The Atlanta Falcons currently on the clock with pick 218. At this point, it is an absolute crapshoot as to who is going to be drafted. So there is no point in trying to predict at this point. It is just, free for all, trying to get the last guys in on your roster, but still interesting. So we've got Atlanta up now. Then we've got the Giants, the Pats, the Jags. We can see Detroit on the ticker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. About 12 picks away. We're about 2:30. So I'd say about another 20 minutes and we'll get the next Lions pick in. Or maybe that's been optimistic. Who knows? Jack Nelson, the tackle from Wisconsin, going to the Falcons. Intriguing. Do need more offensive line there for Michael Penix. So we've got a new tackle there. Where on earth is Ryder?
Trying to run the pick in.
Coming yet? Unless he's coming a bit later. What?
Giants have pretty much ran the pick in, so this is going to be fun.
Giants have ran the pick in. So yeah, the Giants are up next. Hopefully we get a little flurry now so we can get to Detroit's next pick. Just make sure there's no comments here. Perry goes, Cowboys should take Quinn Ewers now. Too much value. Yeah, probably. Perry Ball goes, who is this guy? The hat bought out some laughs in the chatter there. Kool-Aid Kid goes, I don't watch Lions stuff to hear props for whomever is talking. Perry Ball goes, trade down Holmes to the last pick, lol. When did the Lions last have Mr. Irrelevant?
That's a fun question. Let me have a look.
Anybody in the chat get it before Ash? We'll get you a cookie. Last time the Lions had Mr. Irrelevant, if they've ever had Mr. Irrelevant, certainly not in.
I mean, they've had plenty of irrelevant players.
Oh well, yeah. We only have to go back to the Thomas Fedoni
2010
off the board.
2010.
Oh, there we go. 2002. Who was it?
Tim Toon, the wide receiver out of Weber State.
Oh wow. So FCS pick. So the New York Giants have selected Thomas Fedone II, the tight end from Nebraska. So tight ends going, and now their divisional, their Super Bowl foes from the past, the Patriots, are now on the clock.
So technically, I contend that the last time the Lions had a Mr. Evans on their roster is right now.
Yes.
2021's Mr. Irrelevant, Grant Stewart, is on the roster.
Brent goes, Falcons finally trying to protect their QB. That will be a change. Lol. Grandizer goes, Ant, is it me, or is the NFL really milk this draft? I thought day 3 was over by noon my time. They love to milk the last day and do all their promotions and the Puppy Bowl and stuff like that. James goes, can you give us your preferred prospects for the Lions with these positions? Safety, tight end, off the ball, linebacker.
Jackson, Jamont Johnson for off the ball linebacker. I've liked him for a while. Safety, you know what? I'll give it you. Castro.
And tight end.
Tight end. That's the hard one. That's what she said.
Brenningstool is still on the board.
CJ2P.
Carter Runyon's still out there. The Thompson tight end. I'd like to see Carter Runyon get a shot in Detroit. I think he did. I feel like he did very well in the pre-draft process. He just didn't get an invite to the combine because the combine is biased against FCS prospects.
Benjamin Urashek is still on
guys.
there from Georgia. We brought him in for a visit.
Yeah. There's a good chance Urashek is a priority UDFA if he's not taken with one of our last 2 picks there. James got the answer in the chat. Tim Toon. Well done, James. We'll give you half a cookie for that. I don't know if you got it at the same time as Ash, but we'll put the effort in there for that one. Grandizer goes, the Lions draft right before the Finns. I took a small nap. Perry Ball goes, why did Tez Johnson fall? Many reasons. He is vastly undersized, he is vastly underweight, and he had a rotten off-season process. He had a bad combine, a lot of bad drops. People are just worried about the size of it. He is too small. He needs to put some weight on, and then he'll give himself a chance. But you can't be, going around at the lack of weight he was at. Obviously, it was great at college, but someone will break him in half in the NFL. And yeah, he didn't run a fast 40 either. He ran a very slow 40 compared to his size. It was like nearly a 4.6 or something like that. If you're going to be that small, you've got to be rapid. That's why other guys like Shakir and that have done all
Xavier
right.
Shepherd.
Yeah.
Xavier Shepherd's fallen for the same reason, for like
Yeah.
4.76.
But I wouldn't be surprised if they are one of the first players signed as a UDFA to big guaranteed money.
Give
like
them a go.
250 grand guaranteed or something like that.
Exactly. Just give them a go there.
McLaughlin's still on the board. Safety, Ohio State.
Yeah. There he goes. Are there any running backs who can help us? I love Krosky Merritt. If Krosky Merritt can be gotten in the building, I think he would be great for Detroit and a good, complementary piece in the backfield.
The UC Davis running back.
Lan Larison is probably in that conversation as well. There's some good FCS running backs there. Shunderick Powell is still in this. I love Shunderick Powell. He's got a really nice story about him as well. And he's been getting a lot of he's been getting a lot. Yeah, Penny Boone's trouble is he transferred to the Power 5 and then didn't play, and it's really hurt his stock because he's not played for an amount of time.
Or do we stay in state? Unless he's gone and I've just missed it, but Donovan Edwards.
I think even Michigan fans would say no to Donovan Edwards. Marcus Bryant, the tackle, has gone from Missouri to the Patriots. People loading up on the tackles.
I thought you said earlier that there's no Missouri tackles in this draft.
No good ones. No good ones. Kyle Monangai hasn't been drafted yet.
Oh, yeah.
I would actually love to see Marcus Yarns, the Delaware running back, has had a really good offseason, and the Lions were at his pro day. So I think Marcus Yarns could be a shout.
Here's one for you. So Marcus Bryant just being drafted out of Missouri. He is not on my board.
Shame.
Jeez, I feel justified there.
720 prospects on my board. He is not on it.
There's still a good crock of running back. Like Mario Anderson Jr. is one I've liked for a while.
There goes someone we had our eye on to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jonah Monheim has gone.
A great comment from David Reinfert on Twitch says, I just wanted to stop by and say that I will dive for the Royal Lions UK podcast. On the football field.
I get that reference. I get that reference. Well done. Very well played. Well played.
It's very, very good.
We know Ahmed Hassanin's brother. Where was I there before? Perry goes, hopefully Batty is our pick soon. Perry, you will see me erupt like a fucking volcano in, joy if that would happen. But I think I don't know if they'll double dip at edge now. Potentially they will. So we've got no young edges. May as well let them fight it out in camp and let the best man win. I'd absolutely do that. If not, if Batty doesn't get drafted, I'd love to see him on the practice squad. He screams. They will have looked at him.
There's so many
at the point now.
There's so many good players still left here. Sorry.
Which is why I've got a fun question. As Cody Lindenberg finally goes to the Raiders. We know we love Tyler Batty. We know we love Ricky White. As the person who really loves them, and then the person who literally works with money for a living pretty much, and is pretty much our cap guy. If you could guarantee, what is your limit for guaranteed money on giving them priority UDFA contracts?
I'd give Batty about 300 grand. I would really stick the money in for him. For Ricky White, I'd probably give about 200. I would give them both good money to come here because I think they would certainly add something here. I think they'd make the roster. They'd have a fighting chance of it. the Seahawks are on the roster now, which makes me nervous because the Seahawks have decided to go back to bin dicks again, and so we'll see with them. We're in about 7 picks time.
I really don't have a limit for UDFA guarantees. By the way, like if someone gave them $1 million, fine. Like if you're that confident they're making the roster, okay. And then if we ended up cutting them and we lost $1 million, who gives a shit? Like I think UDFA guaranteed money is just not really a thing. I don't care.
No. Seahawks just made a really good pick.
Good for
He's fine, yeah. Let's just say Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet's jobs are a bit less secure.
Damian Martinez?
Yes.
Hey.
And also, this is going to sound a weird question, but I promise there's a point to it. Do I have a weird mark on my forehead?
Yes.
Okay, so I definitely got bruised when I took the elbow getting the safety. Nice.
Yeah, you look like you got a proper bump to the head.
Yeah, so it was when I was going I got the sack for the safety, the guy elbowed me in the head and they didn't call it.
Oh, shit. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you got the safety. What are they going to call?
So it'd be unsportsmanlike conduct, unnecessary roughness, and then on the sort of like safety punt, which would be us starting on our 5, they'd move it forward 10, so we'd start on the 15.
Right.
So then we've only got to go 10 yards to get a first down. Then, so
right.
Then do have another set of downs.
Yeah. James says the only safety I see ranked higher than Castro that Schlitt highlighted for the Lions is Dan Jackson from Georgia. Any love for him? He just came to prominence and then disappeared again. That's why you don't follow trends, folks. You'd not heard of him for a reason, and everybody loved him, and then everybody just didn't love him again. At least with my picks, I love them consistently from start to finish. But yeah, that's what happened there with him. Carlton Wood goes, UDFA's rarely stick, especially wide receivers. Telling you, Ricky's different. Blocked 4 punts on his own this year. He will be a special teams menace. He will get on because of his special teams alone. Rutgers in the building again.
Ryan Hampton.
Oh, that's someone I wanted for us.
Rutgers in the building. That's 2, and they've still got Monangai who can get drafted.
Oh, the Middlebury
And
guard is still on the board as well. Thomas Perry.
They can... Shaquan Loyal can still get drafted from Rutgers, the safety. They could have 4 draft picks.
Marcus Ware is still on the board as well. The guard from Montana State, who I really like.
Yeah.
Card's pick is instantly in. Brent goes, why did Bond fall? Isaiah Bond, because he said he was going to run the fastest 40 in history and then lied. So teams just lost faith in him and his ability to tell the truth.
There was a player that I thought had a shot at getting drafted as a HBCU player that is maybe worth a mention here, which is Carlin Vigors from Louisiana Monroe.
Louisiana Monroe is not a HBCU.
Is it not? Oh, my bad.
No.
I really thought
there's no HBCUs in the FBS.
I didn't think Louisiana. Oh, never mind.
Louisiana Monroe are in the Sun Belt.
Oh. It's very late.
Someone evidently doesn't listen to the division preview shows on the college pod.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, because if you had, you'd know that Brian Vincent was there. And if you knew Brian Vincent, you know we'd love Brian Vincent because of the job he used to do at UAB before they fired him for Trent Dilfer, who can't do that job to save his life. These are stories. This is you listen to the years of stories. These guys get backstories and everything. You know the lot. Grandizer goes, happy 85th birthday to the influential father of disco and pioneer of electronic dance music, Giorgio Moroder. Grandizer never changed. You just say some random names, and he worked with Donna Summer, David Bowie, Blondie, Duran Duran, Sparks, Eurythmics, Berlin. Oh God, this is an 80s fest here with that.
I was about to say.
Kobe Bryant is still on the board. Don't know why he's not on Mel's board any longer of best prospect available. I think both Kansas cornerbacks are on there. Mello Dotson's not been taken either. So Bradley goes, Dilfer sucks. Yes, he does. I have an irrational dislike
Knew
for
it.
Trent Dilfer because of what they did to Brian Vincent to put him in that job when the whole
No,
team wanted Brian Vincent.
To be fair, I'm looking now at some of the stuff he's worked on, and it's stuff you know. So,
Father of Disco.
he's worked. So some of the ones he's
Ooh.
done.
Keaton Crawford is off the board. Another safety.
Oh,
The cards.
I'm glad he got
Nevada.
drafted. I'm really
Fellow
glad he got
Wolfpack.
drafted. I
Yeah.
really liked him.
All the Wolfpacks
So-
has won.
The one that stands out to me that he did, and this might be a throwback, Together in Electric Dreams with Philip Oakley of Human League,
Great song.
which is one of my favorite karaoke songs. Mhm.
This is why Grandizer just says the most random stuff and brings up the most random memories. Never change, Grandizer. Carlton goes Lions top 30 visits left. Chaz Chambliss, Makari Page, long snapper William Wagner. Why would you do that, Carlton? We don't make long snapper jokes on this podcast. Please don't do it in the chat. How many other NFL podcast hosts out there get a years-long running jokes about long snappers? You are one of a kind, Matt. It should be a badge of honor for you.
I do love that
while
Hogan
you're
hat
away?
and jersey.
Did you see while you're away, by the way, a punter was drafted. So we've had kickers and
Yeah.
punters.
I saw it. I
thought I heard
Jeremy
you cheering in the
Crawford.
background. I thought I heard you cheering, so I was like, yeah, special teams maestros.
Punters and kickers
Definitely.
come and go, but long snappers are forever.
F-Trax
I mean, which one? Without a good long snapper, you can have the best kicker in the world, but he ain't gonna make kicks if no one snaps for him.
If you're a Baltimore Ravens kicker, you don't want anyone to be fluffing your ball.
Oh God. Oh, Bradley goes, I wish we could have got Fedone. You're not on your own there. I think a lot of people would have liked Fedone. Grandizer goes, Matthew, I took a nap, so sleepy. Okay. Grandizer took a nap. Brian goes, Hatton is awesome. Yep, that is the only Hogan hat in Jersey you will see in your life, unless you're at his mum's house, probably. So
No, his mum
that is
doesn't
a
own
rare
one.
antiquity.
No,
That is a rare antiquity. That is a rare antiquity that Ash has got. In 20 years, he can sell that because it'll be the only one in existence.
Hogan Hatton's mum is still like, I'm not having a long snapper jersey. I'm sorry, son.
You know what we need to do is like a long-term project on here. Get a shirt of every long snapper, like in Lions lore, like from now onwards for Matt, and then put it on his wall behind him. The wall of long snapper jerseys, just like from time immemorial, you can look through a history of Lions long snappers on jersey. That'd make a great background for you. He's not buying. He's just pretending he can't hear us.
I actually read RJ Graham's comment saying, "Hi guys, what do you think of the Lions pick so far?" And I had to sit and think about it for a while.
I think overall the mood is good. I think it's just take the trades out of the equation. The overall mood is pretty decent.
Yeah.
It's just the trades that have knocked people off a little bit. So
Narc.
And we've got 2 more picks left yet. So if we fill out with some good players, I think overall we'll be all right.
I'm very happy with our picks. I think we've actually made a tangible difference to our team, and it sucks we don't have 2 third-round picks next year.
Brent goes,
Yes.
come on, we need long snapper depth. Get your priorities straight. Oh, it's the Steelers pick. Oh, what are the Steelers going to do? Are they going to nick someone?
Pitt have got 2 and 4 here.
Oh, and we're 5 picks away.
The Chiefs are traded up to 227.
From 228? Really?
Supposedly.
Bradley goes, Jason Hansen jerseys show up on eBay all the time. They do, but I bet you nowhere. Carson Bruner.
That's the first Washington player selected today.
It is. It is.
Actually, first one selected all draft.
Yes, I don't think
The,
a Washington player's gone all draft.
Yeah, you'll never see a Lions long snapper jersey on eBay though. Not until that one gets sold. So
No,
it is
I'm
a
keeping
thing
it, and then
there.
one day when I eventually meet him, I'll get him to sign it, and it'll be treasured forever for Matt. I'll get it framed for him.
RJ Graham goes, would you like to draft a centre, McLaughlin for depth? Either McLaughlin or get Herwig
Gus Hardwick.
as a UDFA. So yeah, there's options. And the Texas, Jake Majors is still out there as well. So there's a couple of good
True.
centre options to be had still. So Carlton goes, Hogan Hatton has a twin brother, Hayden, who plays football as well, wide receiver for the BC Lions. So he has a jersey with the same Hatton on it too. So there's at least 2 Hatton jerseys in the world.
All right, San Francisco, where are you going?
To San Francisco.
So Carson Bruner is the son of of Mark Bruner, who was a tight end who played for the Steelers for 9 seasons.
There's quite a few legacies coming in this year. Not well known, some more well known legacies, but there are quite a few legacies. There's a ton of legacies in college at the moment. Like you're going to see more and more players you know. There's boatloads.
Ooh.
Wow! Yeah! Hang on, did I call that? Oh shit, no, I called Brosma to that system. I nearly was so right.
Oh!
I called Max Brosma to that.
The Chiefs have traded up, not with the 49ers, with the Patriots. So the Patriots now own Mr. Irrelevance.
Oh, wow. They'll probably make a thing out of it. See, the thing is, you can do advertising with Mr. Irrelevant and stuff like that, so it's almost worth it just for the content you're going to be able to get to mess around a bit. I like to think that is slight justification there, because I said the 49ers should take Max Brosma to work behind Brock Purdy, but you've taken Curtis Rourke, which is essentially the same thing.
I love Curtis Rourke.
Same,
love
especially since he's been cleared for full football activities, which means you can officially take the 1 round ding that I usually do on my grading, which means he is now he is the same grade as Carl McCord and Will Howard.
McLaughlin may come to us as a UDFA. We ain't got many centres on the roster, James.
We've got the Florida guy from last year.
Aguakun, Mish.
Yeah, they'll give it a go. At least, if anything, they're going to get trained well here. Brashard Smith to the Chiefs. Oh wow, I really like that.
It's a sick pick.
They struck with Pacheco. That's return man as well. Brashard Smith is a dangerous return man. Like that's
Pick is in for the Steelers. Pick is in for the Steelers. We are on the clock as NC State transfer linebacker Kamal Bonner has committed to Miami.
Who cares about that news in here? Like who listening to this show wants to hear about traitorous fucking NC State Comets going elsewhere?
Let's go Lions. Come on. Good pick at 230, please. Plenty of people on the board we want. Go safety, go Castro, or Makari Page. Don't know anything about him, but he's on the board. So
Maxon Hook.
I would love Maxon Hook. I've been on his train all draft process. Maxon Hook would provide you really good special teams ability as well.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
That is a really good pick from the Chiefs. Really, really good pick.
Yeah.
You will see Brashard Smith in a Chiefs jersey on their starting team next year at some point. You probably see him running a kick return touchdown at some point as well. Dude is rapid.
As of this point, only 9 Power 4 teams have remained without one of their players being drafted. Duke, Wake Forest, Baylor, BYU, Cincinnati, Houston, Utah, Mississippi State, and Vandy. Dante Kent!
BYU should change because Tyler's there.
soon, hopefully. Well, pick is in for the Lions. We've run the card in, so see you beautiful people in a minute.
All right, good luck, everybody. Dante Kent, Central Michigan was consensus ball 464. Come on, Lions. Oh, Run Rich Run being aired. Sorry that we're all silent. We're just watching Run Rich Run.
Oh, I can speak for a bit. Because I don't have that on. So obviously, Lions needs at this pick, as we've said, tight end arguably, just as a tight end free, safety free, maybe another defensive lineman, maybe another dip at receiver. If the team loves a backup QB, again, just to come in and push Hendon, Carl Allen, or a running back that they value, that thinks that they can take Craig Reynolds' job in the future. There's a load of ways we can go with this pick, I think, but I'm gonna knuckle down and take a look at the safe. I'm gonna say either safety or tight end, as it's come up on NFL. So, tell me when it's safe to discuss.
I think it's going to go all the way through Run Rich Run until it reveals it, so not yet. It's probably going to be another minute or so at least.
Okay, just tell me when.
Will do.
Please don't spoil it. If anyone's in the comments, then obviously spoil it for them. But
it's fine. Don't worry. I'm not looking at the comments for the moment. Just while this is happening, I just want to see the pick.
Sit. Okay. Yes. Just wish my fucking flag would stay up.
Wow, Todd Gurley running a 4.78, even though he's been out of the league a couple of years now. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Never truly leaves you, does it? It's just because obviously you train your body to be like that. It's never going to leave you if you treat it still right. You're not going to suddenly lose it, I guess, because it still probably work out.
Just... Such a bad first step by Rich there. It's lack of explosion off the line. Actually, he gets good speed, but
needs to do some sled pulls. I think some sled pulls, some sled pushes really work on, as you say, that first step, exploding at your stance. Maybe some box jumps, work on the hip muscles.
647. Come on, Rich.
Nice.
Right, Run Rich Run has now finished.
You might get a Blitzkrieg picks because the Miami Dolphins one has come in as well.
That's fair.
Ooh.
There we go. It's safe now. I think.
Dan Jackson,
yeah.
the safety out of Georgia, someone who we have been linked with. We did have visits with him, and he fills that need for a safety free at 230. Decent pick. Obviously, Matt will probably in them second tell us where he's on the consensus board, but
295.
I like it. 295. So not too much of a reach at this point. Dan Jackson, he is again, I'm going to go off NFLs.com's profile of him. 5'11", 294 pounds. He redshirted as a Red walk-on in 2019. 2020 didn't play. 2021 he played in all 15 games with 4 starts. Had 40 tackles, 2 TFLs, and blocks a kick. Special teams. 2022 played in 7 games with 1 start, 16 tackles, a TFL, interception, a PBU, and a forced fumble. He did miss time with foot injury. 2023 he played in 11 games with 1 start. He had 20 tackles, an interception, a PBU, and a forced fumble. And this past year, 2024, he's a third-team All-SEC safety. Played in all 14 games with 13 starts. 64 tackles, 1.5 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, a further 3 PBUs, another blocked kick, and a forced fumble. Lance Erline ranks him as a 5th to 6th round prospect. So on his board, we have got someone who is, we've got a bit of a value pick actually. And he describes him as a 6th-year senior who shows a strong desire to get downhill and set the tone as a striker. Despite his aggression, he's more effective in coverage than he is as a run defender. He's responsive to route combinations and is detailed orientated in his coverage, but has athletic limitations that appear to limit on-ball production. He lacks the hand usage to keep himself clean as a run defender, which will need to change if he wants to make a team as a backup safety and core special teams option. Sounds like someone that this regime will like to coach up.
So there goes Quinn Ewers then to Miami. Just on Dan Jackson, RAS of 702, 40-yard dash of 445, 10-yard split of 154, which are both exceptionally fast. So he has very short arms, under 30 inches.
Yeah, that does hurt you in the run game. As we've started as running safeties, it seems, because the
Hunter Vola.
Hunter Vola, this to Wisconsin safety. Yeah, nice.
Chicago are up and the boos have started.
Nice.
Tony White says, Matt, I love you, but Bud Light and Guinness, question mark. So Bud Light, yes, only because it was very, very cheap. But this is rum and coke. This is not Guinness, although I do love Guinness.
Yes. Ooh, Bears have made a really good pick.
Ooh.
Oh, fuck.
Monaco is off the board.
They don't need a running back.
No, I reckon they'll can DeAndre Swift.
Bye DeAndre Swift, exactly.
Kyle Monangai is an incredibly good running back. That is a bad pick for us.
I love Kyle Monaghan.
I really need to listen to the press conference for Hassanine.
Yep. Let's have a look. So Eric's assessment of Dan Jackson is slightly different to what we just heard from Lance Erline. Jackson walked on to Georgia and works his way into a starting role after establishing himself as a core special teams player.
Love it. He has experience as both a single high and 2 high split zone safety, which should help him quickly acclimatise to the Lions scheme. His best trait is his downhill run defender, who may need to work on controlling his aggressiveness at the next level. Guys, this is an Ify Melifonwu replacement.
Makes sense to me.
Even down to the injury questions.
Detroit are now back on the ticker as well. We are... Oh, Mason Richmond off the board.
With what? We're about 10 picks. So I think maybe we're on the clock again.
No, not yet. Yeah, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks away indeed. Almost there. 45 minutes to go.
Random tackles going. Issa Pole's not been drafted. Amari Knight's not been drafted. Crenshaw Dixon's not been drafted.
Colin Pierce, Logan Brown.
Colin Pierce hasn't been.
What?
I won't be surprised if Colin Pierce might be the last pick for us.
Let's say, what do you want to do with this last pick now? We've filled that safety need.
Dupree.
Best player available.
Either that or yeah.
Tyler Batty.
No. They were never going to do that. They've not met him. Like, the guys I love this year, generally I don't love guys that the Lions like. So there's no chance he's coming here. Either him or Ricky. No chance.
I can't believe Ricky isn't going to get drafted with the production he's put up. It's unbelievable that he's not getting drafted.
He's a multiple-time team captain. He's an elite special teamer. He's a really good wide receiver.
He's a really good wide receiver.
He's played in one of the most complicated schemes you can play in college football. He's got everything you need. Somebody is going to look stupid.
And he can block kicks.
And it's not like UNLV have been a nothing program the last couple of years. They've been quite high profile for varying reasons, but like there's been attention on that program.
They beat 2 Power 5 teams
exactly.
this year. They nearly beat Syracuse.
They should have beaten Syracuse.
They should have beaten Syracuse. I don't get it. There's no knock on him. He's great personality-wise. He's a team captain. He's a leader. Elite special teamer. Every single thing you want about him. And some of the dross that's gone off the board in this day 3, I just can't stand up to him. And he knows Michigan as well. Even though he was here briefly, he's still acquainted with the area. Because the Spartans had no idea what to do with him.
Buccaneers take Tez Johnson.
Of course they would. That feels like a them thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, fuck me.
What?
Have you guys seen Ahmed Hassanin receiving the call from Dan?
I've got it saved.
Oh, but I'm tearing up.
Jeez, okay, right.
Oh shit.
I'll mute.
Oh my god. You hear people crying in the background of him doing it. Tez Johnson's been drafted. Oh, I think it's just because I'm tired, but fuck, that got me, that did.
Have you had Guinness beer battered fish and chips? I didn't know that was a thing. That sounds awesome.
What's that? Say again?
RJ Graham goes, have you had Guinness beer battered fish and chips? As in the fish is battered in Guinness batter.
I have had that.
Oh, have you?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds amazing.
It's very, very nice.
Where can you see the phone call? I assume it's on Twitter? Or X, sorry. Just look on X, you'll find it. Yes, Fadil Diggs did have a visit as well. Few people had visits. You might see Fadil Diggs come as a UDFA. Jags. I feel like the Jags have had a ton of picks. I feel like I keep seeing them up there, but... That's doing him dirty calling Tez Johnson Tutu Atwell, although I can kind of see it, but... Restrepo to replace Raymond. I don't think there's any way Restrepo ends up on it. Oh, LaQuint Allen's drafted by the Jags. Why, Jacksonville? Stop drafting running backs when you've got Tank Bigsby. quit it. Well, I don't know if Trevor Etienne's going to be part of the future there with all the running backs they're drafting.
I really think he's going to go. I think he'll be on the block, and I think he'll be traded for like a 6th or 7th rounder.
See, Tank's earned his spot on that roster. Who else did they? They drafted another running back earlier.
Tank should be RB1 there, for sure.
And they've drafted now LaQuint Allen, who is a very good running back in his own right.
Green Bay is up. Did you see Green Bay's pick be announced by what's his face?
Tom. No.
Yeah. I don't think they televised it.
They traded it initially, though, I think. I think they traded the 6th round pick.
So maybe it'll be this pick then.
Yeah, but they did do a 6th round pick. They had a 6th. But whether they traded back, got a 6th, and then gave him the 7th or something like that, I don't know. But I certainly haven't seen him.
I see what you mean with the taking a call. That's really cool.
The way you just hear like really loud crying in the background as he's taking the call, and then you see him start crying, I fucking lost it.
Yeah, that's really cool. I do love watching that. That's one of the reasons I love Inside the Den, because you get both sides of it. They do it very well. You get the insight. I like little things like that.
He's that raw because he's not played for that long. He's just like a mold of clay, and you can do what you want with him. Here he is.
Thomas Grossi.
Is Thomas Grossi about to become Ansley's favourite person?
No.
Don't put that into the ethos.
Ew. I thought he was going to swear then.
Who?
Grossi.
Oh, no, he always uses mother loving. He's never swore in his life.
I also don't have that player on my board.
I have no idea who he is. I didn't realise that. Ransaw and the other one, the safety in the corner, were the 2 draftable picks there. I didn't realise there was a 3rd one. Oh, the Seahawks are back on again.
Oh my God. It's to the point where even NFL.com doesn't have any information on him whatsoever.
What, on Micah Robinson?
Yeah, I've literally just pulled it up.
Are we sure he's real? Is he real?
How do I do this? Well, you believe me, if you can just go into the thing and click it, but they have no information for him.
You'll probably have to go to the team roster page. Go to the Tulane team roster page and see if he exists.
I'm doing a different. Going to your least favorite website. He seemingly does exist. He is 6 foot, 184 pounds. This past season, 84.3 PFF grade, 90 run defense, 68.9 tackling, 59.6 pass rush, 80.7 coverage. Played 456 snaps this past season at Tulane. The previous 4 seasons he spent at Furman.
Ah, so he's an FCS prospect for the most part.
Yeah.
That'll explain it.
Had his best games down the stretch against, his best games overall were against Louisiana Lafayette, Rice, Charlotte, and then Army in the championship game.
No!
No! Fuck you, Seattle.
They made the shit list.
They're on it. Christian Haynes last year and now Ricky White. Are you joking me? Right, you're number 1. You're back to number 1. Oh. I hate Seattle so much. With a passion. I'm not going to love a player next year.
Screw it, I'm not doing it. No college podcast next year. Sorry, people.
Oh.
I'm not investing a year of love and care into these players just to see Seattle keep drafting them.
I don't want to love again.
But
I'm not ready to trust in other people.
Dallas take another running back. Interesting.
Oh, Maffa's gone, finally.
Yeah.
Oh, what a pick by Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Seattle.
And Seattle hates you too.
Well, bring it. Oh, again. Devon Witherspoon, Christian Haynes, Ricky White. That is 3 of the prospects I have loved most in my time doing this, and they've all ended up in Seattle. You know what? I'm going to become a Seattle fan. It's been nice, guys. I've enjoyed the 5 years, but
I want a franchise that drafts the picks that I actually like. Sorry. I'm defecting. What's Ash's mouth open for? Oh, fuck this. No, not prepared for this. No.
No.
I don't love Caden Prather.
I was just doing it to wind you up. It's called acting, darling. You should try it.
Darling.
I'm embarrassed to say what film I was...
Anthony Belton says hi.
I'm embarrassed to say what film I was quoting there.
Is it... Oh,
We've got a Seahawks guest.
Is that Devil Wears
Prada?
Prada? No.
We've got
even more embarrassing than that.
I heart Huckabees. Oh God, High School Musical, of course. We've got a Seahawks guest on tomorrow, don't we? I may have to be muted to that.
Yes, yeah, Matt's going to have to do the whole thing by himself because I'm going to be at work. We'll have to literally like physically restrain.
Is it Marathon Man that you were quoting then?
No. High School Musical 3.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Come on, Ash.
I mean, our Bills fan just got his deep threat.
I feel very vindicated before all of this started when I said I don't think Jared Ivey's a draftable prospect. The fact that he's still on the board with 16, 17 guys to go.
Live look into Shador Sanders' draft room.
Can't really see it because it's shining off your phone.
Fuck's sake. It's in Discord anyway.
Lions are going to be on the clock in a minute for our final pick.
Come on, Seattle. Trade us 6th next year to get back into this round and take him. I dare you.
Double dog there.
Yeah. The Seahawks took Torrey Horton and Ricky White.
Brian M says, watching this day of the draft is just Ant and Ash getting bent about a dude with a mad and random generated name.
This is me getting bent out of shape about lower school crushes I've had for multiple years. Like these are multi-year draft crushes that I have. These are long in the arm because I just love day 3 picks. No one else does, so I do. But yeah,
Utah finally have a player picked.
Utah. Oh, is it? Oh, I was about to say it's Jaquindon Jackson, but he transferred. It'd be Junior Tafuna.
No.
Oh, I thought he was their most draftable prospect. Who the hell else have they got in this draft?
Who's this?
They got a
Utah.
running back. They got a running back. Oh, it's Micah Bernard.
No.
Oh, they've got more draft prospects than I thought. Then
He is. I'm
Kareem
looking.
Reed?
No.
why are they
Is this going to
giving
be
out
another
picks
one
now?
that's not?
Brant Kuthi?
Oh, the tight
Right.
end.
Right position, wrong player.
What? Who? I genuinely have no idea who he is.
Caleb Lona.
I genuinely don't have a clue.
I don't have him on my board.
Let's see
Backup
what-
Utah tight ends is it's just a step too far for me. That is, I can't look after everybody.
I think that's the first Utah player drafted.
It is. That's what I said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Right.
mean. Considering they've got Micah Bernard on there, they've got they've got linebacker prospects. They've got a few prospects on that team.
3 picks to go for the Lions. Well, 2 and then it's us. Sorry.
3 picks for us to.
So
not
Caleb
get
Lona
tight.
is a basketball player.
Oh, has he not actually played football?
I don't think so. From what was just put up there, it said he played basketball at college. But they just said on the coverage that he was a second tight end, so fuck what they've put
I
on
think
there.
the tight end's going to come in undrafted free agency at this point, James. I think one of Dupree or Urasek will reach there now. Whoever gets there, they'll probably take. I don't think they've had any contact with Lackey. I could be wrong. But to be honest, tight ends, there's still a lot of good
Briddingstall is
tight
still
ends.
on there. Is he got an issue
So-
of some kind?
Local ones, you got Anthony Torres from Toledo. As I say, you still got Steve O'Klotz, who will be known by Tyler Roll, and will. I would think there's a good chance Steve O'Klotz might end up here because we need a blocking tight end, and he is purely a blocking tight end. He does no receiving, no catching whatsoever. But if you want him to block, he'll do it all day for you. So there's quite a few. Like Artu's brother's still in the draft. Kaliki.
Yeah. He's pretty good too.
Has Jalen Conyers been picked?
No, he's still on the board.
No.
I don't think Joshua Simon's been picked either. Maliki Mataveo's not been picked, and I believe they have had a little bit of interest in Mataveo, if I remember rightly. So he could be another name to watch. Cole Taylor out of West Virginia. There's still a lot of potential tackle options out there. Tight end options, sorry. If we don't get the ones we want. I think at this point, Dupree probably doesn't get drafted.
Rivaldo Fairweather, Oban.
Yeah, he was very good once upon a time. I don't know what happened to him. He was a very good receiving tight end once upon a time.
Oh! Steve Irwin's son.
Robert
I was
Irvin.
just about to think that is he mimicking him, but like if it's his son, that's fine.
You mean the absolute?
Kanata Mumfield. Kanata
Spoiler
Mumfield
alert.
was well down the
So
consensus
Robert Irvin
boards.
is like the sort of weird women crush of the month right now. After he did an underwear advert holding a massive snake. I'm not the one.
And he had a python.
Hey! Hey!
Oh, that's at that point we're at that point of the cycle now, y'all.
Mhm.
15 picks away.
Carlton, no, Willie Lampkin is still on the board. Experiment says showgirls question mark when he was trying to guess, I think, for where the quote came from. This shows what we're thinking of you, Ash.
Remember, I'm weird. I like all kinds of things.
That sounded weirdly sinister.
It does. I'm
I
weird.
like all
I like
kinds of
lots
things.
different things. He's been watching the 50 Shades.
Oh, I was thinking it was
all
Saw.
sorts of things.
Oh,
Would you
I've
like
got-
to
I think-
play a game?
I have to say, well, Matt knows I have watched that because obviously the night before my birthday, I had my friends over and we did a drinking game to 50 Shades of Grey. What a fun time. What a fun time.
I'm sorry, just run that past me again.
Why would you watch that with friends?
You and a group of
They
other
chose
guys,
it. They chose to watch it.
You and a group of other guys watched
Girls
50 Shades.
and guys. Girls and guys. It was me, my best friends. So like 2 couples and my other best friend all watching 50 Shades of Grey and doing a drinking game. Like every time that...
Was that not incredibly awkward?
Oh, yeah, but it was also hilarious because by that point we were rat ass. It's like every time we see a bare ass, drink. Every time that Dakota Johnson tries to bite her lip and look sexy, drink.
Oh my god, you must have been in such trouble. Given that I've seen probably the drunkest you've ever been, I would suspect.
Yes.
I'm not going to lie, I can't remember ever getting hammered and watching films. In fact, the only time I've done it, I did. It was, Garrett Dellinger's been drafted by the Ravens.
Which means... the Lions are on the clock for the final time.
For the final time this evening.
Actually, we got drunk and danced along to The Boat That Rocked because it's one of the greatest films ever.
That is a fucking sick film.
And we were dancing around to that when we were absolutely hammered. I'm not involving you in this, man. Of course I know you've not watched it. Reprobate.
Oh,
The Boat That Rocked is an absolutely British filmmaking at its best. And it's got American. It's got Philip Seymour Hoffman in it as well, so it's got its Americanism. It's got its Americans in there.
Let's
breaking news: the NFL just announced that they will be retiring the 144th pick in the draft. No team will ever pick 145th ever again.
What? Why? I don't understand.
Shadur was picked there.
Right.
Oh.
Thank you for giving me
Dune.
Oh, to be fair, Caleb Lohner has an 8.83 RAS. Nice.
He's a basketball player. If he's not tall.
Did you guys enjoy...
What? No, it's not the pick. So our edge rusher we just took, not only did he get drafted today, yesterday he proposed to his girlfriend.
Oh.
Oh.
Nice. Pick him for the Lions.
Did you guys enjoy Varkey tackling 2 players at the same time on kickoff against the Texans?
Yes, always.
Whoever does it, we double tackles we will always take. Like it's like Panay double run blocking. You can never get bored watching that.
Come on, edge defender. Come on, Tyler Batty for Dill Diggs.
No, it's not going to happen. Well, for Tyler, it's not going to happen.
Come on,
if
we can
it
do
is,
it. We can do it.
Going to be just once, Lions.
5 shots deep.
That's all I want, Lions. Just one. 244. It's a throwaway pick. You don't need it. You can do it for me, and then we're all happy. And but it will probably be CJ Dupree or Fadil Diggs. You would figure at this point. Or in fact, no. This is the pick I've got Sean Dolak getting picked at. So I've got an investment here in Sean Dolak getting picked. So
I could see Jake Majors here.
Oh, mind you, have we taken a linebacker? We're not taking.
No, we've not taken a linebacker yet.
So I've got an investment in my mock draft here. If it's Sean Dolak, then I don't. Has anyone even got a right guess on their mock draft so far? Did any one of us pick anybody?
No, I don't think so.
Oh dear. Oh well, it's all good fun just doing mocks there. So. Right, let's close everything down so I don't see nothing. Let's enjoy the last pick of this draft for the Lions, and then we have to get back to the arduous task of starting the next class.
I'm going to start earlier next year.
That's why I start basically tomorrow. That way, I'm where I need to be.
I'll start same as well. I'll start earlier as well. Oh, yeah, so the last time that Sean Payton took a basketball player out of college and turned him to his tight end, he turned out pretty okay. I think his name was Jimmy Graham.
Ryan Farden chose Tyleek Williams at 60 for the Lions. I chose Max and Hook for us. That could still happen. The only person to pick a player correctly was Ryan Farden. Almost called him Ryan Fitzpatrick then. Oh, jeez, that's that time of night. Come on, give us a pick. Come on. Come on, Lions. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Wow.
Ooh.
Receiver again.
That's another person I've seen us linked with.
That's the new slot receiver, that is.
I don't like it.
5'10", 185.
I love it.
Oi.
Oh, God.
2-year player at Missouri, then transferred to Georgia in 2023. This past season, he led Georgia in receptions with 59, 607 yards, 10.3 yards per catch, 6 receiving touchdowns, and he played in all 14 games with 7 starts.
He's short.
Mm-hmm.
5'10", 185, ran a 4.40, 1.55, 10-yard split.
And, well, I can tell you exactly why we've drafted him.
Special teams.
1 point. Gets downfield very quickly as a punt gunner.
Yeah. There it is. The last pick for the Detroit Lions. Right, picks in for the Washington Commanders. We are at the point where the ticker has come to the end. So we really are at the end of this.
The final countdown.
Can you imagine being a tight end not been drafted yet to be stuck behind a basketball player who's never played football?
I think I was inaccurate with that statement, by the way.
Well, Rappaport says he's a basketball player as well. Unless he's not played. Well, I guess you can do both.
You can do both. Look at Morelli Cox. Look at Jimmy Graham, the one that obviously Sean Payton last did it with. There goes one of your UDFA talented guts.
No! They've got Krosky Merritt. Oh, that is such a good pick for Washington, that is. He's got the best feet of any running back in this draft. The way he cuts is just unreal. Like, it's so good. Right, come on, Tyler. Let's get to undrafted free agency and take it from there.
Hang on. Best feet of any running back in his class. I think we need to check your bank statements because I think you've been subscribed to his OnlyFans.
Are you proud of that sentence you just said?
Yes.
You would be. Yes, you would be. The standard is different. The best footwork. Oh no, then he'll be. Who the hell is Corey Black? Wow. I am hearing a lot of names I've never heard in my life.
That is concerning. Three-year starter for Oklahoma State, supposedly.
Oh. He must have been
another gunner.
Ah.
I also don't have him on my list.
Your list's not as good as my list.
Apparently so.
The hate list is gaining notoriety.
It is. It is. I love the hate list. I'm here for it. 11 picks to go.
Seattle is firmly entrenched in number one now. Firmly
Thankfully,
entrenched in
they've
number
had their
one.
last pick, so they can't do you again this time.
Well, they can. They can take Tyler Batty as a UDFA. They can do that to me. They can do that. Loaded up on Georgia Dogs. Yes, we have. Dory, as always, we'll know how good Brad did in 3 years, of course. Every single draft class gets 3 years without reproach. That is the way. And the Mandalorian now. This is the way. And then it goes, oh wow, did you see who the Rams picked? Not a bad running back. He would have had really good numbers, but oh yeah, they got what's his face? Oh, I'm losing track now. I'm tired.
Syracuse one?
Yeah, they got LaQuint Allen. No, that was the Jags. Jags got LaQuint Allen. I'm losing track now. We've been going that long, but I do know who he means. He did well. Carlton goes, we drafted three players from Georgia, then one each from Ohio State, LSU, Arkansas, and Boise. Yes, a lot of big school ones this time. Any news on if sign any UDFA? The second that Mr. Irrelevant is picked, all the UDFA start coming in.
I mean, some of them have already been signed anyway.
Yeah. Commanders. Oh yeah, Commanders. Krosky Merritt. Krosky Merritt's going to eat in that Commanders system. Paul goes, overall, I think we've had a good day 3. I think day 3's been decent. I want to see the undrafted free agent class, though. I would like to see some strong competition in the UDFA class. Because I still think that there are some UDFAs out there currently who could crack our roster if they tried hard enough. So, and we've had success with it in the past. Cowboys. You've got to figure that, like, the UDFA class, there will be guys like Land Larrison and stuff like that on there.
Mm-hmm.
Guys who they've talked to in that ilk. Like I said, I would not be surprised to see Marcus Yarns on there, the Delaware running back. They have talked to him. Guys like that. I'm actually quite excited to see who the UDFAs are. Still quite a lot of good players on there that I would like us to snap up if possible. The Dallas Cowboys select. Nobody cares. Oh, a King Basote. No one cares. School of Kiss My Ass. That is who no one cares is from. King Basote got drafted.
Mm-hmm.
Maryland have had quite a few, considering how bad that team's been. Hippolyte got drafted. King Basote's been drafted. Dante Trader got drafted. There's a good number of their defense who've been picks this year. And happy that Krosky Merritt got drafted. He got overlooked due to Scatterboo. Now, Krosky Merritt got overlooked because he got screwed by the NCAA with his eligibility. If he'd have had a full season at Arizona, he would have been a day 2 pick. I am very, very certain of that. But they screwed him in terms of his eligibility, so he couldn't play. So his stock plummeted in a beefed up running back field. But that's going to be Washington's game because you shouldn't get a talent like him at a pick like that.
Tigers are currently playing the Baltimore Orioles. It's no score after 2.
Yeah, top of the first. Ooh, UCLA tight end.
Oh, Mataveo. I like that. He was getting some love. That's it. I knew he could not play for some reason a whole season. Yeah, it goes back. It went back to his season at, I think it was Alabama A&M. He switched shirt numbers partway through the season, and the guy who took his shirt number was playing all year whilst he wasn't, but they couldn't prove it was the other guy playing. So they assumed that it was his number and that he hadn't redshirted that year when he had. So, and he couldn't overturn it. It was a really messy thing. 'Cause they told him after one game of the season, so I don't know why they couldn't have told him beforehand, so he could have declared for the draft or, gone and played in Canada or something while he waited. It's a really messed up situation with him. NCAA screwing players as always.
Yep. 49ers go back to the Iowa well with Connor Colby.
I feel like they've taken a lot of guards in this draft. I could just be wrong, but I feel like they've taken a few offensive
Niners.
line
They have
swings.
taken no, that's their first offensive lineman this draft.
Oh, okay, just me.
Because it was Michael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, Upston Stout, CJ West, Jordan Watkins, Jordan James, Marcus Sigel, Curtis Rourke, Connor Colby, and then they're picking again in like 2 picks time.
RJ Graham goes, you got that right. No one cares about the Cowboys. F. Micah Parsons. Did you hear the rumor JMO and a pick for Micah? No, and I would toss that rumor in the bin. I wouldn't trade JMO for Micah.
No, me neither.
Me free. No.
And the one guy to get UDFA, Noah Coyne. The Coin machine. I don't. Yeah, you got someone with this the other day, so I don't know him. I think it was Dom you got with it. Green Bay. Oh God, I can still do shots here. Just please, anyone but Tyler. That would be. And then that's it for the NFC North pick. So we don't have to drink nothing. Sorry, Matt.
Brad's at the podium to wrap up today.
It's been a decent day for him. Still got work, Brad. Though get them UDFA's in the building.
That's what Dorsey and oh God, why am I blanking on his name? The guy in our front office that does the cap stuff that everyone really loves.
Oh my God, the Green Bay Packers have drafted a music composer.
Well,
they should have some. They should have some good walkout music. They should have some good walkout music now. John Williams to the Green Bay Packers. I don't know whether his orchestra is included.
So that means Cincinnati also have had a player drafted. It's their first player this whole draft.
Yeah. They were not a good team this year. Although they did get, what's his face? They got the South Dakota tackle, Joe Cotton. I don't know how. He is an absolute super stud. If you want to look for Cincinnati draft prospects, he might be the next big one because he's just been a monster at South Dakota for years.
Him and the Don.
Yeah, Don Cheadle.
Yes, it's me. Deal with it.
Don Cheadle is the coolest guy in the world. But yeah, Joe Cotton, he's going to have a big year at Cincinnati. I'm looking forward to watching him play in the FBS. Who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant? I still want it to be Shiloh. Pretty please. Didn't he compose Chariots of Fire, John Williams? I don't know.
No, that was Van Kellis, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Chariots of Fire was performed by Vangelis for sure, but whether it was written by someone else, I don't know.
Well, we all know Matt's not watched it, so he won't know. So,
but I have listened to Chariots of Fire because it's a terrific song. It was
both Van Kellis and John Williams.
There we go.
They did it together.
So it's a part one. He gets credits on it.
I love Vangelis.
Grandizer goes, I remember when Chariots of Fire came out, thought it was about a good sport and war, but nah, it was about a bunch of blokes running a marathon. Sort of a
I wish
snooze
it
fest.
I wish it was about the Spartans.
That would have been Chariots on Fire, Grandizer, not Chariots of Fire.
I mean, that's what Thermopylae stands for. It stands for the long snapper. The Patriots have drafted the Vanderbilt long snapper. We've done it. We've completed the set, boys.
Oh my God!
Vanderbilt's first player drafted in the 2025 NFL draft is a long snapper.
Long snapper. This deserves.
Hang on, wait. Let's do it together. Let's do it together. The only podcast on the internet which celebrates the drafting of a long snapper.
I don't have a shot, but I'll just drink out the bottle.
Cheers to
lads.
the long snapper.
To the long snappers.
Oh, that's rough. Oh.
That's a full slate. We've had kickers, punters, and long snappers.
And long snappers.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, and the Patriots as well. You know what? The Patriots, I don't know where they were on the hate list, but they've gone down. Well done, Patriots.
Patriots are pretty low on the hate list now, to be honest. After everything they did with Tom Brady, they've slowly become a likeable team again.
They're getting there. There's still a long way to go, but they're getting there. They've started the road to redemption. We're talking to them again. We're not allowing them back in the house.
Mm.
Next, they're allowed back in the house. Then they're allowed on the sofa, and then maybe.
This is the first long snapper drafted in 4 years.
Of course, you would know that. He's got the stats. I bet he's got all the stats.
It's been tweeted out.
He's got all the stats there next to him. It's on his wall. I bet he's got a wall of notes up about long snappers and their drafting. Who was it?
I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know.
He's probably got a picture of him on the wall, like just. My God!
What a name! It was Cameron Cheeseman, who was selected by the Washington football team in the 6th rounds.
6th round.
He was the second long snapper drafted that year, as Thomas Fletcher was selected in the 6th round by the Carolina Panthers.
Are either of them still in the league?
So
I would imagine the fact that you don't know who they are means no, because you did an all 32, didn't you?
I think Greg makes a good point.
Thomas Fletcher is now the special teams coordinator for the West Alabama Tigers. Cameron Cheeseman just
disappeared.
Weren't the West Alabama Tigers the one who gave Florida State a game a couple of seasons ago? Or was that North Alabama? One of them gave you a game for a good amount of time.
I think it was North Alabama.
Junior Bergen. We've got another FCS guy up here. Junior Bergen from Montana, the wide receiver, and I have no idea who he is.
I, again, don't have him on my bloody list.
Let me ask Ryan. Ryan will know. Where are we?
And Cheeseman was a Wolverine.
Oh, the Draft Network have released their first way too early 2026 NFL mock draft. The Detroit Lions are selecting at 29, and they select Isaiah World, tackle, Oregon.
Oh, God.
Let's have a look here. Manning goes 1. Nico Imalieva, 2 to the Browns.
That's already bogus. Zeke Biggers. Another player who beat Florida State this year. Drafted.
But he's shit. He's basically a fucking turnstile. He's a blocking dummy. 5 out of 100 rank rating on our scouting scale, which is the lowest one ever given.
I feel like you have a clash of interests talking about this here.
That's a lie, actually. There is a lower player on our ranking scale. I also ranked someone else, and I gave them a 4 out of 100.
DJ Ungalale?
DJU. Jinx.
You guys know me too well.
That has got to be fucking clipped. That's so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
of course it is.
There's an edge defender going 3 in this mock draft. Do you want to guess who it is? 2026.
They've got his brother.
No.
Whose brother?
The Clemson
DJ
edge.
Hughes.
No.
TJ, what's his face from Clemson?
No.
Oh. He's the best edge next year currently. He's one of the best edges in the nation.
This guy sounds like he might have a famous dad, but I don't know whether they're related.
Oh, just tell me. I'm not.
Does Marshall Falk have a son?
I have no idea. I assume so.
Keldrick Falk, Edge Auburn.
Oh. No. The Clemson edge
He
is
has
the good. The
6.
Clemson edge is the good one. Like, he's a legitimate blue chip edge.
TJ Parker.
That's it. TJ Parker, and I believe he's a junior this year.
Yeah, so he's number
kind of
7 on
early.
this list.
He is the best edge in the nation. There goes Fadil Diggs to the Saints. So he ain't coming as a free agent.
Falk does have 6 sons, but he's most famous on Marshall Falk Jr. plays running back for the Central Washington Wildcats.
I was about to say, I knew that one was in college, but...
So, Peter Woods actually goes ahead of TJ Parker
he's
here.
He's the D tackle.
Yeah.
Those two are both blue chippers.
Ooh.
Top wide receiver goes 8. Zachariah Branch to the Browns from Georgia.
Yeah. Texans.
Zachariah Branch has got to have a good year to be that high. He's based a lot on potential.
Texans goes to the Iowa tight end. Well.
Oh, have they gone for... Oh my God, have they picked Steve O'Plots?
No.
Oh, the Iowa tight end. Well, sorry, I thought you meant Iowa State.
Lackey.
Lackey.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you said Cyclones.
No, I would have just left it and just let you find that out yourself and make you be happy but sad the fact that...
That's actually quite sad. If the Browns have got 2 first-round picks and they're both high, if they put Peter Woods with Mason Graham...
So they have Emily Ava and Branch as their 2 picks on here.
Oh my God. If they put Peter Woods and Mason Graham together, that may be a D-tackle tandem that you've never seen the likes of in your life.
Arizona State wide receiver at number 11.
Oh, Tyson.
Tyson.
Tyson's one of the best receivers in the nation. Jordan Tyson.
LT Overton, Edge Alabama at 12 to the Dolphins. Nick Singleton running back to Dallas Cowboys at 13. Who other names do I recognize here? Lenoris Sellers, quarterback, South Carolina at 19.
Oh, Paul's my spirit animal. He wants Ruben Bain. Because we love Miami Hurricanes.
Another Iowa State player in the first round at 26 to the Bengals. Max.
Why do they need a quarterback?
No, they don't need a quarterback. Tackle. This is tackle. Max Ihinacho.
Don't butcher their names.
I'm trying not to.
Rocco Becht will declare next year and he'll be one of the better quarterbacks in that draft.
Jeremiah Love goes 27 to the Commanders.
He has 1,500 yard season, he's not going that low. I guarantee you that. That board is going to change around so much.
Oh, yeah, of course. But as a way too early one, why not?
The 2 Clemson guys will be right up there. They wouldn't surprise me if they went 1 and 2.
Caleb Downs goes 6.
He's special.
Carnell Tate, wide receiver, Ohio State. 14.
Maybe.
I haven't heard of this one either. Cassius Howell, Edge, Texas A&M.
No.
There is no way a Texas A&M Edge is going top half of the first round.
I said that by Shamar Stewart and actually came true because he went to the Bengals.
Depends what season he has. Again, a lot of these guys, they're sophomores, they're going into their junior years, so a lot of them probably might not even declare. Some will, some might not. I don't really have many thoughts on Zeke because Grandizer is not a prospect I've looked into too much.
I scouted him for the podcast. Unfortunately, not good. Not good at all. Just he's good. All he's good for is you stick him at defensive tackle, you run a stunt around him, and he draws up some attention. Nothing really to him, unfortunately.
I told you not to get the Diggs jersey, Attila. You've got to wait until undrafted free agency at the minimum to go out and get the jersey.
We have a UDFA signing.
Oh, that's quick.
North Dakota State offensive lineman Mason Miller.
Oh, it's Cam's brother. I think it's Cam's brother.
Per Ryan Fowler. I've just put it in the Discord.
There you go.
And probably Detroit have just booted up theirs. As I'm not going to say that name because I will butcher it, but the Chargers take a Florida cornerback.
Rick Weeze Bridges.
What the deuce?
Number 446 on the board.
Yeah.
Pick is in for the Patriots, who are Mr. Irrelevant. Here we go.
I feel for the Kansas corners.
Kobe, yeah.
Both of them. Mello Dotson as well.
They'll both be priority free agents.
Oh, for sure.
Mello's one of them's really tiny. I think it's Mello is the really tiny one.
Mello's
That'll be
tiny,
the
yeah.
thing with him. Mello is teeny tiny. Kobe isn't. Mello's the better corner, but he's smaller. That's where it comes down to.
Mello is... Oh, he's 6 foot.
Oh, in that case, it's Kobe who's smaller.
One of them's 5'10".
One of them's tiny and really good. The other one's bigger and average.
And
what?
Max Brosma has signed.
For who?
He's staying in state. He's just signed with the Minnesota Vikings.
He signed with the Vikings? That does
Getting a deal that includes $250,000 guaranteed.
That makes a ton of sense.
And again, sorry to put the knife in even more. Your Florida tackle has just been signed to the Titans for a $245,000 guaranteed deal.
Big deal for him. Brandon has gone.
Nick Nash has gone. He's going to the Falcons. And oh my fucking god, someone's actually fucking done it. DJU is signing with the LA Chargers.
Aw, Harbaugh feels sorry for him. Needs a clipboard holder.
Jar Joyner is signing with the Raiders. Even though the person that's tweeted it is a former Florida State edge, which annoys me.
Oh, there's nothing against him as his size, RJ Graham. I stand for small players. I'm just saying why the corners have fallen from Kansas. One of them's small, and the league doesn't like small players. No, I don't. I like them. Ryan really loves the corners from Kansas as well. He stand for them for a long time. Oh, please be Shiloh. 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 Come on, New England, do it. Can't believe this is over already.
Gone far too quickly, even though it feels like one of the longest weekends of my life.
It does, but then in a couple of days it'll be done and we'll all forgotten about it.
I know. Just awaiting the Mr. Irrelevant announcement.
Boo Collins to the Giants.
After this last pick goes in, I think we're going to end pretty swiftly. Me and Ant will be back at 7 a.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. midday UK time to wrap up. Oh, Kobe Minor from Memphis is the Mr. Irrelevant. Again, a player that I don't have.
A minor as Mr. Irrelevant. A minor, ding, 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 boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, so we're going to be back. It's at 12 o'clock, isn't it? I'm not going mad.
Ooh, how Cross is signed with the Bengals. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to be live at midday
Yeah.
to break down everything that's happened in this draft. We're joined by 3 guests, one from Tampa Bay, one from Indianapolis, one from Seattle. So it's going to be a great show. To be honest, I'm kind of down to just recap everything then rather than do it now. And is there anything you want to say before we clock off here?
No, just keep an eye out. All these UDFA deals are coming thick and fast, so keep an eye on Twitter, and then yeah, we're all good. But yeah, thanks for everyone who's joined us over the course of this weekend. We really appreciate you all hanging around with us. It'd be a shame for us to put in all this work and effort and then for no one to come and watch the shows. Like literally the first year we did this, not many people did. So
Yeah,
it's great having you all in. Yeah, all the questions and everything keep us going and lucid, and make sure we don't get too lazy, because we don't want to be lazy when there's people around watching us. So,
yeah. Much appreciated, everyone. If any of you haven't subscribed to the show, it really does make a difference to us, and it probably doesn't make any difference to you guys in terms of what you see on your feed. So if you can do that, it really helps. But yeah, thank you for watching. It's always gratifying that you will give up your time to watch us spew nonsense compared to some of the American guys that do this too. So thank you for that. Much appreciated. And we'll see you tomorrow to recap the whole 3 days with 3 great guests. But for now, let's go Lions One Pride.
One Pride.